Bonjour à tous. Bienvenue.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Thank you, all of you, for... I know that the weather conditions, the railway conditions, and others have been difficult in recent days, so thank you for all of you who've managed to make it with us, and thank you all of us who are following us remotely as well. This day is a little journey, if you will. It's a journey with many stops, many things to see and do. So thank you very much, first and foremost, to the Cité du Vin for organizing this colloquium, organized to mark, to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Cité's creation. I'll start with thanks and recognitions, but these really are, I would very sincerely thank the International Organisation for Vin and Wine, OIV, I'd like to say ITER Vitis, will be hearing from them sometimes today, ANEV, the National Association for Elected Officials in Vine and Wine-Grown Regions, who've supported this, with, of course, the AREV as well, that's the European Association of Wine-Grown Regions. I'd like to sincerely thank them also. By way of an introduction, I'm going to hand us over, without further ado, to President Sylvie Caz, and then we will have a brief whistle-stop tour of what you can expect to see today, the themes today. And we're starting with a question. That's the question which was up on the screen earlier. Is there any future for wine without culture? That's the question which we're going to be attacking from different angles throughout the day, and it's anything but a simple question. It's a real question which has real implications for each and every one of us. And so, again, without further ado, over to Sylvie Caz, President for the Foundation for Wine, Civilization and Culture. This is, as a teacher in a former life, I do like to be standing up when I talk, so I'll stand by the lectern. So, Mr. President, Madam, Presidents, Managing Directors, dear friends, I'm not going to list everyone by name because I'll leave someone out, I'm sure. Thank you first and foremost, on behalf of the whole Cité du Vin team, for being with us today for this event, which is an important event, an event that we're very happy to host here. Why are we so happy to host it? Well, because obviously it's an emotional occasion for all of us. It's marking a milestone. The adventure of the Cité du Vin started back in 2008, and it's been a reality for 10 years. 10 years the Cité du Vin has been open, and many of you who are in the room with us today, we're here. We're here right at the Mr. President, but others also. You were there at the beginning. And at the beginning of that adventure, it was made possible by a lot of people who supported us, got behind the project from the very beginning, not just here in Bordeaux, but from all over the world. We are and remain very grateful for all that support. But it's been 10 years now. So 1st of June, to be precise, 2016, when the Cité du Vin opened its doors for the first time to the public. It was a project which was led by the vision of Alain Juppé and certain members of the wine sector who, against all odds and all obstacles, maintained the motivation of it to see this project over the line and make this Cité du Vin, this place, a reality. Since then, we've welcomed 3.5 million visitors. The architectural signature of Cité du Vin has become iconic for Bordeaux, well known in France and far beyond. 365,000 bottles of wine, which have been tasted here, offered by our partners, presented by our partners in France and from all over the world, because we do have partnerships with 50 wine-growing regions all over the world. We've hosted 750 cultural events here, 10 artistic exhibitions. You'll remember the Bistro, the Picasso exhibition, of course. And the permanent exhibition has already been changed once into a second incarnation. And we also, of course, now have a Via Sensoria, our sensory immersive experience, been open for 3 years. And 3,500 corporate events opened here. and all thanks to our network of 150 sponsors and grand donors. And once again, I'll take this opportunity to thank, I'm sure there will be some of our donors and sponsors here in the room, and I think we can never thank them enough for all they've done to make it possible for this place of wine to thank you. Yeah, we can. Round of applause for what they've done for the culture of wine. So, well, I've asked for a little definition of culture. It's an ensemble of traditions, knowledge, specific to cultural groups, and transmitted between cultural groups. That sounds like a scientific definition, but it's not really complicated when you drill down to it. What is culture? Culture is a sample of knowledge and practices passed down from generation to generation to different means, technologies, and different forms. To what end? What's the point of culture? It's a force for cultural cohesion, for direction, for adaptation, and it defines the identity of our societies. And that's something to mull. Culture is constantly evolving and transforming. It's transformed by innovation, by intercultural discipline, immigration, technological change. Culture can be material and intangible or intangible. It can be transmitted socially and is constantly renewed and evolving. That's why we're here. Culture plays a central role in the construction of our individual and collective identities. And that's why we're here today. And that's why, once again, I want to thank you all, because we know culture is constantly moving. Here at Cité du Vin, we're part of a movement which started 8,000 years ago. That's what the cultural movement of wine might have been earlier. That's the earliest evidence we have is 8,000 years, but we'll hear from the historians throughout today. But what I find fascinating about this is the diversity that we have on the panel today, the diversity of speakers, the diversity of subjects we're going to be discussing today. And I think that really is testimony to the cultural richness of the Cité du Vin, of our cities, our wine centres, because others in France also, and the mission that we share, to share with as many people as possible that culture of wine and how it fits into our society. Just in conclusion, I'd like to share a little story with you. There's something that happened 13 years ago. We were in New York with Alain Juppé, the former mayor of Bordeaux, with a delegation, and the Americans decided to put on a ceremony at the UN building to talk about the Cité du Vin, the project, the Cité du Vin project. The idea was we're going to bring together as many people as possible, get some ambassadors, people who are interested in wine culture, get them all together at the UN building. It was incredible. I don't know if you know the UN building in New York. It's fantastic. So we had a wonderful day. But since that day, we've been told that the Cité du Vin should be called the UN of wine. We should call it the United Nations of wine. And I think that's the spirit that we're still working. There's of championing, transmitting, sharing the culture of wine worldwide. Thank you all. Thank you, Mrs. Kaz. Bernard Fage, I'll call you to the lectern next. Oh, thank you, Sylvie. Bernard, you're going to stay seated? Oh, sorry, no. You're going to stay seated, or are you going to stand up as well? No, feel free, feel free. Get the blood flowing, it's still early in the morning. Bernard Fage. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you. Jérôme, John, thank you for joining us. And as Sylvia has already covered quite a lot of ground, but what an adventure it's been, and it is moving to be here, to marking this anniversary. Since 2008, and the first idea germinated, and now here we are. But 10 years of 10 years ago, I remember the president being here, Alain Juppé being here. And that things were very different. The way things have gone since 2016 and 2025, because wine culture is in difficulty, and the consumption of wine is in difficulty. The trends weren't so good 10 years ago, but over the past 10 years, things have certainly not got any better. We need to share, to pass on, to transmit this culture of wine, the values of wine. Because wine is all about pleasure, about conviviality, and for all those who like the finer things of life, like to enjoy lives, and that includes it's spiritual, it's cultural food in a way, isn't it? And we need to go out there and win over new consumers worldwide who don't know wine, who don't understand wine. Hence the importance of sharing the broader culture of wine. I know we're going to hear a lot more about it today, all the many facets of wine. Culture and the connections between culture more broadly and the culture of wine, but that cultural spirit, the interest in culture is, and the history, the transmission of wine is something which has really been in trouble recently. Things have been in decline for some years now. So it's really, thank you very much, in that case, for all of you being here, for taking part in this. The challenge that we face to win over and transmit this culture to new consumers. Thank you. We're going to talk about there are a couple of cartoons which will be popping up throughout the day. I should have explained this perhaps before I hand over to Jérôme Sorisseau, Vice President of the National Association for Elected Officials in the wine industry. Thank you very much. I am very happy to be with you today, representing the ANEV, that's the National Association for Elected Officials and with interest in wine. It's very frustrating in some respect when you have such a broad question, what is wine culture, just to have so little time to speak. I'm a wine grower myself in Cognac and Vice President of the Grand Cognac conurbation. And that, I have to say that because you give a bit of context of what I want to say, because there's wine, and sometimes wine becomes something different. And in Cognac, we distill wine to make Cognac, obviously, which is Cognac occupies a slightly special place here in the Bordeaux Cité du Vin, because we're not far away. It's about 100 kilometers away, Cognac, but it is kind of between two chairs. It's wine, but it's also something else. So in terms of culture, it is different. Cognac, as I'd say, is different but complementary. I have to point that out, but not least because in Cognac, the bottles, the history, the global approach, the culture that we have is so rooted in culture. And that's why we felt it's so important for Cognac to be represented here today. And I could say a few things to support that argument. Like the first thing, for example, when a Cognac house wants to promote its product, it's very often connected with music. You may have seen the latest adverts that have been used in the US. A lot of rap music, a lot of clubs, Afro-American music. The Cognac has been really deeply associated with black music in America for a long time. You go to China, on the other hand, Cognac is associated with classical music, but it has that cultural roots. There's also a certain architectural culture, because Cognac needs to be aged for many years, because Cognac can be aged for 50, 60 years in barrels. So we've had to construct barrel cellars for more than 300 years, the oldest one 300 years old, which have really shaped the landscape, the architectural landscape of Paris. And so that architectural culture is a key part of Cognac culture. There's another dimension of culture we could cite would be the intangible culture of Cognac, because Cognac is spread all over the world. Since Cognac was invented, it's been consumed all over the world. And so at Cognac, we have a culture which is local, which has been open to the world since the early 18th century, which I think is part of the reason why the region of Cognac previously was very Protestant rather than Catholic, because of the geopolitical history of Cognac, with the opening up to different trade routes, to different ways of doing things, different ways of seeing the world, and that really has shaped the culture of our city, our region, and our territory. In all modesty, I think we have a very open, humanist culture. There's a recent president of the Republic illustrated this recently, saying that things take time. And Cognac, I think we understand that very well, that time is the only way to obtain a Cognac of quality. And there's a former president of the Republic who was born in Cognac, understood that very well. And I think that explains part of the heritage, the culture that we have. In cognac, the son sells the cognac that was made by the father, the grandfather even. And we understand the importance of generational transmission and them being rooted in the culture, and that is shapes the cultural universe, which defines our region, our product. We also have a number of events in cognac, cultural events, which are we have the Cognac Festival, we have a Son et Lumière Festival, all of these things. I wanted to list all of them because the answer to the question, is there a future for wine without culture? I mean, the answer for me is very clearly no. There is no future at all without culture. And that's hence the important my association, our commitment to culture. And since time immemorial, unlike certain other parts of other parts of the world, winemaking world have their own distinctive bottles. The Bordeaux bottle, the Champagne bottle. Cognac has always adapted, and the shape of the bottle there's always completely, and then the visual aspect, the visual form has always been evolved, and that's led to a real artistic culture, working with crystal, with the glass, with different forms, shapes, processes, artistic processes, which again is another form of culture, another facet dimension of the culture of cognac. So, yeah, just taking illustrations, examples from my own experience. I think that's what I want to do this morning. Is just to say to you, in my understanding and my experience, we have a particularly strong understanding in cognac of the importance of culture to us. So I think things are slightly different in cognac, but I think something we all share with other winemaking regions, that appreciation of the culture. And if wine is not a cultural product, then what is it? I think if it's not culture in the world, the way things are going in this world, with the vulnerabilities, the uncertainties that we know in the world, imagine 10, 15 years from now ago, you might be able to just conjure up, 3D print any drink you want. It could be Red Bull and cognac, with or without alcohol, 10, 15, 20, probably punch numbers into a computer, come up with any drink you want. If that happens in the future, how will we, and you can probably get it delivered to you by a drone in your house whenever you're ready. So how do we set ourselves apart from that? What makes us better? Well, it's our culture, it's our history, it's our centuries of shared experience culture. And that's the only way that I think we're going to set ourselves apart, with the way changing consumption habits, different health preoccupations. If we don't root ourselves and base ourselves on our culture, our history, then I think we'll struggle for the future. So hence the importance of this. Thank you very much. So, wow, I think there were 3 or 4 things that we could really have given us food for thought and discussion for hours, but we've got to move on. Maëlys Descazeaux, you're next, Regional Director for Cultural Affairs for the Nouvelle-Aquitaine region. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to have been invited to be here with you today to discuss this important question: is there a future for wine without culture? And as representative of the Ministry for Culture here in Nouvelle-Aquitaine, I would say that this the title of this curriculum. When I saw the title, I wonder if it was a. Found it a little bit surprising. I think everyone knows the answer, don't we? Well, I mean, it seems so obvious that wine and the wine growing sector, the industry, are such an important symbols, elements of French culture and of our international reputation. And it's true that in France, internationally, wine, culture, those things are indissolubly linked to France and its image. How does that relationship work, though, today? Perhaps is the relationship between wine and culture so as dynamic as it ever has been? Is it as obvious as it's ever been? I think the answers, and we're going to hear them throughout the day. To begin with, just look at the building where we're sat, and we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of this wonderful place, and the work that's done by Anouk Legendre and Luc Lemaizière, the architects and this building, which has become a new landmark in the landscape of Bordeaux. It's hard to imagine the city without it. And more, perhaps equally as important as the building is what's inside, the cultural offering, the thriving cultural community that's grown up here, which is not always the case. But I think for me, it goes to show that for tourists, whether they be French or international, culture and wine remain intimately connected. We could also talk about the great architecture that you find throughout the Bordeaux region, not just in Cognac, but here in Bordeaux. There are some architectural landmarks. I won't list them all, but I'm sure you're familiar with some of the exceptional architecture that we find in the region, making it unique in the wine-growing world. We could also talk about the Bordeaux wine region. Again, not, Mr. President, not just here in Bordeaux, I know, but since we are in Bordeaux, we could talk some of the great names of Bordeaux wine, some of the great architects who've worked here, and not just for making wine, making chateaus and barrel cellars, but also the diversity of cultural events, concerts, exhibitions. It's not just about the containers, but what goes inside. And we could talk also about theatre, the rich offering of theatre that we have in the region. I mean, does culture have a future without wine? That's perhaps an interesting way of flipping the question. If there's no future for wine without culture, is there any future for culture without wine? In any case, I'm so happy to see so many of you here to discuss that question today, and I hope you all will have a very fruitful day. Thank you. So it's an interesting proposal, with an idea to talk about theatre and living spectacle. That's a good idea. And now, for last but by no means least, John Baker, Managing Director of the International Organisation for Vine and Wine, the OIV. John Baker, you're going to join us here at the lectern as well? Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to need my glasses. On behalf of the OIV, I am delighted to be here with you in Bordeaux today. Bordeaux is one of the world's leading wine cities. It is here that the first World Wine Congress. I'm just trying to read my notes here. That's right. It is here that the first World Wine Congress was held 98 years ago, where the idea of creating an international definition of wine was first proposed. It's very important. And I'm thrilled to be able to celebrate with you the 10th anniversary of the Cité du Vin, which is a superb asset for the wine growing sector in the whole world. Really a beacon of world wine culture. I'm also very happy to be invited to take place in this colloquium, which raises a question which I think is particularly significant. Is there a future for wine without culture? For me, the answer is very simple. Culture is what sets wine apart from other products. Well, and spirits, wine-based spirits, of course. Mr. Soiso. Culture encapsulates the primary value of wine. A dynamic, global wine culture, which is the key to the future of our industry, of our sector. That's why the OIV remains committed to promoting the culture of wine growing, winemaking, and wine. In 1980, the OIV was founded as the international reference, the international organization for the wine industry. We bring together members from 51 countries all over the world to share information, to promote research, and to produce recommendations in response to the main scientific and technical questions facing our sector. You may not be familiar with this, actually, but with the international treaty which founded the OIV, we have a special mission as our objectives to contribute to the promotion, to the recognition of the global wine culture and heritage, promoting its historical, cultural, human, and socio-environmental credentials. There are reasons, particularly good reasons, to insist particularly on the importance of wine culture in the current climate. Our sector is facing an accelerated transformation of consumption habits and consumer preferences, at the same time as a broader social transformation, a wave of social transformation which is raising questions about wine culture, about vine growing culture. How do we reconcile this rich, diverse heritage, our traditions and practices, with the need to continue engaging with new consumers whose cultural reference points are so different. For thousands of years now, a vast history of cultural manifestations, of dances, of festivals, of know-how, of architecture, of landscapes, and so many other different facets of wine culture has accrued around vines and wines. It's a dynamic, living heritage which is spread all over the world as far as New Zealand. How can we recognize and champion this repertory of values, of know-how, of understanding of this cultural assets? How do we pass them on to future generations in a way which is pertinent to new audiences? There are many leading and big initiatives in wine-growing regions all over the world which are championing in their own way the culture, the heritage of wine. Some of the most impressive and inspirational examples include the Cité du Vin. At the OIV, we're thinking very hard about the role that we play as an intergovernmental international organization for imagining new ways of recognizing and championing the value of wine culture at an international level. There is a real need now to speak at an international level about the cultural value of wine, our contribution to regional development, of course, always within the context of a reasonable, moderate consumption. We need to be factual. We need to base our arguments on science, on evidence. We've already started working enthusiastically and with a lot of experts, some of whom were with us in the room today, on this essential subject. And I very much hope that the OIV will continue to play a major role in securing the recognition of the importance of wine culture globally in the future. I'd like to wrap up by warmly congratulating the organizers for this extremely important event, and I'm looking forward very much to hearing the presentations from the excellent panel of speakers who've been lined up for today. And, of course, I'm looking forward to some very lively debates and discussions afterwards. And a constantly evolving, inclusive, global wine-growing culture is the key to our collective future, and I am certain that that will be reflected in the discussion that we'll be hearing today. And I believe very firmly also that Bordeaux has an important role to play in this future, because Bordeaux has all the strength, the assets needed to make a difference, because the reputation of this region, the richness of its culture, its capacity for innovation, and its historic role, its pioneering role in the sciences of vine and wine science. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you. I'll take the opportunity of this moment to mention the cartoonist who has been drawing for us, Urbs, who's at the back in the control room. He already works for Sud-Ouest and the Canard Enchaîné, and also for La Mauvaise Réputation, where you can meet him. Today he's hidden away at the back so that he can sit there drawing, but you will see his work popping up on the screen during the day. So I would like to thank you for that introduction. Thank you to all four of you. And stay with us. You have defined the course for the day's debates and proceedings. So we can now move on directly to Pascaline Lepelletier. She is a philosopher. She wanted to be a professor, a university professor when she was young. And in fact, she is the first woman to have been France's best sommelier, and also is now a philosopher who is going to give us a very cultural view of today's subject. If we could begin the video, and then we can react afterwards. Hello. First of all, I would like to apologize that I can't be with you at the magnificent Cité du Vin today for your day of discussions and thinking, which I think will be very stimulating. And it is important to talk about this pillar of human civilization. And today, you have a very important subject. I would like to thank sincerely the team of the Cité du Vin for allowing me to speak, even if it is remotely, and I consider it an honor. It's the first time I have had to open a conference, so I have written a text, and I apologize if I am beginning the day by reading my text to you. I was presented very kindly as being a philosopher. In fact, I'm a former student of philosophy, and I'm going to talk to you today about my point of view today as an active sommelier working in New York as an expat, about wine and its culture. Why is this day on the theme of wine and culture so important? It's because we are at a moment when culture and wine are endangered. So for a year now, the media have been telling us about the direct attacks on culture and cultures at the highest level of the US state, for example, to take example of the cultural and educational system, closing the Department of Education, wanting to close the Department of Education, changing cultural policies, budget cuts in research and in public media, taking control over the programming of institutions. It is a culture war which is underway at present in the US and which I am experiencing directly. But it's not only official culture with a capital C which is being attacked, it's all forms of culture, doing away with all equity or diversity initiatives and introducing a very aggressive migration policy. And wine does not escape this, at least here, and is also in danger. In my view, it's in danger with climate change and its effects on, with problems of drought and fires, which are having an impact on wine growing in California, for example. And also insurance is becoming very expensive, unaffordable for wine estates. Then there are also predators and diseases which are reappearing, spreading more quickly than ever, helped by the number of abandoned vineyards which have just been left standing. And then there's also the question of agricultural labor who are being hunted, the laborers who are being hunted down with all the consequences that this implies. Distribution systems are under strain, and a lot of producers are in very great difficulty as they try to sell their wines, and even those who have very long mailing lists are having difficulties distributing their products. Unfortunately, what is true for California is also true for the other great wine-growing states in the US. Washington, Oregon, New York, Texas are all facing similar issues. Then there's also, obviously, the elephant in the room, the sensitive subject of the sharp shrinking or decline in demand and the changes in consumption. This can be explained, among other things, by a general intergenerational trend towards drinking less alcohol, a preference for cannabis with its therapeutic connotations and lower prices, and also the question of semaglutides, which has an impact on the digestibility of alcohol. However, there is another explanation for this decline in the market. There's a less public, less visible trend, but which is also very active, which is the lobbying of the neo-prohibitionists who want to take control of the rules on public health and alcohol. We've already seen the consequence of these temperance movements with the withdrawal from the World Health Organization, and also at the United Nations session in New York, where there were debates on the question. Obviously, wine is being caught up in this, but not just any wines. It's not as a cultural object that wine is being attacked here, because what these groups are trying to do is to try to stop wine being a culture, undermine its status as a culture. So in these discussions, wine is being deprived of its culture and addressed only through its chemical content. And does wine have a future without this culture? Without culture, no. Wine has very little future. If we just base ourselves on the short-term profit of the product, which is the only important principle in current US policy, wine cannot rival with other drinks, where production is more easily industrialized, stabilized, and marketed at lower cost. So this may all sound very negative. I think I am being realistic here, and we should see this not as an invitation to react, but rather to act, and to act in a pragmatic way, but also, and above all, to act to work towards an ideal, and that's why we are here, or you are here today in Bordeaux, brought together by this profound belief in the idea that humanity should not be based on the survival of the fittest or the strongest, but based on the different cultures which make our lives better and make our societies more resilient and more inclusive. So we need to be clear-sighted about this. Obviously, there are risks of addiction and risks of negative impacts for society. There are also changes underway in agricultural models more generally, but we also have to be clear-sighted about the dominant economies of wine, which have been the model over the last 40 years, and their limits. So for me, it is important that we should work on the genealogy of wine, as you will be doing here in the auditorium today, to listen to a historian like Olivier Jacquet or to Laurent Ménétrier, or to agricultural engineers, or to Véronique Lemoine from the Cité du Vin. I think it's essential to hear these voices to inform us on the origins of the current policies and find a response, because it's some of the criticisms of wine and its culture and the way it is shared can be criticized. So today we have to perhaps go further and find new ideas. And there's, for example, the dichotomy between nature and culture, which I think we have to overcome by a new approach to wine growing, and to tasting. We have to be pragmatic in our approach, because the decisions that are made today will have genuine impacts very quickly of the short, medium, and long term, and can be very problematic. And I think that can be a problem if we do not act quickly. Therefore, for this, we need to take action. We need to be effective. And yet, we shouldn't just go for immediate, quick wins through scattered, isolated solutions. I would like to be pragmatic and not focus just on resilience, but look for a form of robustness, as Olivier Hamon has proposed, and whose work I think you should read if you're not familiar with him already. And that is why it is important that we should learn from the people in the field and from their experience. And today, I would like to laud the quality and the interdisciplinary nature of the panel discussions that will be held today. I know that they will come up with concrete, sustainable, global solutions that can be implemented to take initiatives combining both the public and private spheres. But above all, and finally, we need to continue believing in this ideal that wine is central to culture and even to civilization. This, and obviously this is denied by very powerful groups today, but we need to be the driving force this needs to be the driving force that can carry us forward to overcome the obstacles. I talked about this as an ideal, but I think this ideal is something I experience every day in the restaurant where I am here today, around the table. For me, it's a natural desire to nourish ourselves, which brings people to the restaurant, but there's also a fundamentally human need for sociability and for the symbolic. Alcohol and wine have ritual status and can play a role in for us. And quoting Patrick McGovern, an anthropologist who just left us, because I see in my restaurant the power of wine. When the choice of the bottle, when pairing it with the food, when all this is handled with sincerity and with know-how by listening to the guests, there is an atmosphere of confidence, of trust, which is established, and these can be magical, profound moments around the table. The need to eat and drink is satisfied, but it goes much further than that. It's satisfied with joy, with pleasure, with curiosity, with empathy. And this is what touches me the most and surprises me the most, is no matter what the origins, this really is transcultural. So these moments where wine becomes culture, where wine touches us, inspires us, and drives our curiosity and our creativity, for me, are moments I don't just see in my restaurant. I see this through the thousands of seeds that are sowed in the whole chain today in many different areas, with wine growers who are committed, who are becoming generally sustainable in their methods, also in the systems, like in Bordeaux, with sustainability labels, also in teaching, new ways of teaching, new ways of tasting, taught in France, or the work of Nicolas Ponza in Italy, also in Bordeaux, in institutions like this, with their ecumenical role to share this culture of wine. I also see this in this day of discussions, which will be ending on the subject of new narratives to try to establish an ideal and a mythology towards which we can work. So, to answer this question of the day, wine without culture does not have a future, but that future is being written today, and for that, wine has to be a part of our daily life, so that its culture and its cultures can be reinvented and can reinvent humanity as it has done for as long as there have been humans and wine. In the winery, in restaurants, in society, each of us must nourish this and share this culture. So I wish you all a very enjoyable day of discussions, and I will be looking forward to listening. And I thank you for your commitment to this magnificent product that is wine. Thank you very much, Pascaline. So Pascaline has provided an introduction there for a lot of the things we will be saying later. So I now call upon Olivier Jacquet, who is seated over there somewhere. Olivier Jacquet, doctor in contemporary history and a researcher. Sorry, I've forgotten what I was saying. A research engineer at the UNESCO Wine and Vine Cultures and Traditions Chair of UNESCO, and there was a drawing there which I missed, which was up a little too, which was shown a little too quickly. Perhaps it can be put up again. Wine without culture, it tastes like it was made by artificial intelligence. So that brings us now to Olivier Jacquet. Thank you very much. If I have the pointer. Okay. I'm not going to talk about artificial intelligence myself. I'm going to talk about history. But his AI will soon be part of that history anyway. So wine, crises, and resilience. So the idea that was just described by Pascaline, which was mentioned by John Baker, the idea is that we're in a period of great challenges, of crisis for some, and of attempts to resolve the problems of crisis of the economy. So all that has already been explained very well. And the idea here was to show how this isn't the first time we've been facing these sort of challenges, and that the sector has been facing major issues. The sector has been facing this sort of challenge at least since the 19th century, very big issues, and it has always managed to be resilient, to innovate, and to rebuild. So these crises came from different origins. I'll try to give you a quick overview of these different crises over the years and how the sector has always managed to overcome them. It'll be difficult to fit it into that time, but we'll make an effort. So it all began with phylloxera. So phylloxera, as you know, was a little insect that destroyed the French vineyards. It came from the US. And which caused various crises over a very long period of time. Health crises, destruction of the vineyards. You see here the curve of the destruction of the vineyards, which didn't actually stop when they found the solution to phylloxera in the 1880s. In fact, it continued and continued through to the 1920s or 30s. So it was a crisis which led to unfair competition and to fraud. It was a crisis of overproduction, ultimately, and also there was a crisis caused by falling prices. So phylloxera, the problem of phylloxera had to be resolved, and to resolve that, and this, I would say, is the common theme of this presentation, is the idea that the sector has always systematically managed to join together, to join forces to find solutions. Here, talking about the sector in its broader sense, the sector including the sciences and the public authorities, and this was particularly the case under the Third Republic in France. And when phylloxera arrived, they had to find solutions. So they brought in ampelographers, like Alexis Niardet, who was a professor at the University of Bordeaux, Jules-Émile Planchon, Gaston Bazille. Gaston Bazille was from the Hérault region in the south of France, a wine grower and a trader. Jules-Émile Planchon was an entomologist, and all these people managed to find solutions together to combat phylloxera, scientific solutions. There was, at the same time, support from the state and from the wine-growing sector. They didn't work alone. They worked with the nurserymen. They worked with the vine growers who learned how to graft the vines. They also responded to a call from the state offering a prize for resolving, a huge prize for resolving the phylloxera problem, and they came up with the most practical solution, which was uprooting the vines and replanting the vines on US rootstock that was resistant to phylloxera. And this is the whole interest of this. This was the first time that the sciences were joining forces in a multidisciplinary way and internationally to fight against the crisis. It reminds us a little bit of what happened during COVID, ultimately, because it was a sort of COVID crisis of vines. With the scientists, if the scientists, the public authorities and the sector hadn't addressed this, the vineyards might have disappeared altogether by now. So this was a major crisis which was resolved by grafting. But this crisis then led to problems of fraud. And the idea here is to show that there was decline in wine production from 1863 through to the 1920s or 30s, and yet there was a rise, an average rise in production. The average rise in production was due to changes in techniques, replanting the vines in rows to have higher yields, the arrival of fertilizers in the vineyards, also caused by phylloxera, better vine growing techniques, and also what was later called fraud. Why was there more wine when there was less, when there were fewer grapes? Half of the vineyards had disappeared in the space of 50 or 60 years. Why was there more wine? It's quite simply because they saw the arrival of unfair competition. Some of the wine makers of the time were using all sorts of different things instead of grapes to provide the population with wine at a time when average per capita consumption was 130 litres a year at the time. And so they needed to fight against this fraud in the production of wine with all sorts of different products. So this fraud spread in the as there was a shortage of grapes. And this fraud in winemaking produced artificial wines. And then there was a second fraud which was developed, which was regarding the appellations of the wines, the labels of the wine. There were traders who would bring in grapes to make Burgundy wines, but they would get the grape in the Rhone Valley, or they'd make Bordeaux wine with grapes from Spain, or due to the shortage of local grapes, they would get grapes wherever they could to make their wine. But at a time when in the French regions they were replanting the vines, which was a huge sacrifice for the wine growers, they weren't managing to sell their wine to local traders because the markets had turned elsewhere, which destabilized the market. And this was caused directly by phylloxera. So how did they overcome this? First of all, through a collective effort. In 1884, there were the first wine growing unions, the first in Saint-Émilion. And these syndicats or unions was to combat disease, to achieve progress in wine growing, to redevelop the vineyards, to buy equipment together, because they were now replanting the vines in rows, and they had to buy wires, they had to buy stakes for the planting, also to examine economic and legislative measures in the interest of wine growing, and to ensure that there was political support. And this is where the Third Republic came along and provided support in the wine-growing regions for the initiatives of the wine growers and traders. And there were a number of laws were passed against fraud because there was this collective mobilization, which probably is quite unique in the history of wine growing. So this fight against fraud also saw the emergence of new sciences and the emergence of enology, especially which began with Pasteur or perhaps Chaptal. But the enologists provided support for the markets and played a full role in the sector by analyzing the products to see whether they were fraudulent or not, to make sure that any transactions were fair, and also to innovate, to train, and to provide expertise and analysis to respond to the growing demand for quality and to eliminate the fraudulent wines. In the 1890s, 4 million hectolitres of wine were sold that had been made with raisins. And this enology became a part of the vine and wine growing economy, with the agronomy stations in Bordeaux and in Dijon and in all the wine regions. There was one in Cognac as well, all over the country, and these provided support for the wine growers. Another big issue at the time was fraud on the appellations or the origins of the wine. The initial legislation sought to define the wine regions administratively. Some of these were defined very early, 1908 in Champagne, Cognac, then Banyuls in 1919, the Clairette de Die in 1910, and Bordeaux in 1911. So these administrative appellations in the end stopped because, in fact, they weren't really based on reality. They were determined by the local authorities or by the prefects rather than by the wine growers. And it was, in fact, each time, in fact, here also, again, it was the wine sector which stepped in. And to allow this, the government of the Third Republic proposed a law with the support of the wine-growing organizations around the country and a new union, the Federation of Wine-Growing Associations of France. And the idea was to fight against these false appellations by creating a law which would make it possible to create appellations of origin by judgment. This is the law of the 6th of May 1990, which emphasized the idea that a wine must have a precise origin. This was something quite new in the 19th century, and this was how the markets had been destabilized. It was a very free market. The traders were the main winemakers at the time, and if they wanted, they could, in fact, bring in grapes from elsewhere because the notion of origin was very vague. And of course, they did this during phylloxera. At least some of them did because they didn't have the choice. They didn't have the grapes, but this destabilized the markets. And so ultimately, these appellations were based on origin rather than on the quality of the wine. And you will see later that this is important.
This is important. It's slightly underappreciated, but they started with 100 appellations in France, about 40 in Bordeaux, some big names, and also in Burgundy, in Auvergne, Armagnac, Cahors, Gagnac, Puy-Fumé, Alsace, a bunch of the appellations that were formed at this time. And that would shape the future of the French winemaking industry around the idea of origin. So suddenly, origin becomes because frankly, it wasn't really very clearly defined. It certainly wasn't compulsory in the past. The problem with this law, I'm not going to dwell too much on this, but there are a certain number of problems with this initial legislation. It creates quite a lot of conflict in French wine regions because a lot of the courts get involved. And particularly, the idea of what constitutes quality was not really well defined in the technical specifications. So you had to define the origin of the reasons, you have to define what grape varieties could be planted shortly afterwards. But in terms of actual quality, the wines that had been produced in appellations of origin, where they were not necessarily high-quality wines. But this 30th of July 1935, this was, again, this is a decree which didn't come right from the top. It's not a top-down. There were really grassroots movements by professionals in the wine sector who were lobbying their elected officials, their members of parliament, with support from science and the economic and ecological sectors to have this new system. So there are new, finally, this is 1935, getting new quality restrictions. You have to have a minimum alcohol content, and there are appellations which will now be controlled henceforth by a new institution. The INO is the National Institution for Appellations of Origin, the INAO. And previously, we had 186 appellations, AOCs, founded in the 1930s and 40s. But the crisis continued nonetheless. This was a long crisis. I hope the current crisis isn't going to drag on for quite so long. But particularly in the 1920s and 30s, there were tough times for French winemaking. There was a global glut, overproduction worldwide, and the French markets were really struggling. International markets were closing up. It might be a little bit reminiscent of what's going on. The American market was closing up. Prohibition was raging. There was a lot of competition internally because there was some very high production of wine region. Particularly, a lot of wine was being made in Algeria with some. Of course, they were being used by unscrupulous wine growers in France to pass it off as their own wines, and there was a lot of controls, and also a lot of fraud. There was also a lot of tax. The tax barrier was 90% tariffs to export wine to Scandinavia, for example, in the 1930s. That's another problem. The sector was also changing and evolving, and that was interesting. And there was a certain degree of differentiation which was emerging. Wine merchants were no longer the only ones blending and bottling wines. Wines were increasingly being bottled on the domain at the estate or the chateau. Chateau Margaux was in 1924. 1924 was the first time Margaux bottled the wines at the chateau. Similar in Burgundy. The first time they were being bottled either at the estate or by cooperative wineries, which were emerging in this period, and also during this period. And again, this is goes back to the idea that wine should have a broader culture behind it. We start to see a real new discourse about the importance of tradition, rediscovering, reinventing in some cases traditions, the idea of the terroir, really imbuing wine with that cultural dimension, a cultural dimension which you can find here, for example, illustrated with the first time we had the first wine festivals. This was in Quinconce, the Place de Quinconce here in Bordeaux, just before the First World War, just when they were starting to carve up Bordeaux's wine region into administrative entities, because there's a crisis going on, a crisis in the wine industry. So what was the response to that crisis? It was about creating a new approach, a new discourse, which could rally the whole wine sector around a more positive image of wine in its industry. And there are other initiatives between the wars in Burgundy, for example, with the rediscovery of the folklore that goes around Rhine, the Poulet, you may know the Poulet, which was created in 1923. And of course, the first great brotherhood, the Brotherhood of Wine, for the Chevalier de Tutelle of Wine, which created in 1934. Not a coincidence, just when Prohibition was coming to an end in America, and it was a way of selling that folkloric image to the Americans and to promote that new discourse of what wine means, what it means to the terroir, its history, its territory, the authenticity of wines, new sales arguments for the re-emerging American markets. Another major initiative from the interwar years was the foundations were laid, and Mr. Parker mentioned this earlier, it was the foundation of the OIV. This is an interesting letter. It's from 1923. It's a letter from Raymond Poincaré, President of the Council, sent it to the French ambassador in London, which moots the idea for the first of the OIV. Now, the OIV wasn't created just yet, but here's the idea. It's the idea of finding new ways to coordinate our efforts to develop external, international markets for wine, to take measures to promote the reputation and the health benefits of wine, and unify and harmonize regulations. It's important to fight against fraud, naturally, and to create an international office for wine, which would be responsible for implementing all these measures and promoting wine. We're already talking in 1923 about creating a wine route, potentially a wine museum. Of course, the Second World War comes. I know I'm going fast here. I hope you're keeping up. But, wave your hand if I'm going too fast. The Second World War, another crisis, just starting to get out of the overproduction crisis in the 1930s, and then along comes a world war. You've got some Nazis here. This is Christophe Legrand wrote an interesting book about the Nazis, what they did in France. They came and bought up a load of wine from France because the Deutschmark was so strong. They didn't actually rob all the wine. They did actually pay for it, but there was still production problems. There was a lack of wine from 1942 because they drunk up. Basically, the Germans drunk it all. And so there's a lot of fraud, a lot of appellations producing very low-quality wines. But the war also saw the unofficial birth of the first winemaking classifications. In addition to appellation, of course, you have the 1855 classification here in Bordeaux, but I'm talking about the hierarchies within appellation. So, for example, in Burgundy, this is when you get the Premier Cru, created in around 1943. You get that first categorization hierarchy of Burgundy crus. And around the world also. You're starting to see wines being more and more produced in California, Australia, South America, and the volumes produced. The OIV actually recently produced some figures on that. You can see a real reshaping, reconfiguration of the global wine market. In France, during that time, we still have the appellation system, but after the war, with fraud still being such a problem, you have consumers who are no longer really trusting the AOC system because, again, they put their trust in merchants, in wine brands. And so some of the wine brands, the wine merchants, managed to adapt to the appellation system. Others continue to put their faith in their wine brands. So consumers continue to put their trust in the brands that they knew and trusted. Still not entirely won over by the concept of origin, because it's still relatively new and not yet a guarantee of quality. And also they're not quite sure about the idea of terroir. The idea of tasting a terroir is a kind of pejorative, sort of rustic, sort of peasanty sort of thing to drink local terroir wines. So it's not until the 1970s that it becomes really a positive thing, the idea that a wine tastes of the terroir where it comes from. You see, the consumption of wine, AOC, designated geographical origin wines, were only accounting for about 12% of wine during that time. But one crisis always comes with opportunities, and this is another example. This is the historian Joseph Boiling has really retraced the alliance between the health lobby, the anti-alcohol lobby, and the INAO, that's the French appellation of origin system. They became allies. That's right. That's the people responsible for promoting appellation wines. But they're doing that to promote wines which are from designated origins at the expense of everyday cheap wine. The idea is that people should be drinking less wine but better wine, and hence they begin championing the appellation of origin system at European level. And the way out of the crisis, and it's very fine in the 1980s, the 1990s, the years 2000, France's appellation wines, these designated geographical origin wines, explode in popularity around the world because the industry has decided to create this infrastructure to make that possible. The Technical Institute of Wine for promoting and improving the quality of wines. Remember that there were wine growers who used to start vinifying the wines, fermenting wines at the estate for the first time, and they had everything to learn. But that has obviously come along with it. There are also a lot of accreditation. It's 1974 that wines had to be tasted before they could actually put AOC on the label. They had to pass the taste test. That wasn't until the 1970s. In Bordeaux, that became very popular very quickly, but it wasn't compulsory for a long time. A lot of winemaking syndicates finally got on board and said, okay, we do need to taste the wines before we bottle them. The problem when you have to be accredited is that people need to know how to taste wines. So if you used to taste with the terms that used to be used in the 18th and the 19th centuries, the terms were really just all about the mouthfeel. Bear in mind that they used to taste with a little cup, a little. So you can actually feel the line. They weren't using proper glasses. In terms of aromas, describing aromas, the lexicon, the vocabulary of wine tasters was really poor. One of the big breakthroughs that was made by the winemaking sector broadly was the creation of a new vocabulary, a new lexicon, which allows to really to describe appellation wines and creating terms which these days you get impression. Typicity is a very important French word. Typicity. Remember, the first law against appellations, which had nothing about quality in it, it was just about origins. Typicity has to communicate the idea, this cultural idea, that the origin of a wine is implicitly connected to its quality. The origin is important. You can see that a lot of efforts were made in Burgundy, in the southern Burgundy and Beaujolais, particularly by a gentleman called Jules Chauvet, who was really a pioneer of the aromatic approach to wine testing, which has since spread around the world. And I'll finish with this little slide. It's an interesting, it's a sketch from history, which is shows how in reality this has happened. Is that every time you had to fight against a crisis, there were three pillars. There's a technical and scientific aspect. Technical and scientific, the production side of wine producers, but let's not forget the importance of politics, the political sphere, and they played an important role in changing things. And here is this is a French play on words because a bribe in French is called a pot de vin, a pot of wine. So one way out of the crisis, why don't we make all the bribes payable in actual wine from now on? And it's a joke from the French wine magazine, the Revue de France in the 1930s. But you look at the bottles in front of them on the table here. You might not be able to read them, but you've got the first one says Bar Leroy. That means Baron Leroy. That was the president of the Grand Cru Association, a former OIV section, president of the INAO. These are winemakers who are also elected officials lobbying for the creation of the appellations. You can even see at the bottom of the screen there, the chateau they're drinking is a Chateau Forcia, which is an estate owned by Baron Leroy. Little references. So that Baron Leroy really, in that way, embodies some of the collective spirit which presided at the birth of the INAO and the way out of those crises of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Thank you very much. Thank you. From one cartoon to another, the verbs has one for us. And he goes, thank you very much. I know there's a lot of information to take away from that, and we'll come back to some of those things this afternoon. I know when we talk about that interdisciplinary dialogue we're going to be having this afternoon, we talk about routes out of crisis. I'm going to hand you over now to Véronique Lemoine, the scientific director at the Cité du Vin, who in our preliminary discussions were really interesting to hear her talk about the global changes and the interaction between the wine world and the world at large. Over to you, Veronique. I'm sorry, I'm not going to talk to you too much about the wine industry. That's not my business, but I'm more going to talk about images and the imagination. So the image of wine, the way that we represent the imaginary dimension of wine, what I wanted to talk about in talking about this is talk about not just about culture, but what lies behind culture, the mental images and the reputation you have it. And I think that's what really underpins wine. Here's a simple question. Why do we drink wine? Because if nobody is drinking wine anymore, if the desire for wine is reducing, the practice, the gesture of wine drinking is in decline, we need to realize why. So here's two examples, a couple of centuries apart. So anyway, let's try and answer the question, why do we drink wine? Pascaline touched on this a little bit earlier. Is it because of its chemical content? Is it because it's content of acids, sugar? Is it for its aromatic profile? I believe he's just mentioned this, maybe. But also, let's not forget, there are many people for whom wine is just liquid in a glass with all the sensorial properties it may have. This wine is not something which they find particularly interesting. So there must be another reason. Why do we drink wine? I think first and foremost because we are humans are social beings. We're a social species. As we were talking about this yesterday, and we are social creatures. We love nothing more than getting together, being together, speaking together. But then the question is, why has wine become such a central figure in our social lives, our social interactions for thousands of years? I mean, there's an easy answer, which would be the capacity of wine to lower inhibitions. For example, yesterday evening, we were inaugurating that new exhibition of our 50 partner wine regions. I don't think anybody ended up as drunk as Bruegel's peasants here around the right. They seem to have had a bit too much to the bottle. I don't think that's what anybody ended up like that last night, did they? But I think what really makes us, draws us to wine, which keeps wine occupying such a central role in our wine, is because we are a species capable of stories. We are essentially a narrative and a creative species. Since the dawn of time, and this is an example here from the Chauvet caves in France. They weren't drinking wine just yet back then, but we as humans, we don't just live world of it. We just experience them. We seek to imbue them with meaning. We seek to explain the world around us. The world is a story that we tell each other and tell ourselves. And I'm not going to go back through the whole history of anthropology, but this is the cover here. You have a book called the Storytelling Race, the Storytelling Species, from Nancy Houston, who's an anthropologist. She reminds us that we are the only species of animal on the planet. We live in reality. We have one foot outside reality. We need a bit more. We need to take that step outside reality. We have religions. We have taboos, rituals, genealogy, stories, magic. All those forms of narrative, of storytelling, which are rooted in our imaginations. And that imaginary realm constitutes a second level of reality. Worlds which are imaginary, but which are still true. Our imagination combined. And again, Maurice Godelier is the name that comes to mind as an anthropologist who's worked a lot on this question. But our imagination, combined with our mastery of language, of symbolism and imagery, allows us to describe reality in the past or the future and the present, but it also allows us to imagine explanations for reality. So science being one way of explaining reality, not just fiction. There are things but there are things that we cannot see, but we manage to reconcile our the imagination and the visible, the tangible, the real. We also create imaginary worlds and social conventions, and our imagination is absolutely of crucial importance to the creation of these social conventions. I'll give you an example for how intangible and tangible. What about think of money as a concept? It's if I'm going to pay for my lunch with seashells, I'd probably get told I'm not welcome in the restaurant anymore. But a couple of years ago, if I'd have wanted to pay for something with a Bitcoin, same thing, it wouldn't have worked. So it's a convention. It's something that we agree upon, that we agree that money, which is not real, it's an abstract concept, but we agree to imbue it collectively with meaning, with reality. So we live in reality, but we also live partly in storyland, and when we live in our shared imaginations. For humans, fiction is as real as the earth on which we walk. It is the earth on which we walk. It's what supports us through the world. And it's all the more important that these stories that we tell us, these symbols, these beliefs, these rituals that we share are all attached. They're all shared collectively as a community. It's that community of belief and understanding expressed in the symbolism of shared stories, of shared know-how we've talked about. We share these stories, we share our know-how, our traditions, and pass them down from one generation to the next. So reality is interpreted through the lens of this imaginary world, but which helps also to shape our realities through our increasingly complex cultures and stories. There are great narratives which unite and bring us together. A good example being myths and religions. But for thousands of years, wine has been a deeply cultural drink. The real world of wine is shaped by, imbued by all these stories and imaginations, these images that come to us. So what is the story that wine has been telling us for more than 8,000 years again, and what has wine accrued and accumulated over those thousands of years? Well, here, for an example, is at the far left, this is a tomb from the 6th millennium BC in China. This is a flute player who's been buried with jars which didn't contain wine, because McGovern has conducted a chemical analysis. It was a fermented drink made with, among other things, grapes. So that is the oldest surviving trace of fermented grape juice, which is here eminently associated with the world beyond, the afterlife. And very often you find in ancient communities wine is associated with the afterlife, with the other world, with gods and the supernatural. And that's something which has run through from ancient times down to modern society. See examples here of the connections between. This is from ancient Hebrews and the exchange from Canaan. We have the divinities, the gods of wine, who often play a particular role in Greek and Roman society. Very often they die and are reborn. That dual symbolism, which is linked to the vine, which is a plant which seems to die away and be reborn again every spring. And these, the gods of wine, are very often associated with blood, that intimate connection between blood and wine. Death, rebirth of Ompelos, the lover of Bacchus, is reborn in the form of a vine. And the symbolism of wine and blood, of course, we're very familiar with that in the Western world through Christianity, and particularly the Catholic Church. And we have what we call, this is the mythical pressoir, the wine press here in the right. This was it's actually the image of Christ's blood being pressed as wine, a bit literal. It's wine, obviously, the symbolism is what ritual symbolism of wine is important in Christianity, but not just for the Christian. It's not just for communion. It's also a symbol of hospitality and of care and of course commerce, because monks made a lot of money from the wine trade themselves. I talked a little about care, about the medical aspects of wine. Wine is regarded as a medical product, because either as a drug or used in. You've got wine products. You've got this is a papyrus on the far left. It's from the Heber's papyrus. This is a recipe for medicine using wine to cure the liver. So. In any case, the idea, though, of wine as food, as a nourishing drink, that survived right through to the earliest 20th century. You got these advertising posters at the bottom right corner. It says, sponsored by the government. It says, wine makes you strong, drink more wine. But wine, of course, also is intimately associated with the idea of sharing and even of seduction. Over the centuries, wine has been a symbol of sociability. We've talked about that already. and sociability coming together. Also, there's an art of living. There is a whole range of arts, including of crafts that are associated with it. There is a certain relationship to wine, which is emblematic of wine civilizations. The idea of, and this is particularly important in ancient Greece. When you read Plato's Symposium, for example, you quickly see that the very strong connection between wine, art, and the way that you control yourself. It's all about wine of self-control. A good Greek citizen, a proper Greek citizen, must know how to consume wine responsibly. It would be completely badly seen to not know how to hold your wine. But wine is also associated with power. Wine is a symbol of power in many cases. Consumption habits, which are obviously wine is a luxury image. This is Laurent Menetre is going to talk a little bit more about this image later. I know so in detail. But wine as a symbol of power brings us on neatly to the idea of wine as a tool of diplomacy. And wine has been used as a symbol and a tool of diplomacy for centuries, and that continues now. And in everything that you've seen in my presentation heretofore, you've seen frescoes, I've shown you mosaics, sculptures, paintings. There's not a single art form. When I talked about images and imagination, there's not a single art form which does not celebrate in some respect the place of wine within our culture and perpetuate that image of wine being a central to our culture. We unfortunately don't have time to listen to these opera extracts today, but music has also celebrated wine as well. I talked a little bit about the consumption of wine, the sharing of wine. There's also, on the wine growing side of things, there is a great science, a long history of wine science, which has developed over the centuries. And human, what sets us apart, I believe, as a species, as humans, is that bees, for example, they learn things by doing, but bees do the same thing that bees were doing 10,000 years ago. Humanity is part of the essence of being human, is that we continue to evolve and develop with our shared mastery of language, and symbolism allows us to pass things through the generation, and from record keeping, also from art and drawings, whatever it is, we manage to pass on from generation to generation our science, our expertise, and to accumulate and accrue new knowledge. Same with techniques and know-how, and you can find here examples of from scientific texts, and also more light illustrations. There's also a long-standing link between wine growing and nature, which has been celebrated in art throughout history. This very often it's the harvest you see very often represented in art. It's a particular moment of particular importance for. Even if you're not an expert in wine, you understand the importance of the wine grower's trade, and at that moment, and that particular link between wine and nature. We were talking a little bit about aromas and aromatic profile earlier, but the fact that the aromas of wine reproduces, in some respect, the character of its terroir. That's something that Colette was very keen about. And the idea of wine as being rooted in its territory, and Olivier touched upon this earlier, the idea of a terroir being, whether it's a positive or negative association, the fact that wine is indissolubly rooted in its territory, that's been celebrated in art for many years. You can see a fresco here on the right. This is from, I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed up between left and right. The one, the good government, that's on the left there, the Duke of Berry represented here, and you show the good prince and his and the involvement of winemaking and how winemaking shapes the landscape. We've also talked a little bit about this very deeply rooted idea of wine representing the territory from which it springs. Even the Romans had it a long time. There was already in ancient Rome a certain system of cru, if you will, of different what they call wines coming from specific places, and how they were shaped by their territories and vice versa. And a system which ultimately gave birth to what we have today with our designated geographical origins, our AOCs. I mean, they're very. I mean, they're rooted in a very concrete reality, but it's also. I mean, they also, to a certain extent. I mean, they're just lines drawn on a map with specifications that have been defined over the years, but they are liable to change. Again, in some of it's that interaction between reality and imagination, and how they shape each other and vice versa. Vines and wines are also sources of identity and pride. They can bring the pride of winemakers or the pride of a whole region, and you can hear some examples here of the importance of wine as a symbol of global human heritage. So wine is deeply rooted in 8,000 years of values, images, histories, stories, imagination, which is, I think it could be in some respects, what underpins the wine in its entirety, its relationship to humanity, but also to the world, the idea of heritage, of transmission, of sharing, 8,000 years of values and shared imagination. But these values and these traditions, by definition, they're imaginary. Imagination is by its very nature imaginary, which means that it's liable to change. As I've been trying to get across in the presentation, things always continue to change. The way that we perceive the world, the way that our beliefs, the beliefs of consumers, but the beliefs of citizens, if you will, constantly evolve and change. So are we, they're liable to change. An image as an abstract could change. Like, for an example I've given here is an iceberg which is melting. Are we living through a crisis in our image, our imagination of wine? There are certain things which are disappearing. For example, there are not many people left anymore who drink wine because it's a holy drink. Health, no one's drinking wine for its health benefits anymore. And the other ideas like conviviality, sharing, hospitality, are we losing those things? Because, as has been mentioned earlier, there are rivals, there are alternatives. It's very nice to drink a kombucha with a friend or drink an orange juice with a friend. So wine's doesn't have a monopoly on these things. On the other hand, there are societal expectations which, faced with challenges of the modern world, the changing world, the changing environment, there are a certain amount of societal expectations that I believe here, for us at the Cité du Vin, that the idea of wine's relationship to the world, this control, the mastery that wine symbolizes, we think are real assets and attributes for the future. To not lose hope entirely, here are some positive examples of the image of wine, which continues to thrive. Right at the top levels of diplomacy, wine still is imbued with a lot of symbolic importance. My PowerPoint I did before the start of this week. So I could say wine for sure, but we didn't know that when I was putting this together. Here's images of wine from recent films and television programs, relatively recent. The tasting, that's in 2022. The others are slightly older, but it's just the idea that wine is associated with taste, with ritual, with sharing, with conviviality. Wine for heroes, I'm sure you can all spot the films here. It's not just we've got the traditional, we've got Angelus here, James Bond. There's also Ratatouille. Everyone's seen Ratatouille. I think it's also quite surprising in series which really occupy a different space in popular culture. Popular is the word of this. You see wine in series such as, for example, Game of Thrones. If you haven't seen Game of Thrones, look very closely next time you see an episode. You see it's an incredible number of references to wine throughout the series, and the symbolism of wine, whether it's wine as a luxury product, wine as something associated with powerful people, wine as a symbol of treason, a betrayal. It's everywhere. Even really surprising places you find wine. Breaking Bad, you may remember, a thriller about drug trafficking, which doesn't really seem to have anything much to do with wine. But why is wine in these moments? Well, wine's there because occasionally it's appropriate. It's there to explain something about, it tells you something about the characters and the relationship between the characters, whether it's the camaraderie between Walter and Jesse there, which ends badly. It's probably not the best example we could have given, but how about a couple reconciling? Again, spoiler, didn't end well, but they were even more surprising. This is a recent example. This is Stranger Things, series which is more for younger people. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but it's a science fiction series. But you can see on the left, this is a mother who is trying to save her daughter from a monster. kind of a demon from hell, but she's got a bottle of wine to beat him off. She's just broken a bottle of wine on the table. So wine's present in a place you perhaps might not have expected it. And wine is also used to express the social standing of characters, even their character. For example, you've got the bottom right there, someone's offer as a police chief, who's very naive. He's just learning how to. He didn't know how to pronounce the word Cabernet Sauvignon. More recently, again, you're probably familiar with this lady. There was a recent episode of her docu-series, the behind-the-scenes tour series, which there was a wine grower in Sancerre, which is the wine sold out because you could see Taylor Swift drinking a glass of it. I'm not going to dwell too much on this slide because this is more of a question that I'm going to raise for our speakers this afternoon about the symbolism of wine, the symbolic associations we have of wine. Do those symbolic associations continue in the modern day? I don't know. That's a question more than an answer. Another part of wine imagery, the new narratives that we're seeing spring up about wine growing, the connection between wine growers and nature, the fact that we have to all constantly adapt to nature these days and to protect nature also, protect the life in all its forms with, again, as I'm echoing here what was being said earlier by Olivier, is that science has always been at the forefront and supporting and driving changes in the wine-growing profession, which didn't wait for journalists or for consumers to tell them that it was time to move, because wine growers are on the front line at all times, and they've been very good at adapting and reacting for much longer than the media might have you believe. And of course, the connection which I've highlighted with these images is a connection between wine growers, and the landscape, the territory that they help to shape it. And this is an interesting idea, that the evolution of the values and the images of wine culture for years and decades. You're familiar with these wine magazines, specialist magazines, but also wine has really infiltrated pop culture with fiction. Goutte de the drops from heaven, which is the manga you may be familiar with. There's also other comic books as well, and on the screen again, wine on the big screen is a constant presence. And again, associated with that certain vision of what wine represents, what wine making represents, and what it means in the context of our human relationships. It's reflected in wine's presence on the screen. Our role as a cultural institution is not to be representatives of propagandists for wine, as Olivier was saying a moment ago. It's more about teasing out the different threads of the historic, profound connections between wine and the broader culture. That iceberg image I like to come back to, that there's deeper than you believe. We're to continue to develop and nurture that imagination, the images of wine. And here at the Cité du Vin, we are really convinced of the importance of supporting that continued evolution and transmission with closer understanding of, and you can look at I invite you to look at our program of cultural events. My colleague Melanie could tell you more about that if you're interested, but to continue showcasing, championing all the continued evolution of the wine sector, and to support the nurture new narratives, new images, and new ways of thinking about wine, which have been continue to evolve as they always have done. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to move on. I'll allow you a few seconds to enjoy the drawing on the screen on divine wine, and we're going to continue our exploration of how we can support this evolution in our imagination, and move on to the question of museums. And we're going to begin by listening to Laure Ménétrier, who is director of the Museum of Champagne Wine in Épernay. Hello, everybody, and I'm delighted to be with you here today. Thank you, Véronique, for mentioning Champagne in 1735 at Versailles. Thank you to the organisers of the event and the director of the Cité du Vin, Philippe Massol, and Philippe Hernandez, Mélanie Paris, and Adèle Deschenaux for organising today. I was asked to give a presentation on the role of a wine museum, a heritage, cultural, tourist organisation, its place as a partner of the wine-growing sector. It will be in three parts. I'm going to begin by presenting the context, the museum I've been managing for 6 years, the Museum of Champagne and Regional Archaeology in Épernay. Then I'm going to give you some examples to show this cultural policy of wine museums as partners of the wine-growing sector, and also present then a project in the Champagne region, a partnership which gave rise to an original project of a travelling exhibition on the history of the grape varieties in Champagne. So I am going to be speaking as a director and curator of a museum today to talk about museums. I'm also going to be very pragmatic and practical, and I want to share the questions I have, the ideas, the doubts I have, the questions I ask myself when I get up, sometimes in the morning, when one is a director or curator of a wine museum. I'm going to try to be optimistic. So for 6 years, I've been managing a museum in Épernay, the Museum of Champagne Wine and Regional Archaeology. So it's the heir to several museums, which were all brought together in a single building, Château Perrier, that you can see here, the former home of a Champagne trader. The museums were brought together here in the 1950s, closed in the 90s, to give rise to a new project to bring together all these museums, which took shape in the 2010s, where they designed the museum project. That took about 10 years. Then they worked on the renovation of this building between 2018 and 2020, and the new museum opened on the 29th of May 2021 after more than 22 years of being closed. So just to explain, this museum is in Avenue de Champagne, which is one of the key sites of the UNESCO listed site of the hillsides and Maison of Champagne. We have some of the leading champagne houses which are located here in a building which is a listed historic monument, and we have the Museums of France label, a label which is awarded by the Ministry for Culture with as defined in the Heritage Code. It's a museum with collections of which are very varied. I'm just going to be talking about the vine and wine part today, but there's also archaeology, fine arts, paleontology, non-European arts, very different subjects, but it tells the history of this territory of Champagne. It's a museum which today, not counting private events, has 40 to 50,000 visitors a year. And here you have some photographs of the part of the museum on champagne wines. I won't go into detail. You have time, you can read here the different things you can see in this part of the museum. And this is all placed in context with a number of different exhibits, with a very active type of visit, with lots of hands-on experiences to understand riddling in Champagne, lots of videos, interviews with different stakeholders in Champagne, multimedia exhibits. So you have also a table of aromas and lots of bottles of champagne. So a very interesting tour on the history of the Champagne wine economy and more. And now the link between the wine museum and the wine sector. So first of all, what is a museum? So this may remind you of things when you were children when your parents or grandparents dragged you into museums where you were always bored. And here I will quote two people I heard yesterday during the inauguration of the exhibition and this morning. So I heard yesterday evening that Cité du Vin is much more than a museum because it's a living place of dialogue. And this morning I heard that we don't want to end up being a museum exhibit. And I wasn't offended by what you said, but a museum exhibit doesn't necessarily change very much, but it still has a lot to tell. It is alive, it speaks, it embodies something. It converses with the present, past and future. And I'm going to try to prove that a museum is a very living place and that we can do something with this. So here we have a definition which was adopted 3 years ago by the International Council for Museums, at the service. A museum is at the service of society, research, collection, interpretation, encouraging diversity, sustainability, being accessible, being inclusive, and offering the public varied experiences of education, entertainment, and sharing knowledge. So a museum is many different things. There's a scientific dimension, that's the first dimension, with collections of objects to keep this heritage and enrich it, add to it. That's the first reason museums exist. And as the cultural and educational dimension, all of this has to be shared. We interpret this heritage in different ways, through exhibitions, through immersive experiences, through games, through virtual reality, through creative workshops. There's all different ways of sharing this heritage in intelligent, pleasant ways. And then museums also are key economic stakeholders. They take part in economic life. They contribute to the reputation of a region. Just to give you two figures regarding tourism in France, we estimate that wine tourism generates 7 to 10 billion euros turnover each year, and cultural heritage, and obviously the two are sometimes combined, it's between 15 somewhere around 15 billion euros. So they're quite considerable sums. So a museum reconciles many different roles, activities, audiences. It's a bit like university, if you like, but also serving as a media library and also as a tourist attraction. And for some time, museums have really been placing themselves at the service of society to be genuine, active players in society to contribute to our human communities. So there are museums like Les Confluences in Lyon, Mucem in Marseille, Quai Branly in Paris, which address questions of society, of the environment, of the economy. And in this context, as a manager of a wine museum in France, I asked myself the question of our role as a museum. And there are also the questions of the differences between museums and interpretation centres, but also our role as partners of the wine sector. So that's the question here. So what do I do with this old wine-growing heritage, and how can this fit in with the questions facing the sector today, and how can this heritage drive regional development, and how can I help the audience, the 40 to 50,000 visitors each year who come to see us, many of them international, how can I get these people not only to listen to the story we have to tell, but also to raise the awareness of the questions facing the sector, and notably the champagne sector, questions of decarbonization of winemaking, or issues of the new consumption trends, new tendencies that we've been mentioning since this morning. So how do we do all of this? To give you just a few examples, I'm going to, and you have two photographs of this on the right, of how we can address these things as the Cité du Vin does through our cultural program, organizing events combining heritage and this societal role of museums. So at the top, you have a conference that we organized with INRAP last year in Épernay about how science, and here the archaeology and social sciences can help the wine sector through their research. For example, when we're studying the geomorphology of soils or the erosion of soils, this can be interesting for wine producers. When we're looking at studying hillsides and soil erosion, we also talked a lot about the genetics of grape varieties, working on the genealogy of the grape varieties, and in archaeology we discover a lot of things. There's a big exhibition in Troyes at the moment on a Celtic tomb where we found residues in containers, and this can provide a trace of the genetics of the grape varieties, and this can be interesting for today and the future for innovations in grape varieties. So that was a conference which brought together at the museum the different disciplines, scientific disciplines, the partners, and the general public. Another example here is that we have monthly conferences where we try to address these different themes. And here I mentioned Christelle Leprel, who came to see us to talk about new consumption habits and the place of wine in society. Also, Aurélie Melin, who came to talk to us about the place of women in the wine sector and the feminization of the champagne wine sector. And other examples that come to mind are 2 years ago, we had a fashion show of wine growing clothes for women. So as a sort of fashion show in the museum on the theme of how can we design professional clothing for women who work in the vines or in the vat houses or in the cellars. In the past, the women would often wear men's clothes in a smaller size, but we don't necessarily have exactly the same morphology. So there's this whole question of the professional work clothing through this fashion show. And another example I wanted to mention was, for example, during the Vignoble Ancienne event, one weekend a year in October, we presented the different professions related to the world of Champagne to show how they work on limiting their carbon footprint by working on new materials, new processes. We talked about glass for bottles, the corks as well. So these are things which aren't currently in our permanent exhibition, but subjects we address through our cultural program, so that passing visitors discover not only the history of Champagne and its wine growing and don't just taste the Champagne, but can also have their awareness raised or be more aware of these contemporary issues. So, having said this, all these questions of how the Champagne wine sector can roll out a strategy for climate change, these questions aren't addressed in our exhibition, which is an issue for me, and so I also try to work on addressing these subjects with visitors through a partnership with the interprofessional organization for Champagne, the Champagne Committee, which gave us an opportunity to share these concerns, and that's what I'm going to share with you now. So I contacted the Champagne Committee to sign an original partnership to create an exhibition, a traveling exhibition, Vines in Champagne, Innovation and Grape Varieties, a collective adventure on the grape varieties of Champagne and innovations in the grape varieties, an essential subject for the wine-growing sector, which seems relevant, an issue that can be shared with visitors to the museum. It's perhaps a subject they're not very aware of. So I'm going to talk now about the preparation and the expectations as regards to this exhibition. The partnership was signed in March 2024 between the City of Épernay, the Champagne Committee, and the Champagne Association to design and co-produce the exhibition. inaugurated in March 2025 by Christine Mazy, Mayor of Épernay, and the co-presidents of the Champagne Committee. And so that was the first focus. The second was scientific mediation, work relating to the exhibition. And the third focus of the partnership for the future, which we'll be working with the Champagne Committee in 2026 and 2027, is turning to the interprofessional organization to incorporate its expertise into the exhibition. So what is this exhibition? So it's a sort of heritage project, but also a way of sharing scientific and technical knowledge, financed by the Champagne Committee, the result of a shared determination to promote this agricultural and technical heritage of the grape varieties in Champagne. And it's the first time a museum has joined forces with an interprofessional wine organization to present the results of contemporary research on the creation of disease-resistant or climate-resistant grape varieties. So this was seen as a scientific exhibition at the service of innovation, the aim being not only to show a timeline of the grape varieties in Champagne, so a timeline especially from the phylloxera crisis onwards, but also to show the historic, economic and biological mechanisms that have guided the plantation of today's vineyards in Champagne. And what's interesting here is that this collective effort was a way of documenting the history of the appellation through its raw materials, through the plants themselves. So there were four main guidelines here, for main aims for the exhibition to guide the creation. We wanted a traveling exhibition beginning at the museum in Épernay, but then traveling around the Champagne appellation and perhaps beyond, designed as a mobile exhibit with several modules which can be transported and assembled on the same day by any team without prior training. Even I can do it. And there is also an additional module which can be added to go into more detail in the subject, and we can also add a tasting exhibit for if we want to taste the new varieties, which can be adapted to the layout of different spaces or venues or different audiences. We need 70 to 100 square meters in order to organize the exhibition. It also needed to be open to a broad and varied audience by bringing, it's not, as a museum and as an interprofessional organization, we don't necessarily have the same target audiences. For me, I'm perhaps more interested in people who want to discover the process of champagne and to inspire them, but people who might not be thinking so much about the plants themselves. So to reach a broad national and international audience, and for the interprofessional organization, they're interested in addressing the professionals or future professionals who may be working in the sector. Then also we wanted it to be entertaining, attractive and active, participatory. There is some text which we've tried to keep to a minimum. So the text, there's still a certain amount of text, but around those texts, we've also tried to have exhibits which are as entertaining and hands-on as possible to make things accessible to people. I don't know what we have here. So we have here a game on the old and new names of the grape varieties, because there were a lot of grape varieties before the appellations really were created. There were far more varieties in the past. And to look at the different names used for the different varieties at different times. Then we have quite a lot of videos. I'm not sure I have them here. Here, there's a film showing the Moët et Chandon wine-growing school back in the days of the phylloxera crisis, to understand what Olivier was talking about earlier, about how the wine growers learned their profession again, how to do grafting, etc. Then a video in this exhibition who shows us how to defend the vines against the viruses. So there's also videos, audio recordings, and the final part is promoting the heritage we have, which we found from the Museum of the Champagne Committee and from other museums. Here you have a very interesting document at the bottom there. You have a calcimetric map back in the days when they had to uproot and replant the vines. They had to choose the rootstock and which rootstock would be best adapted to the different types of soils, and notably limestone or chalk soils, to avoid chlorosis or other diseases of the vine. And so they studied the soils of all the wine growing areas. You have all the different hamlets and places which are mentioned with the chalk content of the soils in the different places. So that's the map at the bottom here. So it's a traveling exhibition. That's a key aspect. At the moment, it's in an agricultural school, and it will be heading off to the Aube region soon. I don't know if I've finished here. Yeah, just very quickly, to finish talking about the exhibition. We have 6 main themes: Champagne pre-phylloxera, the phylloxera crisis, the collective response to this, rebuilding the vineyards, the clonal selection for today's Champagne varieties, the innovations in grape varieties of the past 30 years, and the work underway in Champagne to prepare for the grape varieties of the future. So I wanted to talk about the exhibition because I think what's important here is to have the different views of people, the professionals, the museum people, the general public, to analyze our history so that it can also inform the present. And it's an exhibition which also can promote the professions in the sector. And the exhibition won a prize for the promotion of the wine-growing heritage in 2025, and we have to find a date so that they can give us that prize. So in conclusion, culture as a support for the sector. What is the role of museums? So my initial outline of an answer is how, with all these different objectives and roles as a museum, can we find our place and combine serious scientific research with also being attractive, fun, and glamorous, and also being economically viable at the same time, and finding our place in the wine, tourism, and economic sector more generally, and also being a reliable, recognized partner that can be useful for the wine sector. And this brings me back to the definition of a museum and its multiple types of activity. I think it's important that we do promote this plural identity and do combine all the different roles. We do collect knowledge and tangible traces of that knowledge. We're constantly trying to see how we can share the challenges of the sector with the public who aren't aware of the issues the sector might be facing, to talk about organic agriculture or whether we can have sheep grazing in the vineyards or other questions. So really to assert our role in society, reminding people of the links between human activity and the sustainable use of resources. And most importantly, and at all times, we need to think and ask ourselves questions and to take a step back to look at the big picture, not only focus on the details. And I'm lucky enough to have a museum which isn't just about vine and wine. So we do have lots of partners with their own very different concerns. So to take a step back and to look at the broader picture. And to finish, I cannot resist the temptation. I think this must be the last slide. Just to try to present the exhibition currently on in our exhibition in Champagne. I'm going to finish with a quotation. I am very fascinated by a great gentleman who, from the world of museums, who worked in pretty much all of the museums of France and around the world, including the Museum of Aquitaine in Bordeaux, the Museum of Wine in Burgundy, and others, and the Museum of Wine in Épernay, and who was the first, and also the ancestor of the MUSEM, one of the founders of the ICOM as well, Georges-Henri Rivière, and he said about museums, this obviously isn't specific to the wine sector, what I'm saying here, but it seems important when we're talking about culture. What is the point of culture in the face of today's prevailing economic pressure? He said, imagining he was talking to a little girl, and this was back in 1978. You see, little girl, the success of a museum isn't measured in terms of the number of museums, of number of visitors, but the number of people it has taught something to, not the number of objects it shows, but the number of objects or items which may have been perceived by the visitors in the human environment. It's not measured by its size, but by the quantity of space that the public can reasonably visit to draw benefit from this. That's a museum. Otherwise, it's just a sort of cultural abattoir which turns us all into sausage meat.
Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation très vivante, ce plaidoyer même très vivant pour le monde des musées. Merci.
Thank you for that. And we now have a break. And at the invitation of the Cité du Vin, we had scheduled some questions and answers. First of all, please don't hesitate to come and see me so I can collect your questions during the break, and we can then ask the questions during the next panel discussion. And you have the speakers we've just listened to who will be with us for the break. And we have about 20 minutes for the break, then back in here at 11:30 and see you all later.
Alors, nous redémarrons la session par un dialogue et on va plonger dans un autre outil. Donc, on a quitté les musées pendant...
Okay, let's get back. Let's start again. We're going to talk about a different aspect now. We're moving away from museums. We'll talk now about cultural routes, cultural itineraries, wine culture routes, wine culture itineraries. We have Emmanuel Panca, who's going to do this. She's going to be responding a bit to what we've heard from already this morning, or we'll hear later. So, and I'd be interested in during this session, if you could, to raise your hands if you have it any time, rather than keeping the questions all to the end. When they tend to pile up, we'll have some questions throughout. If you'd like to raise your hand for a question. Emile, over to you. Thank you very much, Claudia. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for the invitation to address you today. I am the president of the Iter Vitis Federation. And so we're very honoured indeed to be partners of the Cité du Vin and the Cité du Vin Foundation, and partners in this wonderful colloquium, which have been something we've been talking about and dreaming of organising for many years now. So when they gave me the title they'd asked me to talk about, I was a little bit nervous, I must admit, because cultural itineraries, cultural routes, I could probably spend the rest of the year talking about it. So how to keep it down to 30 minutes is a bit of a daunting task, but we've just had a coffee break. I hope you're all feeling suitably dynamised and ready to go. But I'm going to start with a brief overview description of the programme, the Iter Vitis programme, the context in which it operates. It's a programme launched by the Council of Europe, the Cultural Route programme. It started 45 years ago now, with the Santiago de Compostela route being the first recognised route. It's now been expanded to encompass almost 50. We're actually precisely 49 cultural routes all over Europe. I really wanted to show you the map because the Council of Europe is geographical Europe. It's not the European Union. It stretches from Ukraine to the Azores Islands to the very north of coast of Africa also. Now, the cultural routes in France, there are 36 of them which pass through France at least at some point, and I've given you a list here for France and for all of the cultural routes found across the entire continent of Europe, just to give you some idea of the scale of these this program, and that Itavitis, the cultural roots of wine, coexists along more traditional architectural material, such as we have the Phoenician trails, the Impressionist trail, just to cite a few examples. So there's art, there's archaeology, there's history. And religion, notably, there's Santiago de Compostela as well, but there's also Via Francigena. And in 2007, there's a beautiful photo which we include in the exhibition, which you can see downstairs. That's the Temple of Agrigento in Sicily, which is surrounded by an archaeological park, which includes a beautiful vineyard. This started in 2007, this idea that to put together an application to the Council of Europe. At the time, there were only 24 cultural routes in Europe, and the process for getting a new cultural route was very rigid. It was very difficult to get the certification for a new cultural route. So we decided to put together an application for Itavitis, wine routes, to have wine routes given their own category. So unlike Santiago de Compostela, which is a famous pilgrimage route, it's a very linear route. With the Itavitis, with the wine routes, they're much more scattered across the European continent and beyond. Sometimes they stray far beyond. You have Tunisia, Lebanon, Israel, and also countries in South America will have their own wine routes. So we now have 26 member countries in the Itavitis organization. We started out with just 3 or 4, but this 20 years ago. So that this connection between wine and culture, between vines and culture, remains strong. And in terms of numbers, we started with 15 members. We've expanded to 26 in the space of just a few years. So there really is an accelerating, growing interest and recognition for the importance of the value of this support that we offer to the economy, the value of culture and wine culture to the economy. And I'm going to hear a little bit here from some of my colleagues who helped me put this together. As I said, Itavitis exists across 26 member countries. We have it goes as far east as Ukraine. It used to be Russia before the war. We also have France, Italy, Spain, North Africa, Greece. Because we're talking about the real historic homes of wine growing. In each country, we have put together the things we put together really respond to the demands, the expectations on the ground in each country, because the expectations of Turkey are not the same as the expectations you find in Italy or France or emerging destinations such as Bosnia and Herzegovina or Moldova. So we're working in different ways in different countries, but they're really at the basis of all our work. And I'll give you an example in a moment of the work we do with my colleague Nathalie Kaltenbach here in France. We're going to have an excellent event which is going to be hosted here at the Cité du Vin shortly to celebrate the new wine route in Turkey. We've also very recently put together a wine route in Moldova, the first wine tourism routes in Moldova. At the heart of what we do, all our work, is to work in close collaboration with local communities, with the know-how, the expertise that we find on the ground, and the culture of wine that exists on the ground, in a way which is a little less top-down, a little less aristocratic, to try and be more democratic in our approach. And to communicate about wine in a manner which is more approachable, which is more better adapted to different audiences, highlighting wine as an accessible product for everybody. And of course, wine as a vector of culture, as a product which could be intimately connected with themes of art, architecture, archaeology. And that's why I wanted to hand over to my colleague Vanessa Ferre, who's a museum director, because we often interact with Vanessa. We have discussions about the importance of involving local communities, of working to promote and champion know-how, expertise. A good example being the know-how in the Cognac region. We talked about that this one, but also what you have in the Cité du Vin being an excellent example of an innovative, interactive museum as a way of sharing experiences with younger generations, people who might not necessarily be so interested in wine. So Vanessa, if you'd like to chip in at this point. And then we'll talk a bit more about Itavitis afterwards. Thank you, Manuel. I'm delighted to be here with you at the Cité du Vin. as you said, yes, we've been working together for a little while already now. We're going to promote our new European route, which is celebrating the cognac's history. I'd say it's really rooted in the DNA of cognac, that idea of social cohesion, the fact that cognac is as a UNESCO intangible cultural heritage site, and that is a lot of that is due to the expertise, the know-how which is embodied in the landscape of the people and the invisible infrastructure of cognac, which has earned us recognition all over the world, not only in wine fairs and budget fairs, the commercial side of cognac. What we want to emphasize is how over 500 plus years, the culture of cognac has been a force for connection, and hence we were delighted to join the Itavitis European Cultural Route. This scheme, which really puts the emphasis on the human connections which spring up around the landscapes of wine and vines. There are new trends in the way they present these things in terms of geographical design, emerging trends which really highlight the importance of communities and the better understanding and analyzing the influence of the community and the reciprocal influences between local people and the iconic products they produce. Since the 1970s, there's been a movement, what we call the international movement for new museography, new museum form presentation. It's a tendency which these days is often grouped under the heading of what we call socio-museology. It's about exploring the things that fly under the radar, the unseen forces behind it. How can we continue to make culture the reality? And places like the Cité du Vin are really really on board with that trend of better understanding the underlying forces. And the subject of connection, of underlying social connection, is a problem, an issue which is taken really seriously now by UNESCO, among others. And our approach to museography in cognac is entirely in accordance with that. As you may or may not know, about 95% of cognac is exported worldwide. So we truly appreciate the importance of the international connections and the European connections. Nonetheless, thank you very much. And Vanessa, do you want to go back to your? Yes. Okay. Yeah. I will go back now to my presentation. A bit more detail about our work, our activities, and how those activities relate to the work of the colleagues I have with us. Oh, there it is. So I've lost a few slides. Right, so here's an example. It's archaeovinum, wine and archaeology. Very often, something that we hear time and time again at Itavitis is that wine tourism starts a lot earlier than we think. It's not when you step into a winery or go to a wine tasting that you become a wine tourist, because wine tourism begins as soon as you enter into an archaeological site, a museum. I'm not talking about just about a wine museum, but you go to a history museum, a museum of decorative arts, an archaeological museum. Here are some good examples of what I mean by that, of ways that highlight the connections between tourism and archaeology and the institutions which preserve and protect and make those accessible. This is Wine Stories by Itavitis. This is the top left image there. It's an application that we did. This is in the Archaeological Museum of Thessaloniki in Greece, which I think is one of the finest archaeological museums in Greece, in the world, indeed. You can go into this museum, Thessaloniki, and you can use this app, and it provides a visitor route through the museum, focusing on artifacts which have a specific connection to wine and the culture of wine. It might be a crater, an old wine cup, an amphora. So it's a really interesting opportunity for the museum for a different way. You can visit the museum for a second time. For example, if you've already visited the museum in Thessaloniki, you may want to visit it from a different perspective and take a different route through the museum next time. This is one way. Or you might say, I'm not particularly interested in archaeology, but I love wine, so I'm going to visit this museum and it's going to teach me something about wine. And the fact that you have a wine itinerary is something that might attract you to that. Or you may be a lover of archaeology with not an awful lot of interest in wine. You might not have been aware that they make good wine in the region of Thessaloniki. So the fact that you can learn that there is such a long, rich history behind the wine that you may find yourself buying or drinking later. And you, for example, you might come out of that wanting to know more and realize there's a place that you can visit, a wine cellar you might wish to visit elsewhere in the region. So it's really sort of mutually beneficial to the wine industry and the archaeological museum. And above and beyond museums, there are also some beautiful archaeological sites scattered across Europe. There's we put together a whole collection now of Itavitis routes which pass through these archaeological parks. Here's an example of ancient wine presses in another part of Greece. Stone wine presses. You find them in the Caucasus, in Greece, south of Italy, Spain, Portugal. Also, you find these ancient stone wine presses. There's some still left in France as well. We've actually created an archaeological route across Europe where you can go and visit these archaeological artifacts which exist within regions which are still producing wine to these days. So it's about enriching our understanding of the landscape with the input of archaeology. You can't really read the sign on the left from where you are, but it's probably the world's oldest archaeological site in Armenia. I know we have Armenian partners with us, where we are speaking to our Armenian friends. This is one of the most important. This Areni cave in Armenia. It's the first wine bar in history. And Itavitis has been involved in promoting that site. It's a way of promoting Armenia's wine-growing culture, and also to bring such a prestigious historical site into our international network. And on the last slide here, this is a Phoenician-era image. This is in Sardinia. This is on the bottom right. This is in a Phoenician heritage and history. It's not something that's much talked about in wine growing, but it's about connecting that ancient wine culture with an ancient archaeological site. And Archeovinum in the middle, that is a conference which we'll be holding in Florence at the end of February. We're bringing together 10 archaeological sites. So we've got the Colosseum, we've got Pompeii, we've got Agrigento. A number of different archaeological sites have decided to replant vines within their confines because they were wine-growing sites in antiquity. So it's about that reciprocal promotion of ancient sites, archaeological sites, and the historic wine culture. And it's attracting a lot of interest. We know very well that culture needs support because. And that requires an economic input. It takes money, to put it very bluntly. And that's why a lot of winemakers have become sponsors of champions of this. There's a good example. This is the Barberini, which is presented near the Colosseum. There's a cooperative winery which has replanted wines in the vicinity of the Colosseum. And this example on the left is a Phoenician site in Sardinia. Again, it's a cooperative winery. The cooperative wineries play a really important role in maintaining social connections, but also as sponsors, as donors to these archaeological projects. They funded the cooperative winery. They funded all the visitor information signs which have sprung up, and they make Panelorica, which is the wine, which is the same name as the site. There's another example here from Kilis. Kilis is a winery which has subsidized a podcast, which is in French and in Turkish, introduced in Paris, launched recently in Paris. And they focus on the Hittite era of ancient Turkey and winery and winemaking in the Hittite era. There's another example. There's a new, this is in Macedonia, North Macedonia, West Macedonia, sorry. About an hour and a half from Thessalonica, and that is from Boutaris. Boutaris was the former mayor of Thessaloniki, so he's known as the father of modern winemaking in Greece. He left an enormous book collection, enormous personal library, so his children and heirs founded an international library of agronomical, wine-growing, wine history books in West Macedonia. So the role played by donors, by sponsors, is extremely important. And which brings me very neatly on to the next person I'd like to hear from, a colleague from the Foundation for the Vivanco Museum, Carmen Bencochea, who was Director of Customer Relations of the Vivanco Wine Museum. We talked a little bit about Santiago several times already, the Compostela. But, you talked a little bit about sponsorship in Moldova and other countries, and I'd like to hear more from you directly about that side of the business. Thank you very much, particularly to Philippe Masson and the Cité du Vin for the invitation to be here today. You have to pardon me if I don't get all my words out, because French is not my first language, but I will try my best. For those who don't know our project, Vivanco, the Culture Museum, it's a project which encompasses a focus on wine production, an experience, an immersive tourist experience, which is growing all the time. Here's the image. Our model is kind of modeled on a French chateau a little bit. It's right in the middle of the vines. So it really puts the accent on the landscape and keeps it rooted in the landscape. And the foundation for the museum is obviously committed to promoting the civilizational, cultural facets of our museum. And it really is a luxury to be able to work in this beautiful region. And we have 5 rooms in the museum, which offers a kind of visitor which takes readers through the whole story of wine growing. The room number 1 starts with wine production in the winery, in the vineyards. The second room is more about the industry, the wine industry more broadly, glass producers, corks, how barrels are made. The third room, which is what we're looking at here, this is room number 3. This is about work in the cellars. There is a 4th room, which I think really is the beating heart of our museum, and that's the arts room, where you can see a selection of archaeological artifacts from Greco-Roman and Egyptian civilizations, loads of artifacts from wine history. And the 5th room is dedicated to the broader world of wine, and which contains the largest collection of corkscrews in the world. We've got more than 3,300 corkscrews on display, which and as part of the cultural work, our foundation conducts a lot of special collections, special exhibitions as well, because we really have a really rich collection. And about 40% of our items are on display at any one time. So a lot of our collections are not on display. So we really do have a rich fund to draw, a rich archives to draw on to promote and champion this the heritage, the culture of wine. And as Véronique said a little bit earlier, so eloquently, the culture of wine and all its different manifestations, and that's what we tried to show in our museum. It's 100% privately funded. We have no public subsidies, no government subsidies, so it takes an awful lot of money and an effort to keep that show on the road, but unfortunately so far it's been a success. Well, thank you very much, and perhaps we could now hear from the Cité du Vin. Why not? For the first time that we're here to your first contribution to this this discussion about opening, because Carmen, I know you have close connections with the Cité du Vin. You were involved with the launch, and that collective spirit, that collaboration between different cultural centres and museums of wine across Europe is really interesting. And perhaps Philippe from the Cité du Vin, you'd like to respond immediately. Yes, this is fairly reason. I was very fortunate to be involved in the Cité du Vin project from the outset, and the first 2 museums that I went to visit during the presentation was the Vivanco Foundation and Santiago Vivanco, we talked about earlier. Santiago Vivanco is a member of our board of directors. Santiago Vivanco has been a member of the board since 2014. And the second place I went to visit was the Guinness Storehouse, so very different. But if you ever do visit the Cité du Vin, the permanent exhibition, you see that those two visits, the first two visits that we went on, really did have a lasting influence and impact on what the Cité du Vin has become. What is new, I suppose, personally, my background wasn't really in wine, nor in Bordeaux. I'm not a scientist, nor am I really a cultural expert. So you might ask yourself what I'm doing here. Well, I mean, my professional background was primarily in marketing and theme parks, attractions, and so I was brought in really to help to make this idea of Alain Juppé and Sylvie Gaz and others who put this idea together. My idea was that I was brought in to become a reality. And so I really started learning about the world of wine in 2009 when the project got off going. So we spent some time traveling to a few places. Went to Italy also. There's a lovely museum in, I've forgotten where it is, Barolo, the Barolo Museum. And so we visited in Barolo. We started at Mira Natura, and we discovered the first Italy. You may be familiar with Italy. That chain is like it's almost supermarket size épicerie, which is dedicated to Italian, and that actually greatly inspired the Alde Macalon just across the road. So ultimately, this the Cité du Vin really would never have existed if we didn't have those connections with the outside world, people doing similar things. Apart from the Vivanco Foundation in Logroño and the Amo Museum, the rest of the wine museums that exist in the world are really fairly traditional, quite staid. So it was by traveling and seeing how friends elsewhere were doing things that really helped us to make the Cité du Vin what it is. And since the Cité du Vin has been open, I think in 10 years, we must have welcomed about 40 delegations. I'd say 40 delegations from all over the world. Many from Asia, a lot of from different parts of China, but not just. We've had delegations from South America, and there have been projects for new museums in France. I'd say in terms of our positioning, we decided that here in Bordeaux, the Cité du Vin would be a universal temple to wine. It wasn't supposed to be just a museum for the history of Bordeaux wine. It was supposed to be a wine more universally. And there's a museum in Champagne now, in Burgundy more recently. They have their own cité. They're more territorially focused. A beautiful project which has not yet been completed in Porto, the World of Wine project in Porto. Which is, if you do get the opportunity, if you are in Porto, it really is worth a visit. What they've done there, and it's true that we're in dialogue, we're in constant discussion with these. Itavitis in this respect has been really important in opening the way to them. Florence Malfranc, who was here with us yesterday, she's done a great job of keeping us in touch with the 50+ partners all over the world of the interest in the wine culture. And since Emanuela has been in our lives, I mean, there've been projects galore. So I mean, what Emanuela has achieved is really impressive. I think it becomes visible when you look back and you look at what's happened over 10 years, look at we tend to be focused on looking forward. And when we celebrate a milestone anniversary like this, it's an opportunity to take stock and look back, and you realize how far we've come. And no, that's fine. That's a good transition. That's the ideal transition. There's a good jumped up point because we talked about the wine routes, we talked about the specificities of wine tourism. Perhaps, Emmanuel, it's time for you to continue. Tell us a bit more about the specificity of those tourist routes.
Thank you, Philippe. So, obviously, it's difficult when we start talking about these things. There are a lot of ideas, a lot of projects. So what I like when I came for the first time and saw the museum version of Itervitis, Philippe said he talked about culture, but he understood immediately the value of culture. So in culture we have innovation, but also we need to be open to international partnerships, which are very important. We see this through the transnational Itervitis network, and that's why we have always been very keen to work together with the foundation for many years. So tourism is important. Our approach is that we've seen that with archaeology there is tourism because people visit museums, visit archaeological sites, and so people do wine tourism without realizing it. But another important thing, which also links in with tourism, and also an important part of building with narratives around wine as a cultural product, is ampelography. We invest a lot of energy in projects on ampelography and the study of the different grape varieties. And although until now it was considered very technical, as being reserved for people who work in wine growing, what we want to do is to try to provide an interpretation of ampelography in a more entertaining, fun way, to see how this can be a part of a cultural or diplomatic narrative, so to give the characteristics not only when we do the tastings, but also to talk about the history of the grape varieties, the DNA profile of the varieties, which shows the links between vineyards in Calabria and in Armenia. So to see how the vines have traveled around the world, analyzing the profile of vines that arrived in France with pilgrims from Compostela also shows the links. And these are all different stories which can contribute to inspiring our visitors and our consumers. And on this subject, I think we've done a lot of good work. And I think later we will talk about the days of ampelography. We've worked with different partners on this. Here you have a magnificent vineyard. You have the landscape, the cultivation, the pruning system, the gobelet, and here on sand, on the beach in Sardinia, with the Carignan variety, which is very ancient itself. And the two gentlemen here, my friends, who are putting up a sign in our garden of old native varieties in Calabria. It's an open-air museum of the ancient grape varieties from the different Itervitis countries, with a focus on Calabria, as this is a region which has varieties which were brought here by the Copts, the Christians from Egypt, and came here to Calabria. So obviously these are things I find extremely interesting, but I think these are things that can be presented to everybody. Or there's Malvasia, the ampelography of the Malvasia variety, which arrived from Greece, with the Venetians, arrived on the Adriatic coast, and then spread throughout Europe. And thanks to the myth de la Malvasie, the myth of the Malvasia, we drew a map of the spread of this variety. And for wine tourism, as we saw earlier, that there is a walking route we showed in the north of Italy, but also we tried to use wine tourism in cities, for example in Rome or in Venice, as a tool to try to fight against mass tourism. Here you have a vineyard which was replanted on an island, a small island in the lagoon of Venice. And there are several vineyards on those small islands. And we've created this tour with a tour operator so that people can visit Venice through its vineyards. So Venice at present doesn't have a great image because of mass tourism, can really change its image through the presence of vineyards and this wine tourism, which is very much unexpected here. Another thing we're currently doing is in Rome. We already have the vines of the Colosseum, and we're also replanting vineyards where they used to be in ancient times, and even in more recent times. Rome was a city of wine right through to the beginning of the 19th century. After that, property development and archaeological digs meant that a lot of vineyards were uprooted, but now we're replanting small plots of vines to create a vineyard visitor itinerary within the city. So we see how we can work together on wines in innovative ways. We talked about ampelography, we've talked about tourism, and I think tourism, the terroir and ampelography are the things which are present very much in the Cité des Climats in Burgundy, presenting a very particular region, the region of Burgundy and its climat. So it's yet another view of what a museum can be. And so I'll hand over to Edouard Mognetti, who is the director of the Cité des Climats et Vins of Burgundy. Can you hear me? So hello, everybody. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to speak to you here today during this panel discussion. Two things I should point out regarding the Cité des Climats et Vins of Burgundy. First of all, the context and the behind the creation of its network of visitor centres. There is one main centre in Beaune and two others in Mâcon and Chablis. We were created further to the listing of the Climat de Beaune as UNESCO World Heritage of the Burgundy climate, and it was at the initiative of the Burgundy wine sector, who wanted to create a showcase for the general public that should be a must-see venue for people with an interest in Burgundy wines and their climat. And this is important, I think, to say. You talked about, you said we were a museum earlier, but I often say that we're not just a museum. Not that I don't want, not that the image of museums is something I see as negative, but we are much more than a museum. Obviously, one of our key features in our different sites is the scenography, as you see here, to improve people's understanding of our wines and the climat where they are produced. But we want this to be a comprehensive experience through the scenography and also through our reception areas, restaurants, cafes, wine schools. We propose an all-inclusive experience. And this is something I feel very strongly about, in that we should make wine accessible more generally, and in particular Burgundy wines. We must work on this overall visitor experience. Thank you. I agree, and I also see the role of the museum or the interpretation centre or visitor centre in a prestigious place like yours or at the Cité du Vin as an advertisement for the territory, because very often the role of the Museum 2.0 is to take people on a journey. We've seen the presentation, but we heard from our colleague from the Cité du Vin about how the visitors thank us for taking them on a journey. And also, in your case, as in museums in Greece or interpretation centres that are more modern, the aim really is to show all the things that are on the hinterland. So people visit the museum, perhaps the next day they might go see one or two wineries, or if they don't have time, they might organize a second trip to visit the surrounding area another time, or to see all the things that were presented in the visitor centre. As far as we are concerned, We're going to turn now to the activities and the avenues for work for the future, for the near future. If we could put the photos back up on the screen. At the moment, we are working on a certain number of possibilities to broaden access to culture. And when I talk here on the subject of wine and religion, we organize some conferences to explain the symbolism, role and interpretation of wine, as we saw in the presentation earlier also by Véronique. Starting in the distant past, the meaning of wine in the different religions. And I think it could be important also, once again, to put across, in order to put across a positive image of the consumption of wine, because we have worked with Orthodox, Christian, Jews, working on objects related to wine and religion, the different vases or containers that exist in the different religions, but regarding the message and the concept of the perception of wine by the different religions, all the religions, in all the religions, share this vision of wine. Even the Calvinists see wine as being a way of enjoying ourselves and as something positive, provided that it is consumed with moderation. So wine is allowed, even appreciated, but as long as it's moderate consumption. And so I think talking about wine and its religious symbolism and the culture around wine and religion, I think, is a message that we can present to people to get people to think about their wine consumption, not just as a pleasure, but also as a way of enjoying a special moment. And this also fits in with the morality and ethics of the different religions. And also, this is our way, because we, at the Council of Europe, we need to work on the values of the Council of Europe. And we talked about cultural diplomacy and also intercultural dialogue. And so wine is a fabulous tool for intercultural dialogue. We have worked with Lebanon and Israel, for example, with Armenia and Azerbaijan. So we have wine growers, we have people from the cultural sector. So politics is something that we have to set to one side so that we can sit down and communicate better. And there are other possibilities, notably for themed visitor routes. The most recent and modern is the Vermouth itinerary from Turin to Chamonix, with the history of vermouth and of its consumption in historic cafes, the use as an aperitif wine also of vermouth. And it's a way of showing also the differences, because there's not just one kind of vermouth. Vermouth is also linked to the landscape, because the herbs used in vermouth change depending on whether you're in Spain, in Catalonia, in Savoie, or in Turin. And so accordingly, the taste of the vermouth will change, the tasting experience will change depending on the landscape. And another route or itinerary is one in Bulgaria and Greece through Thrace. And so here the tourists can visit 2 or 3 countries on the same theme along these visitor routes. And also there's work between Ukraine, Moldova and Romania on civilization in ancient times which cultivated vines, And so we need to try to work in a cross-border manner between countries, even when they're on difficulty. Ukraine is currently in conflict. Moldova is next or close to a country in conflict. Things aren't easy there, but it's a way for us to work on constructing positive ideas for the future. And finally, there are more national themed routes. There's one of the wines, of biblical wines in the hills around Jerusalem, with archaeological sites that are found in the Old Testament, and the route of the Olympiads in Aegean and Corinth in Greece. And we have to see how we can use archaeological sites and the imagery associated with the Olympiads to promote a themed route that otherwise would have been the Aegean wine route. So we have to see how to combine these things so they can be recognized internationally. So that's that sort of work, international work that we are doing in our extensive partnerships with the Cité du Vin. And that's how we found a way of discussing together. Thank you very much. What I suggest now is, first of all, a round of applause, because you're quite right. That work weaving these collaboration networks is very important, and Emanuela, and these links between each other are important. So perhaps before we resume our discussion, there might be some questions from the room that we haven't yet heard this morning. Is there anybody who would like to ask a question? I don't see you very well, but if you make a sign, I should be able to see if anybody has any questions or comments they'd like to make, or anything they'd like to challenge or to contest. Okay. In that case, I will begin. We have talked a lot about changes in the living world, that these things are not static, and one of these changes is to think about the 5 people who are sat here, to think about communities. And for this, I would like to turn to Vanessa, if you wouldn't mind. Because we have talked a lot about the ties between us, and the wine as a way of establishing ties between us. But Vanessa, could you share your work that you have done with us on the issue of communities? Thank you, Claudia. Yes, of course. The theme of the term community in the social and technical system that I analyze within the sector in Cognac, and in Cognac there are 75,000 jobs, and also many companies in the Spirits Valley, 1,300 distillers and more than 280 cognac houses. So it's an appellation that stretches from the Dordogne to the Ile de Ré, and there are here people upholding the traditions and know-how of the past, and also social practices, which makes the work with the community something really important, really to make sure we include all the different entities that play a part, in addition to the local people. And they can all work to define community in the 2023 position on the intangible heritage of humanity. This is said to be inclusive and diverse, and everything has to be done for the communities themselves and for themselves. And therefore, in this respect, what's important is to see how, in the local territories, the museums, whether they have collections or not, the museums, the interpretation centres, eco-museums, the interpretation centres or natural parks, or how they can all join forces with the community, and how we can work on the social ties with them. And the idea of the 2003 convention, as has been seen extensively by Emmanuel, is to work extensively together. And each year at UNESCO, you have working groups and intergovernmental committees that are there to protect or safeguard certain things, and notably the intangible heritage. And so every year there is a forum that is an opportunity to get all the NGOs together, provided they have accreditation by the UN, in order to discuss the problems that we all have in common. But in this case, regarding to questions of climate change or others. So I think here, this is where community is very important at European and international level, to try to not exclude, to avoid excluding certain stakeholders or certain forms of culture, certain types of tourists, really to try to have a creative tourism and to try to include every form of cultural life that we can in a given territory in order to provide some answers to the sustainable development objectives we all have to achieve. Thank you. I am looking to the room if anybody has any questions. Make a noise if you want to speak. In fact, we talked, it's true, when it's true with the term community or territory, and then there's also a terroir, which is different. We won't go into that because that would take days to discuss, but it might be worth somebody reacting on that point, because this means a lot to me. Here we're talking about wine and also about new communication. So what we have to see, what we can organize. It's really something quite close, but we're going to talk with Edouard in particular on the question of the economic model, because you have public and private models, public and private support, and this accessibility, which Manuela talked earlier, is perhaps also linked with economic models and with entities or structures. Here we're at the Cité du Vin, but there are 5 or 6 examples that we've just mentioned of entities that need support. So how does this all work, and what would you suggest as the best way to work on this? Good question. In itself, the economic model is essential. As I've already said, the promise, at least for the Cité du Vin Climat of Burgundy, and I'm sure many others will agree with this, is that this wine should be generally accessible to the broadest possible audience. And to do this, we need to have a sustainable economic model. And I'm sorry to bring this question of culture all the way back to something so mercenary as money, but we do need to have an economic model that is viable. So we have to work on this basis. Fundamentally, our cultural programming needs to be supported by a commercial effort. And just a moment to look at the screen. So he's saying, so it's a museum without works. The first guy is saying, I don't understand, and sorry. So talking about the economic model, there is a question which has been mentioned a lot this morning regarding the collective effort. I'd like to come back to Vivanco and to Carmen on this question, which is your vision of the family trying in a way to return to the local territory, what the territory and wine have given themselves. And so I wanted to see how you, in very concrete terms, you experience this relationship with this family, the patrons, and at the same time are there to animate, to coordinate this community. I think this family and the 4th generation in Rioja Wines is a very humble family. Originally, they were farmers. The 2nd generation, Pedro, the father of Santiago, always said, in fact, that they should share with society and give something back to the world of wine, give back what they had received from the family had received from the world of wine. And I heard him, and all this money that they had earned as entrepreneur, there wasn't something they wanted to waste. And he felt that, but he felt that all that money didn't belong to him, that he had to do something with it for society, or at least with a good part of it, and that's why the museum was created in 2004. And really, it really caused a boom of wine tourism in the region. It's a process I experienced myself. As I'm old, I saw this with my own eyes. 20 years ago, we couldn't visit the wineries because they were closed, except if you were a friend of the owner or something like that. And in fact, there wasn't really, the sector wasn't professional in its approach. So Vivanco, with his brother, when they started working on this project, what they wanted to do something based on the culture of wine, and at the time the other wine and winery owners looked at them strangely, sort of thinking that it might be something that might be interesting to develop in the future. But from a territorial point of view, in terms of the local development of that territory, it really was important for the region, not just for the villages. There are some very simple figures I would like to share with you. When Vivanco was built, in Jonas, the name of the small village, with barely 200 inhabitants, there was only one restaurant in the village at the time. And then now there are 6 restaurants, hotels, a luxury hotel, and also gîtes. And in Spain, we have a big problem of declining populations in rural areas. And this is one of the rare villages where the population is actually growing. But the trend there is very important. What I mean here is that in addition to the cultural work, the work on the museum and on wine culture, there is a genuine return on the investment in socio-economic terms, and I think that's very important for me. And there's something I heard this morning, I think Véronique, I can't remember who said that the culture of wine brings social cohesion. I think that is also very important.
Well, perhaps, Philippe, it would be time to talk about the Cité du Vin, how it fits into this landscape. The Cité du Vin has something of a benchmark now. It's been a point of reference for 10 years now. And I think if most of your visitors, I suppose, are people who will come here one time only. So how do you approach that? How do you welcome people who are coming here for the first and only time? How do you welcome them in, and how do you bid them farewell? What's the message you want to leave them with? How do you leave the mark that you? How do you approach that relationship between tourism in Bordeaux more generally and with the visitors to the Cité du Vin? Well, I believe the starting point, when it started out, the Cité du Vin, when it was opened up here in Bordeaux, Bordeaux was already a big tourist destination, a very popular tourist destination. So the decision we made was to say, listen, what's missing in Bordeaux is something which is a major piece of the puzzle. People coming to visit Bordeaux for its wine history, which is surrounded by wineries, by vineyards, but they need to feel that presence in the city. It was lacking before, the people that can visit Bordeaux, the city, but also engage with the theme of wine within the city. To begin with, that was the starting mission. And when we started to design what would become the Cité du Vin, what the activities that would be contained within it, because the economic model was, of course, at the forefront of our considerations from the very beginning. So a lot of thought went into how the scientific project would complement and coexist with that economic prerogative, because at the origin it was the foundation, which was the operating force behind the Cité du Vin, was planned for the long term. Then there were a certain number of choices which needed to be made, important decisions. For example, what would be our permanent collection, even though permanent is a slightly relative term here. We don't have a museum collection. And what are our special exhibitions, our temporary exhibitions? And when you're running a zoo, a fun fair, a park, it's all about creating emotions and moments, experiences for example, if you like roller coasters, you'll never get bored of going back on a roller coaster. So it's culture is different. To get people to come back, how do you get visitors to return? It's often by changing the exhibitions. It's often people come back again to visit a new museum. We imagine that here, this would be an important site for exhibitions. And we're actually relatively disappointed, not with the quality of the exhibitions, because we knew we had exhibitions of great quality, but the temporary exhibitions that we put on here didn't attract the sort of visitor numbers we were hoping for. So the space that we designed for a temporary exhibition has been actually transformed now into what we call the Via Sensoria. It's a sensory immersive exhibition. So we came to realize that the reality of this estate is not a place where people are going to visit again and again. It's not a regular tourism. And that's true because 90% of our visitors every year are coming to us for the first time. Every year, 90%. When you know that, it becomes easier, it's been clearer to know what you're doing and where to invest your money. We're going to invest more in the permanent visitor experience, which has to be as attractive as possible and has to be something which really satisfies visitors. And that creates the positive word of mouth, which gets that positive virtuous circle, which brings people. If you ask our visitors, you ask them why they came today, so many of them, more than 50% of our visitors will say, oh, because someone advised me to come. It's word of mouth, which is of fundamental importance. So the more satisfied your visitors are, the better the word of mouth is, the easier it is to continue attracting, not to lose visitors, but to continue attracting new visitors. So that's something which was really in the DNA of this project from the outset. It's a project which really put a clear emphasis on the importance of the permanent exhibition, of the tourist, attracting tourists, and nonetheless, and the work of Melanie and her team, the cultural outreach team, is to highlight here, is that we're not running multiple exhibitions which are for multiple months. We have a more living cultural program, over 100 events per year, and that's about bringing local people in, people who can visit us more frequently. And in terms of costs, that's much cheaper than organizing a temporary artistic exhibition, for example. So our visitors, well, in theory, the majority of our visitors, they're first-time visitors. They come once every 10 years, especially, but they're about 10% which are regular visitors. And our whole economic model is designed around prioritizing that permanent exhibition, which accounts for 95% of our ticket sales. Okay, so before we continue, I wanted to open up the floor to questions from the room, if anyone has any questions or comments. Yes, thank you, Madame Bernard. I'm a doctoral student in communication sciences at Bordeaux Mountain, working on specifically on the architecture of wine cellars in the Bordeaux region. It was very interesting to hear you. So I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name very well, Carmen. I'm not going to try to pronounce your surname. I was interested in what you were saying about Mr. Vivanco's desire to share with society more broadly what he had gained from wine, what wine had given him. I thought that was a really nice way of giving back to society, what wine had given him. And it brings me back to a point I wanted to make about, you talked a lot this morning about history, about the roots in time in Manuela, and others have talked a lot about ancient history, the ancient roots of wine culture. It reminds me of the Vergetism. It's a concept, Vergetism. This is particularly in this is senators in ancient Greek, Vergetism. This was the ancient Greek senators from wealthy families would finance public works as a gesture of goodwill towards society and sort of recognition for the riches, the wealth that they had inherited. So I mean, this idea, wine is 8,000 years old. They were long-setting culture, but that idea that it's a recurring through the history of wine. The wealth of wine is returned to the community in the form of architecture. These are rich people who could have just made their own wine cellar with the best technology to make it just for their own, to put it in like a big shoebox and a very boring looking building. Instead of that, they've decided to make an aesthetic gesture to make these attractions for visitors. And I think that is a form of investment, which brings to mind the traditions of ancient Greece. And I found that was really interesting to find those echoes down through the millennia. Thank you. Yes, that's why I say it is a luxury to work on a project such as this, because first and foremost, the vision of our museum, it's a universalist vision, much like the Cité du Vin. It would have been easy, of course, to make a museum dedicated to the history of the Vivanco family or Museum of Rioja. But that's not our vision. It's not a localist museum. It's a universalist vision, because Pedro, who is the one of the right at the vanguard of the development of Rioja, he got the medal for great contribution, the medal of labor from the Spanish government. And so in recognition of all his work, it's a very rare accolade. But above and beyond, in addition to being a collector, Pedro Vivanco did have that spirit of generosity, which allowed us to, what's the word I'm looking for in French here, to benefit from this cultural heritage that he accumulated, and it's a wonderful opportunity. Thank you. Okay, well, maybe without launching the debate about what's a museum, what's not a museum, I know that's a subject which a lot of you are very keen to talk about, but I'd like to go back to talk a little bit about the relationship between tangible material objects and intangible, immaterial objects. We've sort of touched upon it lightly a few times today. Do we need material, physical, tangible artifacts? Do you need to, for example, drink wine to be interested in the culture of wine? Manuela, you could, and Vanessa, I'd like to hear from you too on that subject. I would say that the tangible physical artifact's important, but it's not the be-all and end-all. What's important is that, as our colleague for our university and academic friend was just mentioned, we haven't talked much about it so far, but culture is an opportunity for different experiences. We're talking about tourism today, visiting a winery, visiting a barrel cellar, it can become very samey very often if you're visiting. You go around the barrels and then you're tasting. But creating a cultural experience which really tells you something about the story of the place, of the owners of the land, the architect, even maybe modern architecture or older, that all adds up to create an experience. It's something that gives you license to dream. I talked a bit about dreams earlier, the power of dreams, and that ordinary dream-like dimension is important. It's not just about the tangible physical artifacts before you. We were talking about this a couple of days ago with Vanessa and myself about in Moldova, they did an advertising campaign. In other countries, they don't have the same kind of, not other countries have the riches that we have in Greece, Italy, France and Spain, architecture, but they really focused their advertising campaign not on the architectural visible things, but on the know-how, on the expertise. It was about folk traditions also, music, art, or the living heritage, the intangible living heritage of Moldova. And so if you can do something similar, I think then visible, tangible artifacts become, it's not... You don't forget it, but it takes on a lesser significance if we begin to foreground our collective stories, our dreams, our collective intangible heritage. That could be something which can really engage and interest visitors more than the physical artifacts. But that really depends on the way that you share and transmit that intangible heritage. Because you've got to be able to create the narrative and transmit the narrative. If it's information, is it the format in which you tell that story? How do you convey that sense of intangible heritage? How do you, using innovative technologies, for example, like the Cité du Vin does so well, and in the Cité du Climat in Burgundy does a good job of that also. I talked a little bit earlier about the Olympiad. In the Olympiad, there's no tangible heritage to see, but there is a history there. There is a story there. You don't need physical artifacts to get people imagining and dreaming that they are on the site where the Olympic Games were held in antiquity. And you don't need physical artifacts sometimes to get people using their imaginations and engaging with the place. Philippe and then Vanessa first. Yes, very briefly, if I may, I'll start. I think we're having a little debate about object, not object, tangible, intangible. It's all a matter of interpretation. And in the different generations of museography through history, or different ways of presenting objects, ideas, artifacts have always been embodiments of practices, of history, of know-how. But in the way we design and present museums, we can use artifacts in different ways. If you're in a science museum or a social museum, they're used to illustrate an idea that we're trying to present to the public. So it's certain that at a museum, the aura that surrounds the physical artifact really is irreplaceable. But it's something that you can build upon. These days, museums are more distributed, they're more decentralized. You see that in the Cité du Vin. And in the 2003 museum convention that we have, I think we've seen a real shift, a cultural shift away from artifacts more to the human dimension. And we use artifacts, we use physical objects as a way of entry and to explain human life, human activity. I mean, archaeology remains irreplaceable, but I think it's just there are so many resources available, particularly around the culture of vines and wines, that allows us to tap into that shared cultural heritage. There are so many digital outreach technologies available. Artificial intelligence is making inroads now also. Sometimes we lose sight of the basic common sense, and I think with the culture of wine and vines is all about creating connections. It's always been about creating connections, and I think that we should never lose sight of that. Thank you. If I add two things. When we were putting together the Cité du Vin, where the idea was taking shape of what it could, we did ask ourselves, what place would artifacts have? And we decided that in Bordeaux we already have some beautiful museums which have excellent collections of artworks and historical artifacts. So we very quickly decided to do something different. And so in the first incarnation of our permanent visitors exhibition that we had when we opened 10 years ago, some of the feedback we get, they would say it seems a little dehumanized. And they don't mean that there was lacking a human presence, but it was the fact that the images that we'd chosen, this was the original incarnation of the visitor experience, the fact that there was not enough human presence. In 2023, we added a lot more elements relating to nature and to humans, to people, and we get far less feedback saying that it's not human, that's dehumanized somehow. In 2023, we also added some new artworks, such as more physical artifacts, coincidentally. But perhaps in years to come, there'll be further changes in that respect. But that was my first point. The second point I wanted to raise was that what unites us all, I think, is the shared sense of the importance of identity. All of the projects we represent here, it's all about reflecting and championing the identity of our territories. And there are a lot of visitors who come to us who aren't particularly interested in wine. They're not wine specialists or wine connoisseurs. Some say, I'll drink a bit of wine occasionally, but they're not that interested. But it really is part of my heritage. I have recognized the cultural and historical importance of wine. So when they choose to come and visit us, if it's here in Bordeaux, in Rioja, in Burgundy, it's because they have a certain amount of interest. If you absolutely hate wine, or you have no interest in wine whatsoever, well, you'll go and do something else. You might go visit a different city, go and visit another region for your weekend break. Marseille, for example, has it's a cave museum, which is right near the Mucem Museum. The first year, really busy. And then visitor numbers just completely dropped off. And why? Well, because tourists go to Marseille, they're not expecting to hear about prehistory. So this prehistoric museum, Marseille was just not identified as a visitor site for prehistory. I had another question about, you talked about narrative storytelling, tangible and intangible, but let's talk a bit about wine. We had an example of the Climat of Burgundy, the little dim close. How do you convey something so abstract and intangible, something which is so difficult to explain, particularly to an audience of visitors who are often international visitors? You say 60% of your visitors in Burgundy are international visitors. How do you convey that abstract, intangible, difficult difficult to understand technical idea. You talked about multidisciplinary approaches a little bit earlier. There's obviously, I mean, there's a demand of technological expertise. Perhaps a biologist would be helpful. Yeah, once again, I mean, the question itself is excellent. These are questions that we've had to ask ourselves. Bernard Charente, President, he's here with me today. Will be able to tell you more about it than I can. He was very deeply involved in the discussions, the reflections over the production, how we would translate into physical, into educational terms of what this relatively complex idea of what a climat is. I wouldn't even attempt to define exactly what a Burgundy climat is. But once again, the idea was to make this concept, which once again, you know, this really is at the very essence of what makes Burgundy wine so specific. You know, because we have climat, which has just a fundamental importance. So we really had to convey that complex concept in a way which is fun, which is approachable, and which visitors can understand. So that took a lot of discussion. I mean, it's not something which is fixed and set in stone either. I mean, certainly, as what we've, as you can tell from the changes that we've recently made to the visitor experience, it's constantly evolving and changing. And that does tell you something about the concerns that we had, though. That we worried that would not be accessible and understandable enough to visitors. Again, never losing sight of the fact that it's about making this accessible and interesting to visitors, engaging the visitor. So we did a lot of work on texture, on interactivity with different stations with different experiences. But I mean, it's a question which we're constantly asking and re-asking ourselves, because Philippe expressed this very well. Satisfaction, visitor satisfaction is, you know, to achieve visitor satisfaction, they need to understand and really understand what we're trying to get across. And so in that, the notion of climat is particularly important. And we learn from our experiences, and we attempt to continuously improve. Okay, I think we've got time for just one question from someone from the museum sector. Oh yeah, you get this is the question box. If you want to ask a question, we'll throw a microphone at your head. Please don't throw it at the camera, though. Does it work there? No, it's not working. Sorry, I can't hear the question. We have to speak into the microphone. Because rather than talk about dichotomy about tangible and intangible artifacts, the real question is how we present these things with the could be, for example, if you're trying to tell the story of the history of winemaking, wine growing techniques, or the artistic associations and the historical associations that go along with it. Sorry, I can't hear what she's saying. So the question is not so much about whether we use artifacts or not artifacts. It's what we do with them, how we communicate, how we share. Because there are some museums that have far too many items and on display at times. So the question really is not so much do you have artifacts or artifacts, it's how you present the story, how you communicate the history. Because artifacts, they can be very evocative as long as they're used correctly. And then it's all about using artifacts in the service of telling a bigger story. Because if it's interesting, we have these different technology ways of presenting ideas, and adding context and explaining is very interesting. But perhaps sometimes having the physical artifact does add another dimension. So artifacts do have a role to play in giving that perhaps human, tangible touch. It may only be a dozen, it may be 100. It depends on the dimension of your exhibition. So that's why it really is an issue of the work of a curator. And I'm speaking as a museum professional here. I think that it's museums, obviously, because they're not. There is a difference between a museum and a visitor centre. Museums have legal obligations in terms of conserving and preserving historical artifacts. But the question, again, I'll say it is: there's the artifacts. There's the less important. The real question is not to display or not display artifacts. Is how to tell the story, how to put these artifacts to the service of the story we're trying to tell. And all the experiences and how they tie into all the experiences, the fun experiences that may have and how there are many different ways of approaching this question. There's no right and wrong way of doing it. And the other, and this is actually, I am going to ask a question now. I'm thinking a little bit about what Pascaline said this morning in her presentation. You talked about community earlier. And I'm sure that everyone in this room, I'm sure everyone will agree that wine is a drink of great civilizational importance. It's excellent. It has such deep associations with archaeology, history, religion, etc. We know how important wine is to the history of Europe. I'm sure we all appreciate that. But some people, many people in the world today, from different parts of the world, for different generations, younger generations, don't necessarily have that same appreciation of wine. Yeah, I'm sure all of us here are convinced that wine's wonderful, has a wonderful story to tell. Well, Bordeaux, Burgundy, Champagne, Cognac, wherever it may be. But the real question, I think, is how do we engage with an audience which doesn't have those same assumptions, people who don't have that culture, who don't automatically have a belief in the cultural importance of wine. So the question then is how, and I go back to what you were saying about the connections with art and archaeology, to transcending wine as a simple drink and telling a bigger story. Seeing the bigger picture than simply the wine as a liquid. But the question then is how do we engage with those communities, other groups of visitors for whom wine isn't such an automatically understood phenomenon? Thank you, Laure. That actually provides us a very interesting point of transition for the second part of today's colloquium, which will be after lunch when we go talking about new ways of imagining and conceiving wine. And Véronique Lemann hinted a little bit this earlier in her presentation about the stories around wine, the narratives around wine, and wine and civilization. Perhaps we can have one last point before lunch, and this does perhaps tie into the debate about materiality, artifacts and no artifacts. How about the presence of nature, the natural context? How we present exhibitions and how do we present artifacts? How do we deal with the very sensitive subject these days of nature, whether with tourists, with scientists, with experts, wine lovers? Nature takes on different forms, and there are lots of new associations and ideas and imaginations with the relationship between nature and wine. Who wants to take up this subject first? Perhaps Emanuela, with the wine roots. Of course, they combine culture with wine and nature. Yes, well, we talked a lot about landscape, the importance of landscape, and I think we do need to replace wine in its context, in its natural context, that show that a certain wine, if it tastes a certain way, it's because it comes from this landscape, from this natural environment. It's the climate, the terroir, and landscapes are natural, but they're also the fruit of the relationship between man and nature. They're not exactly nature. If you're planting on, the terraces that we cut into volcanic soils, or the vines planted in those goblet crude formations, that's not natural. That's the result of the fruit of the interaction between humans and the landscape. So it is important to study and convey that as part of the story. The relationship between man and nature is a key part of the narrative. To talk about nature nature more specifically, I think the most important example we have at the moment is the urban wineries. Is a really interesting example of attempts to bring nature back into the city, to rebuild urban natural landscapes that existed in the past, to reconnect with history, but to rediscover that connection with nature. I mean, in some respects, a winery is an open-air museum. I've seen some in Brasilia. In Brazil, there's a new, fairly recent urban vineyard, which I think is a really interesting example of reinvesting that connection with nature and rediscovering urban landscapes. For example, another example would be having hiking trails, walking trails through vineyards. It's not strictly speaking wine tourism. You're there for, you're walking, you're hiking, but and you may go from one archaeological site to another, or from one museum to another. But nature it's absolutely inextricably linked up with this. It's part of the even, and that could be in the urban landscape as well as right out in the countryside. But if I may, I could give you one example which may be of interest. I was in Greece recently, because they do these things very well in Greece. So it was a museum of musical instruments, which had a connection to winemaking as well, because it was in these are instruments which would have been used out in the vineyards historically, or also instruments that people would be playing while they were drinking wine or while they were distilling raki. And I was lucky enough to be with a musician and a historian of music who was with me, and he pulled out one of the instruments and played it for me. And I said, wow, if you're not there, people don't get that experience. What's the point of this? So, it's a wonderful experience, but not everyone would get that. Got me to thinking about how you could do a better job of presenting that heritage and safeguarding this person. Because this person, it's great to have the musical instrument, but that person who knows how to play to the instrument, he's like a living heritage himself. And so perhaps they could think about having a bit of music. These instruments are very simple. They're very simple stringed instruments. So I'm not a musician. I wouldn't have of my own understood how it would have been played. So it would be important then to have like a bit of a bit of music or a video clip, because you've got to think about not just the artifact. How do you bring the artifacts to life, and to not to want people to be bored in front of objects that they don't necessarily understand. Okay, would you have a quick look at Herbs' latest cartoon for us? Museums are getting complicated, and in the frame it says, "Why don't you go look at the countryside instead?" Yeah, I had an interesting just response to what you just said about that musical instrument museum. And there's a solution in the east of France where they have a museum of instruments. They have hidden speakers which play the sound of each instrument being played. Because you're right, otherwise, if you can't hear what the instrument sounds like, then it's not so interesting. That's one solution. They have these hidden speakers which play the sound of each of the instruments which is on display. And I thought that was an interesting way of bringing those objects to life. Not easy to do in the wine context, I know, but I mean, you could perhaps potentially, if you go out to visit a chateau out of season, because if you go to see a wine cellar out of season, it's not very interesting. There's not a lot going on. So perhaps they could have videos showing what it's like when the wine is actually being made or during the harvest. And you could have a 360 more immersive experience, and then to show you what the vineyard looks like in different seasons of the year. You could have just a brief 20-minute video that shows you a year in the life of the vineyard. There are plenty of solutions. There are plenty of things that can be done to make the visits more immersive, more interactive, rather than just having a simple looking at objects and artifacts. So thank you. And I suggest that it's time to very warmly thank our panelists. They'll be with us this afternoon also to answer any questions you may have. And we'll be back here after lunch. So there's 2 to 2:30 to have a little coffee, but be back here, please, by 2:30.
Alors, merci beaucoup pour votre ponctualité. On reprend. Donc, on s'était quitté sur la nature et le contexte des objets qui nous sont
So now we're going to be talking about the different objects we have and how we present them, display them. So now we're going to resume, and I would like to thank our participants for this second panel discussion with Brigitte Bloch, Municipal Councillor for Bordeaux for Tourism and the Economy of Wine, Raphaël Dupin, Director of Cap Science, thank you, Joël Boigne, President of Plémont and the Cooperative Wine Growers of France, Joël Boigne, Nathalie Kaltenbach, President. She has several different jobs. She is mayor, regional councillor, and president of Alsace Tourism, and also a president of ITER Venice, France. So I would like to thank them. I won't introduce you again each time because we are going to try to have a debate here. But I did perhaps want to mention to begin that, as you know, the French Academy has its dictionary. So I took a look in its dictionary, or one of the colleagues did, at the definition of culture. And there's a gap of 4 centuries between the moment when the word culture was identified as being the action of cultivating the earth in French, at the end of nomadism, when people started settling down, and 4 centuries later, the modern meaning of culture. It's the first time where culture is used to talk about intellectual faculties and cultivating our spirit. So a gap of 4 centuries during which culture was a question, in French, was a question of cultivating the earth rather than the culture we talk about today. And so we can begin our panel discussion now, talking about transmission, passing on culture and knowledge. I would like to thank Cap Science in advance, if they could perhaps give us an introduction on the basis of our discussion, which is the new generation, children, and with all the precautions and norms that exist, how do you pass on technical content about nature, or all the content that you transmit to children? How do you do that with children? Who is teaching whom? Thank you. Hello, everyone. I run Cap Science, which is a scientific culture center nearby to share scientific culture with everybody on all sorts of different subjects. When we say all sorts of different subjects, wine growing is one of them. Everything is culture, and we can only show an interest in things if we have an understanding, and our aim is to provide people with what they need to understand the world around them rationally, scientifically. We are based here in Gironde. We have landscapes, and we need to understand our landscapes. To love them, we need to understand them, to have an opinion on them. And wine growing is a landscape. And as you said at the beginning, the problem for us when we're trying to pass on knowledge on subjects of wine is the question of the Evin law in France and what we can or cannot pass on to children, the limits which are imposed upon us. So over the past 13 years, we've established a partnership with the Council for Bordeaux Wines and the French National Education System, who were ready to do this, to work on this question of wine-growing landscapes, wine-growing culture, vines, grapes, wine-growing landscape. And that's it. We stop there. We don't look at the wine. When we work with schools and with the local education authority and with the CIVB, the Bordeaux Wine Council, we cannot talk about wine. There would be issues there. And so we respect this limit, which is perfectly clear. So once that limit has been defined, how do we talk about these subjects? It's not complicated. It's just a question of adapting to your audience. When we're dealing with primary school children through to the age of 11 or 12, they don't have the same curriculum, and we have to adapt to that. So we work with teachers to try to judge which part of the curriculum we can link in with to talk about vine growing. And when I talk about vine growing, this can be the history of growing vines through to how the grapes are transported, the harvesting, the professions, the different grape varieties, the different types of soil or insects. That's the part we can deal with dozens of school groups each year. Dozens of classes each year. This is a long-term work we do with them over several months, working with the teacher and with Cap Science, either in the school or in a vineyard or in our premises to develop their interest in the landscape and in understanding the landscape and the world and how we work. And obviously, this is all part of culture. I remember Churchill said during the Second World War that when they wanted to reduce the budget for the arts, he said that if we don't fight for culture, why bother fighting at all? And so for me, the question of vine growing and vine growing landscapes is part of our culture and is necessary. We need to share that with people. Thank you very much. So perhaps a quick word about that relationship with the teachers. So you have pupils who come, but also teachers who are learning how to teach this. The teachers are the key. And when we say we have a partnership with the national education system, that doesn't mean it's with the teachers. The teachers obviously are free to choose what they want to do within the limits of the curriculum. If they don't know what to do, what we are proposing, that's up to them. So we have to propose them something attractive to them. So we try to contact them, we call them, we propose different things. We tell them it's all going to be very interesting. We also look for financing. If ever they need to do a trip to go and visit a given landscape, it costs 700 euros a day to hire a bus. So you have to have financing so the school group can go out and visit a vine grower or a plot of vines that we want to show to them. And so it's a relationship of loyalty, because often once they've done it once, they like to do it again. Often it's not the following year. They'll do it once every 2 or 3 years to try different things. But it is a relationship we have with them over the years, how that we develop. And at Cap Science, we have a large file of teachers who work with us regularly, and now our job is to try to go out and find new teachers. Often the teachers who are interested are the ones who have the best awareness of the subjects, or the ones who have the best scientific awareness. So we now try to go out and to contact schools or middle schools where we haven't worked yet. Thank you. So perhaps now we can move straight on to Bordeaux, where the policy of the municipality to support La Cité du Vin, where you played a key role at the beginning, and also that brings us to the question of what local politicians can do. What is the role of our elected office holders in supporting, and in the different crises we saw this morning, often elected officials have played an important role. So what can we do today as an elected official for the sector and for wine? There are several things that we, as elected member of the City of Bordeaux and the Metropolitan Authority, there are things we can do which are symbolic support or strategic support. When we're in a local area where wine plays as important a role in the economy as it does here in Bordeaux, obviously we are there to support that sector as strongly as we can. We keep track of what's happening. We work to support or to work to influence decisions that are important. And there's also practical work that we do in the city. Here we're talking about cultural, educational and tourism policy. In terms of tourism policy, today in most of our From most of our wine-growing towns and villages, there are minibuses taking people out for tours of the vineyards. And this was something that didn't exist in the past, but over the years, little by little, they have seen that there is a market for tours of the vineyards, and the private economy has developed these activities in and around the villages and towns where we make wine in the regions. So we contribute. We serve as a sort of experimentation to develop things, to support wine tourism, for example. Also on this subject of wine tourism, the identity of wine is very closely tied in with the image of France in tourism generally. And perhaps even more than the Eiffel Tower, for foreign tourists, wine is a part of the culture, heritage and identity of France. And when we're lucky enough to be called Bordeaux and to carry the name of the wine, or perhaps it's the wine that has the name of the city, we are intimately linked together, and this heritage aspect. When we go to this, it's a part of the power of attraction, which is important in developing our tourism policy. So if I take the tourism office of Bordeaux metropolitan area, we have a lot of wine estates which are members of the tourist office, because we know that if people are going to be staying for 3 or 4 days in the Bordeaux region, this hinterland, the vineyards around Bordeaux, is part of the local territory, and people come to Bordeaux and stay longer in order to visit the vineyards, and that's something we also try to support. Developing tourism is also linked in with this wine-growing identity. At the town hall, at the municipal authority, there are things like the one we did this year with the Interprofessional Council of Wine for Bordeaux, which is an operation called Bordeaux Semet au Vert. And we decided that there are too few restaurants in Bordeaux serving Bordeaux wines by the glass. I was born in Bordeaux, I studied in Bordeaux, and when I was a student, you could find Bordeaux wines on the wine lists in restaurants. When I came back several years later, 10, 15 years later, to live and work here, there was much less. And today, even though there are Bordeaux wines on the wine lists of restaurants, there is a system also developed by the Bordeaux Wine Council, the tourist office, and a third partner, which is called Bordeaux Local, to try to promote local products. But wine by the glass is still something which is less extensively practiced in Bordeaux. And so we had the idea of trying to make sure that professionals in restaurants and in tourism should be our ambassadors for our vineyards. And so we decided to set up a system where for a time in the month of April, we promote Bordeaux wine sales by the glass, to make buying a glass of wine as simple as buying a glass of beer or something else, to try to diversify the offering. Another point I could perhaps mention is the subject of municipal diplomacy. When we're a city like Bordeaux, we have a lot of international contacts. Bordeaux is twinned with dozens of cities around the world, and the mayor of Bordeaux never makes a trip anywhere in the world without being accompanied by people from the wine sector, or being there actually as the ambassador of the wine sector. He always says he's the wine of Bordeaux and of Bordeaux wine. He's the mayor of Bordeaux and of Bordeaux wine. The link between the city of Bordeaux and its wine is so strong that the mayor really represents both. And if we take the example of the Bordeaux Wine Festival, Bordeaux Fête le Vin, which is now every year, it used to be every 2 years, but now to have it, we've decided to have it every year to support the sector, because we think it's a key aspect of the identity of our territory. So the Bordeaux Wine Festival is in Bordeaux and nowhere else. And so here we have guest cities who take part, and that also is a way of establishing connections with different foreign markets. So we're also playing that role of through the city, of promoting our wine through the international relations of the city and with our twin cities, and also with all the people who come to visit Bordeaux. It can be ambassadors. We have a lot of different personalities who come to visit Bordeaux, who are hosted in Bordeaux, and wine is obviously one of the key attractions for them when they come. Thank you. So if we continue our journey around France, we're going to head off to Alsace now. And what strikes me is the effort by the local representatives in tourism and in wine, trying to go out to extend the range of their audience. So what is this public, this audience you're trying to get? Just to come back to something that was just said, I was going to talk about pride. I think it's something which is essential. We cannot promote a place, a wine, or a local territory if we're not proud of it. And I think that's also the role of the local politicians. It's to demonstrate this through their acts that we are proud. I don't know here if you're aware of the Alsace wine route. It's something we're proud of. We often talk about this, and the aim of that is to promote this among all the different audiences and to try to address people of all ages. That's a genuine challenge. We know that today young people are tending to turn away somewhat from alcohol. We're talking more and more about no and low alcohol wines. And our objective is also to reach young people, or even very young people. How do we do this? We do this by working in partnership. This is an essential condition. As president of the Tourism Development Agency of Alsace, we have 150 partners who are very diverse. We work with tourist officers, obviously. We work with the restaurant professions, the independent wine growers of Alsace. All these different partners working together on our wine road, our wine route for Alsace, which was created in 1953. And the idea is to make sure it stays something. It's intangible, but to keep it alive. One day on a map, they drew an itinerary, but that's not enough to promote the wines along it. So we organize different activities, events, and for the 40th anniversary, for example, we created a map of Alsace wines. For the 40th anniversary, we created a logo. For the 50th anniversary, we created the map. For the 60th, we created a cycle tourism event, which blocks roads all over Alsace to leave them to more environmentally friendly modes of transport for families and children on their scooters or whatever, or on bicycles, with the idea being to wear white, to promote the white wines of Alsace, and to go cycling on our European cycle route. And for these young people, what we want to do now also, and what we have developed, is caching games, escape games, which are very fashionable, to attract young people into the wineries. And what's also starting to develop is tastings, not of wine, but of juice, during which we get the children to work on all these different flavors. Is this a wine, juice that's fruity? Is it so? So to get them used to appreciating the flavor of the juice, it's one way of very gently getting children interested not in alcohol, but in getting them into the wineries, because after that, in tourism, as we often say, we want people to have an experience. And it's by providing these memories, these experiences to children, that later on they will want to pass this on in turn, pass on this experience in turn. So that is also why we have them come and look at the barrels, etc. There are other things which have also been created, different activities. But these escape games really are a way to get young people into the winery buildings. Yes, getting young children into the wineries. I hope we'll get a cartoon on that one. So we were talking about research and development. We've been talking about transmission and passing on knowledge. We can also do research and development together in a local territory. So you're going to talk to us about the Gers region and Plémont wines, but how can this sort of policy be organized around a sector of activity and a vision of research and development and the needs that you identified to work on old grape varieties, on having a conservatory of grape varieties, and all the different things you're trying to set up in your region. Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's true that all of this, the starting point for all this was that we had people with a passion, wine-growing technicians, winery directors, wine growers, who, as they walked around the vines, were intrigued by the appearance of certain grape varieties which don't look like the others. And as we said this morning, Emanuela mentioned to me this subject of ampelography. And so we brought in ampelographers, renowned ampelographers from the engineering school of Montpellier. And we discovered that we had in our vineyard, I am in Saint-Mont, in the Gers region, the far west of the Occitanie region, just next to Aquitaine. And in our area, we had some very old plots of vines in which there were some curious grape varieties so curious that theoretically they no longer existed or had never existed. I don't know what the right term is. The fact is that these are varieties which are like no other anywhere in the world and which only exist in these plots of vines in this area. So that was at the beginning of the 2000s that we noticed this, and we didn't know at the time that these varieties didn't exist anywhere else. That's something we've been aware of since about 2010. By then, the gene sequence of the vines had been decoded, and from the DNA, we knew that these were absolutely unique grape varieties that only exist here. So at the beginning of the 2000s, with the support of the ampelographers, we put these varieties to one side. We created a conservatory, a private conservatory, which is the largest of its kind, the largest private conservatory of its kind in France, with some 40 grape varieties which are kept there, which are unique. For some of them, we have the name, because there were still some traces. But for others, we've just given them the name of the owner of the plot and a number, because some of these owners had more than one unknown grape variety in their plots of vines. So we have some rather picturesque names. And then we have Bernard 1, 2, 3, and 4, and as many as 7. So we have plots where you have as many as 7 of these varieties. I don't know if the Director of Cultural Affairs is still here, but we did a lot of work at the beginning of around the date of 2010 in Plémont, in a plot belonging to Mr. Peyre Bernard, which is a plot dating back to the beginning of the 18th century. Sorry, 19th century, not 18th century. 19th century is already quite old. It was planted in 1802, 1810, sometime around then, at the time of Napoleon. And in the layout of the plot, this had been planted. There's a plot of about 2,000 square meters. It's a smallish plot alongside a house. This was the subsistence. This was how Mr. Peyre, and there were 20 different varieties on this plot, of which 7 were absolutely unique and to be found only on this single plot of vines. And with the way the vines were planted every couple of meters in squares, at the time they didn't have rows of vines, they would work differently. And so this plot was listed as a historic monument. We had it listed as a historic monument, which represented quite a lot of work. It took a few years. And we received excellent support from the Director of Cultural Affairs of the Midi-Pyrénées region, And it was a subject of debate because for the people working in historic monuments are stones, not plants. As plants might disappear and only have a certain lifespan, but we ended up managing it. And in 2012, the plot was listed as a historic monument because it had particular features which were absolutely unique and that didn't exist anywhere else. And since then, so we had the exact plan, the name of all the grape varieties, and every time a plant dies or perishes, it's replaced immediately by the same variety in the same place, in the same layout, because all the grape varieties have now been placed in our conservatory. And starting from that, so what's the point of a conservatory if it's just to watch vines grow? We have in fact taken things a bit further, and we have a research and development winery specifically dedicated to research and development with small containers. We did work on the enology of these grape varieties, which can't be found anywhere else, which can no longer be found anywhere else, to see, at least in the conditions of the 21st century, how they adapt, and to try to understand why they might have been abandoned at one point in history, and to see whether there might be any interest in updating them, bringing them back to life, or to modify, or to give fresh impetus to these grape varieties, because for the moment, these grape varieties, I'm talking to you about them for just a few minutes, but we haven't yet produced a single bottle of wine with them. But the aim is to see how we can contribute, and as Mrs. Lemoine said this morning, you work a lot with your imagination. Can you imagine this, a plot that's 200 years old? But now we're just about getting there, and we're just beginning to convert this try. We brought one of these varieties back and planted it again at the beginning of the 2020s. Now we're reintroducing another in the Saint-Mont, a red variety in the Saint-Mont appellation, and we have a few more ready to be planted. We need to get the administration to adjust to this. So, for example, they have some particular features. There are some female and male species, and also some, unlike the hermaphrodite species we usually have. So potentially we might have some nice female grape varieties, but we don't have the other variety to go with them. So that's the sort of work, the fundamental research work we're doing, which is very enriching, very great for our curiosity. And it brings us back to what Emanuelia was saying earlier about the ampelography days. And we have this work that we are doing, and we compare this with other wine-growing regions in France and Europe, which are also working on abandoned grape varieties that have been forgotten outside the usual channels. And just to give you one figure, at the beginning of the 50s and 60s, the 20 most widely consumed grape varieties in wine represented about half of the wine people were drinking. Today, the 20 most popular grape varieties represent more than 90% of the wine that we drink. So it really is a sort of highway with everybody on the same, going the same way. So through this work, this austere work we're doing on a small scale with these grape varieties we are rediscovering, we have to try to open up people's eyes and taste buds to other flavors, other possibilities, and other types of wine. And I think today we have consumers who are increasingly curious, interested in trying new tastes and new narratives, and that's what we try to propose them through this work.
Thank you very much. There's an enthusiastic reception there. I think really you share your enthusiasm for those experiments. I'm going to hand over to you, Brigitte, to respond to that, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the economic model behind all that. Yes, just actually listening to Mr. Boyer here. There, he made me think of a lot of things, the work that's been doing elsewhere in the region. But I mean, I'm happy to let him continue. It just reminds me of I've worked a lot at the in tourism across the Nouvelle-Aquitaine region. Elected officials that have a role to play in preparing for the future, and that's what I thought of when you were talking about those historic. There's a historic grape varieties, but also grape varieties for the future. I know that here in Bordeaux there are wine growers who are already making wines with historic grape varieties, bringing back those lost traditions. And in the region, in terms of the regional council under Alain Rousset, they've created a really important centre for vine and wine research in Bordeaux, the ISVV. It brings together the old the wine science faculty from the University of Bordeaux, but also the social and sociological aspects of wine. And Bordeaux, the Nouvelle-Aquitaine region, is also at the forefront of academic research into new grape varieties which are resistant to what we call the pewees. They're resistant to changing climate conditions. And if we didn't have that political backing, of course, it's not politicians who do all the work, they're researchers for that. But I think it's important to bear in mind the importance of that political input, because sometimes the image that we have of the popular imagination of politicians is not necessarily positive. But it's thanks to politics that the future of the industry is being funded and developed. Developing taste, bringing back old varieties, developing new varieties. You hearing me talk about that reminded me of the importance of the political support behind it. Yes, and I've got a question about the economic model underpinning all this, because everything you've described is a long process, isn't it? It takes time and takes an investment for the long term. It takes an acceptance among the broader community to engage for these wines. And perhaps something we didn't talk enough about earlier when we were talking about Burgundy. Let's talk about it now. In very real, concrete terms, how does it work? From outside, it might seem like it might seem a good idea, a straightforwardly good idea, but I'm sure in the meantime there are expenses to be paid, and at the local level, how does those negotiations work? Well, I mean, as you say, there are political choices to be made. We have cooperative wineries, and our union of cooperative wineries has its board of directors. And there were debates, certainly, because particularly with the research and development, a lot of the work that we're doing it just coming out of the COVID period, at a time where we'd lost 20% of our wine sales because of COVID. So the situation was pretty tense. But we benefited from the COVID rebound economic incentive funds, and we used that to invest in the future. And we just said to ourselves, listen, if we don't do it now, and we were in discussion with local government at different levels, and they were saying to us, listen, if you don't profit from this opportunity now, grab this money while it's there, then when, if not now, when? There's never going to be a better time to do this. So yes, I mean, it does require a certain degree of maturity, of goodwill on the behalf of the board of directors to be willing to say, yes, okay, we're going to put our money where our mouths are, and we are going to invest, because, these are problems coming down the line. It may not be tomorrow, maybe 10, 15 years from now, but if we don't start now, when we run into that wall, we're not going to be able to come back 10, 15 years in time. So it's a strong political decision. It generates a lot of discussion and debate, but we're convinced that it is the right thing to do. And the attitude that we have is that, I mean, the market will lead the way. And the market, Clément it's a union of cooperative wineries, and we have a commercial role. And the feedback that we're getting from the market is immediate. Every month, every year, we know how the sales are going. We have reports on our sales month by month. That's a near instantaneous feedback, and we know exactly how our sales team, what they're encountering out there on the ground. So we have that direct information from the market in terms of consumers, the changing tastes, the strength of our wines. As winemakers, we know that the climate change is having an impact on the strength of our wines, and so I think it's worth saluting the maturity of the winemakers who are around the table. It took the courageous decision to invest now, because research and development doesn't pay off immediately, but it can have really very serious ramifications to the long-term viability of our activity. So investing for the future It comes at a cost, but I think it's a cost that is certainly worth paying. Thank you. Thank you very much. So since, well, for more than 200 years now, I think, every time there's a crisis in the wine world, it's the route out of crisis is always through collective endeavors of working together. Perhaps, Natalie, I don't know under which of your guises you could talk to. You tell us as a winemaker, as a president, as a whichever cap you prefer. How do you work together collectively in times of crisis? Well, I say this has already been said a few times, but I'll talk to you first in my guise as a tourist developer. And I think we talk a lot about sustainable tourism. And I think for the future, we won't use the word anymore because all tourism will have to be sustainable, otherwise it won't exist. But we really do need to break down barriers. Too often we've worked politically in our own little silos. Every theme has its own elected official, and everyone works off in their own little corner. But things have changed. We put in these cross-cutting scientific committees, and I'm talking about Alsace because I'm from Alsace, and I've got some colleagues from Itavitis with me also. But in Alsace, what we wanted to do was to really root our political decision-making in our strategy tourism. We have a tourism strategy which stretches to 2028. So that's what we created, our vintages, our vintage series, which echoes the vintages of the wine. Our idea of thinking behind that was that everything that we do to develop tourism in the region, sooner or later, it's going to come back to wine. And even if we're working with other sectors and sectors, of course, there's cyclotourism, there's architectural tourism, there's well-being, all the other attractions in the region. It's about systematically bringing them together. For example, wine and historical chateau. So you can go for a wine tasting, of course, but even better if you get to taste wine in a beautiful cultural surrounding, which gets you to understand a bit more about the heritage. It's about making the most of the assets that we have. It's about breaking down barriers between different areas. For example, we organised an excellent, a special rotating visit, a tour for the 70th anniversary of the wine industry, and all the activities took place in the middle of the vineyards. No water, no electricity, but those events attracted between 100 and 150 people each time, right in the middle of the vines. So we had solar panels, we had generators, everything we had to put together to be able to serve food and drink in these unusual surroundings. And again, that was really a great way of attracting people. But as always, that takes cooperation. It takes the involvement of all the actors. The mayor has to authorize it. You have to have financial support, which is increasingly difficult. And it's about a matter of willpower as well, to really get people on board. All of these different people, these different personalities involved. You need a strong willpower to guide the way. And so since 2015 in Alsace, we have what we call technical committees. You have representatives of all the different sectors who are involved in the organisation of these activities. And once again, it's all about promoting wine from a cultural perspective. And I do think that is the future. There's no future for wine without wine itself, without having good wine. But if we could, above and beyond tourism, I think promoting wine culture is about celebrating our history. Emmanuel mentioned that she dealt with that very extensively this morning. But our role is also to expand our network. And the Itavitis European network is a good example of that in action. It gives us... I'm sorry, I just laughed at the cartoon. So, it's about saying to people, look, we acknowledge and recognize the quality we want to share with you, the strengths of our places, the history we have, the taste we have, but also the quality of the visitor experience. And you can't just make it up as you go along. There are some winemakers who just welcome visitors in just without planning it very much. It's just a bit more rustic. because, you know, very often we do have these tiny little estates where you can still be the grandmother who'll just welcome you into the kitchen. But these days, you know, more and more tourists are looking for proper visitor experience, someone who knows how to welcome people and tell that story effectively. And especially when you have UNESCO recognized status, there is a certain expectation. And that's why we have that label that, yes, sure, visit these places as trusted partners, you know that they're going to be capable of relaying that history. Yeah, I'd just like to pick up on what you've just said, Madam. I think the public policy has a role to play, and talking about the quality labels, as you just mentioned, the idea of improving the general level of skills at the national. We have there's a Vineyards to Discover, which is a label that we have, which the first challenge is to bring people together from the world of wine and the world of tourism, and that might sound obvious to you, but actually it wasn't originally, because you know there are two sectors which operate in different ways. So bringing together those two worlds, tourism and wine, because there are different professions with different ways of doing things. Just because you're a wine grower doesn't know that you how to run a tourist event, and just because you're a wine grower doesn't mean you want to welcome tourists either. So it requires goodwill, but also a strategy, and bringing people together from the world of wine, the world of tourism, getting them to work effectively together. That's why we created this Vineyards to Discover label at the national level. There's a whole national association for it. And the thinking behind it was really to improve the quality of the visitor experience and to develop tourist services, and also that's to stimulate locally the economic development. Because not only is that to respond to the expectations of visitors, particularly younger generations of visitors, what they're looking to, what the activities that will attract people to visit a territory. And this is actually perhaps a positive feedback, a result of COVID. They realized spent a lot of time to attract Chinese and American tourists. But if you realize, actually, there are a lot of people around locally. There are a lot of there's a local market which has been neglected. And there's something we have now in Bordeaux. We didn't have a lot before COVID, which is called ganguettes. These are little outdoor balls almost, where people set up a temporary bar. They have a little bit of a drink and dance on a Friday night. It's not just about education. It's not about having a tasting, a 1-hour visit of a chateau. It's about just getting people to have a drink, have a glass of wine on the estate, enjoy this, watch the sun going down. We have wine estates that will attract 30,000, 40,000 visitors over the course of a year. And there was a political will behind that to say we're going to create this label to help stimulate this development. But when it's done correctly, that kind of publicly created label can stimulate a dynamism and can have a real impact on the territory and for the industry, the wine industry more broadly. Okay, we started by talking about kids. Why don't we go back and talk a bit more about kids? And we'll take a side step into the next subjects we're going to talk about. How do you think the younger generation coming through is evolving to its relation to nature, to biology, and we talked a little bit this morning about gender differences, boys and girls. Anything you'd like to say? Well, specific to wine, no, there's nothing much to say. But we do have what we call Curieux Live. It's our social media. You can find it on all the social networks. It's our social media channel. It's what we've noticed is that process of transmission, which used to seem obvious, is no longer entirely obvious. I've been around for a while, and the way that we thought things used to work automatically are not necessarily the same, because these new generations are creating their own universes, their own dynamics, which are kind of broken apart. I don't know if I'm making myself very clear, but I think young people, they're creating their own codes, and you've got to really be capable of interacting with these codes. We talk a lot about storytelling, about putting yourself on the stage, putting yourself forward, and also turning everything into an event. Ask a young person what a grape variety is. Name a few grape varieties. How many? Unless you've grown up in Bordeaux or Burgundy or Alsace, not many young people outside those regions are going to be able to name a grape variety for you. I think what I'm trying to get at is that none of this is innate, and it's not necessarily being passed on to the new generations. They're subject to the wealth of other influences, and also the capability of self-education. There's so much information out there. The wine sector has been kind of shut out of that world, so we need to find a way in. It's not just wine, by the way. There are plenty of other worlds where that link of generational transmission seems to be broken. But to find a way into that world to stimulate an interest among young people to learn more about it, to engage with those narratives, with the work that's being done by wine growers, by unions, by syndicates, there are a lot of experiences out there. There's a lot of material out there. But if it doesn't engage with the public, then it's just not going to hit its target. So I think that some of that connection has been lost. And the motor's not turning as it should do. And I think we really do need a massive recalibration of our efforts now to generate. I'm talking about 10, 15 years from now, not exactly now. I'm talking of people who are now, we're talking young people now who are not drinking so much alcohol. I mean, that's not such a bad thing, but are they taking an interest in wine? I don't have the statistics to hand, but I'm not sure that they have really interested in wine. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, for your contributions. We're going to have a... Oh, sorry, it's very rude. I forgot to ask if there are any questions. I keep looking at the room every now and then, see if anyone's got their hand up, but I can't see anyone. What I suggest that we do a very brief break, just a quarter of an hour, no more than a quarter of an hour, and we will be back here at 3:30, to knock on with the next chapter. We're going to go picking up from this morning's presentation, and for Raphael's mention about the imaginary worlds of young people. Let's talk about that after the break. 10 minutes.
Alors, ça y est? Oui, tout va bien. On reprend.
Okay, everybody. So we're back. Everybody back with us. Let's get started again. We left. We're off talking about scientific culture and the imaginary aspects, the imagination, the image of wine. So we're now going to get back to a two-handed presentation. We've got a duo of presenters for us. First of all, I'm looking at you, Gaspard Jaboulet. You're a Director of Qualitative Studies for the Business Strategy and Opinion Department at IFOP. And Christelle Lepres, you're the Delegate General for Wine and Society. And the purpose, the subject of your presentation is to give us a bit of an overview of emerging trends in the use, if you will, broadly speaking, consumption of wine, consumer habits, consumer expectations, the broader culture around wine, and then after some suggestions, some ideas for the industry, which I'm sure are going to trace out some potential avenues for future development. And if you have any spot you and come out and answer and ask our questions, which our speakers will be happy to answer. Over to you. Hello, everybody. Yes, well, as Claudia has just explained, they've asked us to speak as a pair, which I think is absolutely fabulous, because we've got a study which was commissioned by Wine and Society, and was conducted by IFOP, so we're happy to present it to you together. I'd like to begin by thanking the organisers for inviting us to take part in this debate, which really is a fundamental importance for the future of the wine industry, the wine sector, and for France in general, because the relationship between French people and wine is a very distinct and distinctive relationship. Gaspard, perhaps you'd like to say a few words about the... about the methodological. Yes, I can tell you about where these results are coming from. We have a quantitative study which we conduct, which allows us to observe the long-term trends, the long-term evolution of trends in consumer attitudes towards wine, consumption of wine, and attitudes. We also have a number of we also have qualitative study. A qualitative study is more of a methodological zoom. We focus in, we speak with the consumers for an hour and a half, a long-term form conversation, have some better really drill down deeper into their relationship with wines. And we conducted studies on wine and men, wine and women, and wine with Gen Z. So that gives us a lot of data to analyse. And it's worth insisting on the fact that our qualitative studies often tend to come out with the results which are a little bit more exaggerated than they might be. And that's the idea with these results. It's about being very clear about the things that aren't working and to propose some solutions which sometimes may seem a little bit radical. And I'll also take the opportunity, Christophe, to thank the Cité du Vin for the invitation. And I will apologize in advance for some of the things in our findings, our studies, which are perhaps some truths which may be difficult to hear. But apologize for anyone's vaguely offended. So in any case, the first question, why does wine need a new narrative, a new story? Gaspard has already hinted this a little bit. Vin Société, Wine Society, my company, for more than 10 years now has been working with the IFOP to maintain a long-term study tracking the relationship of people to wine. You can see there is a strong connection. French people feel very connected as part of their cultural identity. 94% indeed of French people say that wine is part of France's cultural identity. 94% think that winemakers have an exceptional know-how which deserves to be respected and protected. But then if you look and drill down into that data into a bit more detail, and generation by generation, you can see that the difference between people over the age of 65 and those under the age of 25 is very different, and those perceptions are not entirely aligned. So a lot of industries, a lot of sectors will be happy to see this kind of number, even the people under the age of 25. But what we see, if you look at the red there at the left of each graph, asking for young people under the age of 24 if they think that wine is part of their cultural identity, only 85%. Well, only 85 sounds like quite a lot, doesn't it? It's like a decent result. But if you look at the older generations, 25, 35, 35 to 49, and then 15, 60 and over, the older I think people get, the more they seem to be attached to it. That does seem to indicate that there's been a bit of a breakdown in the generational transmission of that wine culture, which risks wine becoming a calcified product, which is associated with older generations. And that translates into the barometers for French people's attitudes towards wine, and with really concrete impact on the consumption of wine. Look at the regular consumption of wine in moments of celebration, conviviality, the perception of wine as a drink which is modern, as wine which is a drink which it has evolved over its time. Compared with the opinions that people have of beer, look at it. It's completely opposite trends. 10 years ago, wine was pretty much neck and neck with beer in terms of public image, public perception, or sometimes above. Over the last 10 years, wine has really gradually, slowly but surely, lost ground to beer on a number of fronts. If you look, for example, the fact that wine is something that you consume regularly, there is a 20% gap now between wine and beer. So you can see there is a generally slipping away from that fact that wine is becoming something that is a heritage icon, something which is old, calcified in its age. There is a bit of a slip towards, and which is already well underway, this process. Wine used to be part of popular culture towards something which we might call high culture as in it's selective, it's elite. It has its own standards and norms that have to be transmitted and learned. This morning, Olivier Jacquet talked about the limited vocabulary around wine 1950s. But these days, actually, there is, if anything, a massive vocabulary around wine, and that vocabulary actually creates a bit of a distance with consumers. They feel put off by it, whereas in the past, wine was something day to day. It was a day-to-day popular experience. It was part of everyday life. It was on the table at normal mealtimes, and there's something in the family environment, and those cultural codes are gradually being lost as wine slips into another realm. And that, again, that is the trend for what we call patrimonialization of wine being calcified, and that really is anathema to innovation. The figures here are very clear. You can see this patrimonialization in action that creates a sort of rigidity, a resistance to change, not just within the wine industry, but which ultimately is used to innovating. There's a sector which is innovating to adapt to climate change and other challenges too. But with consumers, wine is now increasingly perceived as a symbol, as a totemic item. And so consumers will often say, innovating with wine or the way that you consume wine would be like a betrayal in some respects. And that transpires really clearly from our fifth edition of our study, which was published last year. We asked French people whether they'd be prepared to drink wine as part of a cocktail or wine out of a can. I'm not going to list all of the figures. You can read them for yourself. but the score is out of 10. You can see that none of these suggestions got more than half marks, got more than 5 out of 10. And if you look at the different proposals, you can see that people under the age of 35 were actually more likely than their older counterparts do. So, but still, even younger people were resistant to this kind of innovative way of consuming wine. Not because it's not aligned with their lifestyles, of course it does, but actually because we've created a world where wine is sacralized, it's symbolic, and they would feel like they were doing something wrong, that they were betraying the history and rules of wine. So what we've done over the past 70 years, I mean, we're certainly capable of changing tack and moving things in a different direction for the coming years. And Gaspard's going to talk a bit more about that now. Yes, the situation is fairly clear. We have a product which we love. Wine has a very positive images, but it's something people don't feel they shouldn't touch, they shouldn't be changed, and it doesn't really fit in with our day-to-day lifestyles, which is a bit of a trap, a golden cage. The idea now is that we need to develop a new culture, or new cultures, plural, of wine. When we talk about culture, of course, we're here in the Cité du Vin. What we're thinking of is not high culture. We're talking about the kind of spontaneous, low popular culture, which can be spontaneously transmitted by itself without the need of a cultural institution such as the Cité du Vin, for example. No offence, but think of a living, popular wine culture which naturally spreads throughout society. And so, sorry, wrong button. So, to rise to this challenge of how to re-inject some dynamism into the popular culture of wine, we think there are 4 major challenges that need to be tackled. The first is visibility. When do we make wine visible? When should wine appear in people's lives? Second challenge is pertinence. Is wine currently really consistent, commensurate, pertinent for people in their day-to-day lives? Number 3, accessibility, another major challenge. The more that the wine becomes conceived as something as an item of heritage, the harder it is to engage with it. So it needs to be accessible to everyone, the way that wine used to be. And point 4, identity. We need to create new narratives with new figures, new people with whom consumers feel that they can identify. We do have a problem at the moment of embodying the identity of who is a wine consumer, who is a wine drinker. To go back a little bit to that challenge of visibility, let's talk about what's working and what's not working. Why is wine not present foremost in people's minds at the moment? Well, it all begins at home, in the family environment. And things have changed considerably. There's been a real breakdown in that mechanism of family transmission, of transmission from generation to generation, an active transmission of wine culture, and sometimes passive also, just implicit, the way that wine is present in family occasions. But in the past, parents would talk about wine. Wine was visible. There was a bottle of wine on the table every day, and they would talk about it with their children. That's no longer the case so much, and that culture is not being passed on. And there is more of an interest in prevention now, of course, and risk prevention. And increasingly, there are parents who try not to have their children see them drinking alcohol. And which is, I mean, in some respects, that's good news, certainly, but it does take wine out of the images we associate with day-to-day life. There were 2 extracts from interviews here on the right. The first one is a man of 63 years old. He said, I remember my own father when I was 12 or 13. It was my first communion, and he showed me my first glass of wine. So you have that kind of religious subtext. It's the first time he'd drunk wine. And then you've got a man who's 25, and he says, wine makes me think of my granddad. It's an old person's thing. And that these days, people do think, I mean, just in family, it's very often granddad in the family who's the one you associate with wine culture. And we also, we do these qualitative. We also do. We also look into what we call meme culture. We take an interest in meme culture because meme culture really is part of the popular imagination. So this is you take a picture and you put it's the way that young people use, really just capturing a moment. And it's part of the new way in which the sociological truth that has spread these days. And the idea of a grandfather, it comes up time and time again. When you find memes or social media representations of wine, the word granddad, grandfather comes up time and time again. And in some respects, that is part of the imaginary world of wine, which is going around on social media these days. So the vertical generational transmission from one generation to the next is breaking down, and things are not going to get better. The generation of the grandfather who get their grandkids tasting wine as kids that's not going to happen anymore. So we need to think of new modes of transmission. That means horizontal, within age groups, between communities of peers. And that horizontal form of transmission is actually very often more effective than vertical transmission in terms of dietary behavior and habits. Unfortunately, this is the bad news, there are a lot of competitors in the field. I'm not going to list the advantages of beer for you here, but there they are. But more and more young people are drinking less wine, drinking more beer. Beer has a certain number of advantages that they find. It's kind of a lowest common denominator. Most of young people, pretty much everyone can agree, let's drink a beer. Everyone does that. The predictability, I find that interesting. When you order a beer, you know what you're getting. There's an economic factor as well, the cost of a beer. But, consumers say to me, if I order a glass of wine, I never know what I'm going to get. Whereas with Christelle, she's conducting a new study, the younger generation, they're really attentive to the taste, the legibility of the taste and the textures of what they're getting. They're really interested in exploring new cuisines and gastronomies from all over the world, but they want to know what they're getting. When they order something, they want to know that it corresponds to their expectations. And with beer, you pretty much know what you're getting. Very concretely speaking, people are, when you go out for a drink outside a cafe sitting in France, people are drinking less wine, more beer. So that means that the visibility of wine is diminished. Wine is disappearing from the public sphere. Another area where wine is losing ground is online, on social media, particularly against the competition such as cocktails, which look good and they look very easy. You know that red wine, that color, the fact that you can't see the light through the red wine, it doesn't look so good on social media. That's a barrier. There's been a real transformation in a paradigm shift, even in. I come from the Facebook generation. Everyone used to post what they were up to on Facebook. You start out in real life, and then you stick it up on social. I mean, that exists still, but less and less. But there's a real trend now in younger generations. People are adapting their choices to what they're ordering, what they're doing, to how it's going to look on social media, and particularly the aesthetic code to social media. It's even more important sometimes for the taste, the fact that the products which look best, you see them all over social media. Matcha, they may not actually enjoy the taste that much, but it looks great. The consumers don't like it, but it looks good on the internet. And so, the social media, that's where the battle will also be fought, on social media. And yes, and as Gaspar said, collectively speaking, there are 440,000 hectares under vine. We're more than capable of creating new experiences which will appeal to consumers, consumers who are interested in experiences, and which is closely aligned to their lives, and what they do. Wine is really, under attack from all sides, but the issues of things such as well-being, pleasure, taking care of your body, those are things which consumers are really interested in. Yoga in the vineyards, for example, these are the kind of activities that are springing up more and more. And I think we could do a lot more, we could be a lot more creative in inventing new activities in winemaking estates, which provide a really excellent place to do it, and are also capable of offering lower alcohol wine solutions. Some producers are putting the alcohol content on the label, saying, look, it's a lower degree of alcohol, might be better for. It depends what you weigh and what you drink, but having a slightly less alcohol in your drink is something people are after looking at. There's an interesting experiment conducted in the UK and Ireland recently, cask beer. Remember, it used to be kind of like the way that we think of red wine that old granddads drink, old ales, real ales, real ale served in those warm barrels. That used to be something you'd really associate with your grandfather and old stuff. But the kegs that are really coming back into fashion, cask ales really having a moment. That flavor profile was considered to be outdated for a long time. It's really coming back. So changing the consumer experiences, bringing to new flavors, textures, aromas is entirely possible. Gaspard touched on this a little bit as well. It's about rediscovering a certain amount of visibility, and that means you need to chime with the new lifestyles of people. We're not talking just about consumption. It's about giving people permission to consume wine differently. Here are some examples of wine being served in a cocktail. You've seen how young consumers, even older consumers, are particularly interested in wine. Consumers don't know what they want in advance by definition. I mean, by definition, it's down to businesses that want to create something that consumers will enjoy. And then you see that in surveys. The people who really have no interest in wine technically, they are really positive. They react very positively when you talk about mixing wine in a cocktail or cutting it. You can see the Chardonnay mule cocktail. But also, there's so much that goes around the wine. There was the wines and the vines are things that you can make gummy bears with the leftover leaves from wine, for example. You can have there's a real trend on social media, and being on social media is essential. Not being afraid to dip your toe into it. I mean, to some people, it doesn't come naturally, certainly, but if it opens up new routes of reaching consumers, then that's all for the best. The big trend that we've observed recently on TikTok was red wine with vanilla ice cream dropped into it. Personally, I haven't tried that, but really there's been stacks of young people trying that and posting it on TikTok. There's also the cosmetics industry, which is a closely related industry. There's a lot of beauty products made with great byproducts now. There are even actually trainers being made with great byproducts. There are a whole alternative word there, and I think that the social media is the way to get that messages across.
C'est-à-dire du rôle que doit se donner.
Second challenge is that of pertinence, to be in phase with contemporary lifestyles. In our studies, our qualitative studies, we ask consumers, when do you imagine you might consume wine? What are the moments when you consume wine? And they all say it's for major events. That brings us back to that heritage aspect, almost with a religious dimension, marriages, weddings, things like that. And what's important here is that the wine it's not associated with the festive aspect. It's a problem because it doesn't create many opportunities for drinking wine in people's minds. The other form of consumption which is mentioned by consumers is during meals. But once again, we have to think about what sort of meals. Is it more family meals? Young people say it's a Sunday meal with the parents, with meat, with rich food. And family meals have evolved. We know there are more and more households with a single person, which also raises a question for bottle formats. But the dishes French people eat have changed, and those dishes were a part of that vernacular, spontaneous wine culture, which was passed down spontaneously through the dishes that were prepared and sometimes contained meat. Here we've used blanquette as an example, veal blanquette, but we see that there is a diet model or a desire to eat certain dishes which is declining. This is by generation, and we see that Generation Z appreciates veal blanquette less than the older generation. And it's interesting to look at this curve with ramen and boboon, two Asian dishes which are popular. So we could have taken other cultural influences from other countries, but what's interesting is to see that there are different cultural layers which are modifying consumer preferences. And what's interesting and important to notice is that these preferences are also changing within certain generations. If we look at the generation from 86 to 95, it's not the same preference as 96 2002, who prefer ramen to boboon. But that says things for the future for wine, which means we're going to need to invest and to develop intragenerational cultures. It will no longer be a horizontal culture of wine that speaks to everybody. There will be certain wine subcultures which will be intragenerational. And now an important graph. We also hear about fast food. We don't realize just how quickly fast food has progressed in France. Today, there are more of these outlets than of traditional restaurants in France, which shows the transformation in our relationship with food. And we're eating foods which, once again, are less easily associated with wine. And so, once again, culturally, wine becomes a less evident product in the face of these preferences. So faced with these changes in our plates and dishes, we need to adapt and to let our imagination run free when it comes to pairing with food. We've given some examples here of things from national campaigns in France, such as the one by the General Syndicate of Champagne growers, top right, but we've also put some more disruptive things here. Barefoot in the US has created an association, a pairing of red wine with Oreo biscuits. This may shock some people, but at the same time, it's something which really is an image which can stick in the mind. And if at least here it's clear that this is a possible pairing, and this is a constant demand from young people, which is to have a predictable taste and to have some really simple information about what they're going to find in the bottle. There's also the nomadic aspect, which has evolved considerably. Our offices are at 12 Rue Sainte-Anne near the Opera, and people have food delivered to them in the building with Uber Eats. I think there are probably 250 restaurants just in our street, but they prefer Uber Eats. But if you have a bottle of 75 centilitres, the problem is fitting that with the way we live today. Very few people drink alcoholic drinks at lunchtime now, but we also don't have the right format if everybody is going to be eating their own meal separately. This is something we see in the studies. We can eat we can eat with several of us together, but we each have our own food or drink, which means the bottle no longer unites us. And also, so we were talking about the possibilities of new consumption contexts or situations where perhaps we've allowed other beverages to take the place of wine, but it would be possible to have draft wine service or to try out new formats. Here with Barefoot, once again, they launched these small formats which are extremely easy to use for picnics and with recyclable materials, so that people can have their individual measure of wine for consumption on the move rather than with the 75 centilitre bottle where you need a corkscrew anyway to open it. So there are quite a few opportunities there, and Gaspard has prepared has decided to create by AI this wine-based slush. So these are places where wine can be present, because this is where the narrative of wine can be updated. And so there's an accessibility, so to simplify consumption. As wine becomes a cultural heritage object, it becomes a bit too impressive for young consumers. That's no surprise. But I think we always underestimate the extent to which this has happened. There are two different things here. It's a heritage and cultural object. Therefore, when we talk about it, it's something which seems much more imposing and impressive. And there's also at the same time less transmission through our family. We have a lesser understanding or grasp of the codes and traditions. Here, once again, we see this in culture. And it's always the same situations described by consumers. It's when we need to choose a wine in a wine merchant or in a restaurant, and it can be a bit embarrassing. And it's a bit sad. At the same time, we do see that there is an embarrassment, a difficulty to try wine, because people aren't sure that they really have a proper grasp of the codes and of the products. Another thing that seems important is that this pressure to understand wine is something that is felt a bit more strongly among men, as it is a more male-oriented product. And so these men who have greater expectations, social expectations in this respect. It can create a stress or micro-stress which is greater in men and which can contaminate or spoil the moment of consumption, because we think that as a man, I'm going to have to give a judgment, which I'm going to have to put into words, and I'm going to have to find complicated words to express what I feel, what I taste. And this is something a lot of young men we interviewed mentioned. On the other hand, the qualitative studies of women and young women showed that the relationship with wine, as it's considered the more masculine product, is much more simple, straightforward, without worrying about using the right words. And so they're perhaps leading the way on how to return to a healthier, simpler culture of wine, more spontaneous culture of wine. Then there's the symbolic barrier. So as the symbolic, then the organoleptic barrier with the tannins in the wine. Here, the imagery is very, the associations are very negative in our culture, with the idea, in fact, that consumers have the impression that a good wine is a wine which is extremely tannic, and they're not ready for that taste in the families. So there is a generation effect, and probably also an age effect. When you're young, you're not attracted by this sort of texture. So this creates a certain rejection, a gap between what we like and what we think is good. So a lot of consumers prefer to try other drinks, as Christelle said, because there is this idea that the good wine is not necessarily affordable, accessible, and pleasant. Among the different possibilities we studied in the studies, obviously there is symbolic accessibility through all this proliferation of vocabulary and words in the world of wine, which ends up, and for the consumer, we need to take away this tension by taking ownership of a certain number of terms. So there are all sorts of terms we can use to describe wine in a more accessible way, rather than talking specifically about the organoleptics. We need to provide support to people as they develop their knowledge, but there does come a point where they have to take that first step, and they need to have something which is much more simple and accessible. We also have simple information. Often the back labels provide information which can be useful, but which in some cases might be quite abstract. A lot of people talk about history, bearing in mind that history, when we're tasting a bottle of wine, is not really very relevant, but also talk about the quality of the soils. The quality of the soil and predictability of the flavor, I think in 99 or 98% of cases, really don't know what they're talking about. If they talk about a clay limestone flavor, that doesn't really mean anything to people. But is the wine fruity? Is it sweet or sugary? How predictable is the taste? These are important questions. As have apricot flavors. We need to try to provide consumers with clear information and also with guidance on when to drink the product. We talked about renewing the wine and food pairing. We can perhaps mention that wine can be drank with rice, pasta, peanuts. We need to say that because young consumers are afraid to make mistakes in pairing the wine with food in terms of the codes of the wine world. So in fact, with Gaspard, we thought it would be interesting to show an initiation process to accompany the consumer through the organoleptic process in a more simple way. Here we have an example of a brand which is called Big Box, which mixes wine without saying it's wine, and which has a rather marketing approach to the product, and which ultimately is getting close to the customer, but with the marketing codes that they're familiar with. We talked about social media, and one other possible way is that there are also things with cocktail-based drinks. And there are products which say exactly what taste they're going to have, with flavors that we've seen come up in the different surveys. We will have, among young people, there'll be a genuine desire for something that tastes very strong. Obviously, there's also well-being, which is becoming important as well. We often talk about health, but good mental health and conviviality are part of that good health. And then also we need to find formats that enable us, that correspond to today's consumption habits, especially for those who have themselves developed, which may make it possible afterwards to get them to try a bottle of wine, because we're not there to say that there should be a single narrative of wine, but we need to construct the stages to enable the consumer to enter the world of wine without necessarily having a complex about what they're doing. And also the diversity of the products we have to propose is essential in this respect. So let's try to build something together. So the fourth challenge is identity. It might seem a bit abstract, it's difficult to explain. I am going to try, however. It's to say that, does the identity of the wine drinker, is the profile of the wine drinker something that's inspirational, or is it someone we want to look like? Do we want to look like a wine drinker? So we discovered in our surveys that wine is very good at creating collective identities and senses, a feeling of belonging to a wine region, for example, or to a nation. And when there was this this cartoon, when there was the ad about the Oreo, there was a big response, people saying it's scandalous, we can't serve wine with Oreo. So it shows the extent to which wine has become a part of our heritage. We don't touch it, we don't drink it, but whatever you do, don't change it, don't innovate, because it's a product, it's a part of our identity. And so to collect, it's good to create collective identities, but much less so for individual identities. You might say we drink wine because we like the taste, but in fact the consumer behavior increasingly is a catalyst of signals as to who we are, how we live, what we want to look like, be like, especially now that there are no major narratives shaping our political or religious narratives to guide us. So we have these affiliations which are being created around this belonging to small groups. It could be in terms of a beverage or something else. So the way we choose a product rather than another is important because it says a lot about us. Here I've put up some examples. And here it's very much like an archipelago. We often talk about this tendency in politics rather than in consumption, but it's extremely important here, especially for products like wine, which have a universal horizontal vocation, or with a universal heritage, which are speaking to what was once a fairly homogeneous society. What do we do when we have a product which seems to suit everybody, but that society divides up into thousands of little bubbles? We have to see what our place is. So here we see that in each cultural bubble there is a narrative, there's a main character, there's a setting, and the drink is relevant in relation to an issue. It might be to have energy in techno evenings, or to be in good health for gym workshops. This is an aspiration for people. They do accept these things. So it's important that the wine should ask itself this question. So how do we work in qualitative studies on these aspirational aspects? And these are projective exercises. We ask the consumer to imagine the profile of a wine consumer, and you can think about what's going to appear. We'll see whether it corresponds. And we look to see whether these are aspirational. Are these people we want to look like? The first profile is the CSP+, with consumption of more expensive, rather good wine. Do we want to look like them? We don't know. So then there's the hedonist, which is slightly more, evokes more notions of friendship, of pleasure, and good food together, which is aspirational. And the problem is that in our studies, we do see that there is a gap between Generation Z and the figure of the hedonist is often associated with excess. I belong to a generation where being a bon vivant or a hedonist is something which is seen quite positively. And we see in the films, for example, this is interesting, this portrait exists less and less, and is less and less negative when it does. So we have a polarization of portrayals of wine and its imagery between the reality with very sophisticated, distinctive corruption to set ourselves aside from the mass, then a larger productivity-based consumption. But what we need to do here is to take this notion of quantity and place it alongside the current trends in health. At IFOP, we do a monthly survey and a ranking of the concerns of French people. This started before the health crisis, and we see that health has been either number one or number two since then. So it really is linked to demographic change. We have a country which is getting older, but we do see that in younger generations, this preoccupation with health is a major factor. Twice as many of the under 25-year-olds do dry January, much less than for those who are 35, and there are a number of different trends that we can see, and trends that bear testimony to a determination to control and master our wine consumption. This shouldn't be associated directly with wine consumption, but there are food regulation rules which will also have a more selective effect on wine consumption in certain targeted situations. It won't just be consuming table wine with a meal as before. If we look at the imagery of distinctive consumption that we see in the cinema, which are not so positive, like Thierry Lhermitte here, it's not so good. Or Ms. Lemoine this morning already mentioned Ratatouille. I think that's a very good example. The gastronomy critic, the food critic in Ratatouille is a horrendous personality, as long as they don't reconnect with their memories. And regarding the trends, also, this distinctive consumption is associated with mature consumption. Wine is once we've succeeded, it's when we're old, it's when we're an adult, it's when we have a certain cultural, social and economic capital. But we do see there are a lot of trends that show that the age at which we feel adult is being pushed back, is becoming older and older. The average age for the first child is increasing. The age for the first job is increasing, but do we still want? The limit here when we reach adulthood is that the status of adulthood is much less clear than before. We see that this last data, the average age of video game players, we've seen an important increase, and it's the same people here. So there's no longer leisure being attributed to a specific generation. We are going to be able to have the leisure we want throughout our life. So there's nothing automatic anymore when we discover alcohol. And that's important to take this into account. It comes back to what we were saying. There will probably be different wine cultures, which are different from one generation to another. This is what we can expect to see in coming years. And how can we adapt to these new trends, which are very mainstream, especially among the younger generation? And so we can seek a lifestyle that's healthier. Obviously, that's one trend to which a certain number of operators in the field have provided responses. The wine unions promote moderate consumption, but we showed you the campaign for Alsace Wines, who said that if we have 51 Grand Cru, it's not with the aim of drinking them all in the same evening. So we see these campaigns work well with young people, especially on social media. So it enables people to laugh at this and to take a bit of a step back on a subject which is important. We also talked about wine yoga. This is a way of perhaps having a place restored in the life of young consumers. It's quite amusing. And then also the alcoholic degree, and it's important to be able to say, as we've seen, that there are new habits, but we have to be able to produce new drinks with lower alcohol content. So either by de-alcoholization or total, and then we'll be able to meet this expectation to have flexibility in our drinking in search of well-being. And so here you have these memes showing some of the associated imagery. So here again you see the culture of the meme is quite harsh on wine. Conventional red wine on the left and natural red wine on the right. And we see that each time the red wine and the wine that here needs to adapt, and that this natural wine also fits in well with the narratives of today's generation. And then, as we said, there's a need to renew, to replace faces in the wine sector and on social media. There are few young wine growers who actually display themselves, at least not enough, and the most famous of them is Inigo Dance. But when we did the survey, we saw that the figures of the wine world associated here were often people who were dead. And so we thought to ourselves, okay, we have a problem, but in fact we have young people, young French stakeholders who like wine, but have decided to renew it or to open up to diversity more. So we have this series on Netflix showing a young man who wants to become a sommelier, even though there was nothing to suggest that such a course for him in his life. And so this can be a way to enable other people to identify with this sort of situation and potentially to provide explanations. We have finished now. Perhaps if I could just say a quick word to answer the final question. No, but in any case, we've done our best to try to show the different types of culture and to say that there are interesting things at all ages. We have wonderful products, plenty of narratives to come, but perhaps it's up to us to embody them better as a sector, as an interprofessional organization, to talk with consumers and renew this image. And perhaps you could stay for a few more minutes with me, because we are going to take a few questions, which I'm sure we will have on this subject. We'll take a quick look at the drawings. Are there any questions or any denials or anything you would like to say? Do we still have the cube there? We have it. So, thank you for this excellent study. It was really very comprehensive, and it updates the image we might have, the way we construct this imagery in the future. I have more a question, which is that in your survey, did you feel any difference between young urban dwellers and young rurals, so people who like to go out among friends for a walk and who might take a bottle in a straightforward format or an adapted one, but who are still going out to visit the vines and who think it can be interesting, not only to see the vines, but also to see the landscapes created by the vines. And is this something which has been measured? Because we don't see that in your report there. Why? It's true that this report is a bit monolithic, which smooths out a lot of the nuances, but it's true that we see a very clear difference between the inhabitants of rural wine-growing areas, who do have much slower consumption because wine is transmitted through the family or it's part of the system. Among urban dwellers, it depends almost more. At Cannes Métropole, the image of wine is almost spoiled, so it's difficult to say and to report back really on this. But I think what is important is to say that the pace is being set by the urban areas. The trends tend to come from the urban areas, so it can be interesting to focus on what is coming from those urban areas, because this rural aspect does spoil things, and it takes longer. So in the studies, what came out the most in terms of distinctions when we focused on Generation Z and on men was profiles, fairly standard profiles, which are not necessarily, but for which there is a risk that people might be exposed to the risk of here that we mentioned earlier, but also it creates a division between people who feel that they do have the culture of wine, they received it in their childhood, and those who do not, and who might be tempted to stay away from this world, or it might be something they're indifferent about as long as they can't really understand it. And that also comes from the difference between what we felt and how we live. Véronique Lemoine.
My question is, I was just interested in your statistics, the way we should read those statistics. In one of your very first slides. No, just checking it's not too loud. It's not too loud. In one of your first slides, you talked about the difference between the generations and their interest in wine. You get the impression that we're heading for a national or international catastrophe if you get the young people who fundamentally don't seem to be interested in wine anymore. My question is, do these younger generations, were we interested in wine at a young generation? I'm wondering if when I was 18, if you'd asked me questions about wine, the culture of wine, I'm not sure if I'd have been able to give you much of a better answer than today's young people. Yeah, it can be from your parents, your grandparents, whatever. I agree there could be links in the chain missing, but it reminds me of another aspect which came later in your slides. You're talking about video games and the culture of video games. Saying in 2015 they were younger, now they're older. They're the same people, aren't they? There are always new people coming into recruiting, and while the older ones stay with it. So I was wondering, this generation that you're saying, they're not interested in wine yet. Ultimately, do you not think that they will get round to it? Just naturally, they're going to just take an interest in the kind of that aspiration effect that you have. Just is there not? Should we perhaps not lose all hope yet? Well, I mean, I suppose the answer is yes and no. Ultimately, yeah, there are indicators which show that, generally speaking, people do get more interested in wine as they get older. But as if we do get older and older, before it's these days, 15 years ago, 23, it was easier to be you get a job, move out. These days, adolescence is becoming longer and longer. The people are not remain in adolescence a bit longer. The age at which they feel that adults, they discover wine, interest in wine, is getting later. So there is a kind of a time shift that's happened there. But there's another factor, and we've been running this for 10 years, this study. The consumption of wine, those figures don't lie. When you look at the figures, the people of 25 years and under, compare those figures to 40 years ago, I mean, there's absolutely no contest that the consumption is down. So that's the interest of comparing these descriptive studies, these statistical studies, with what French people tell us about the consumption habits. But you can look at the actual numbers. I'm not saying that people won't come in with an interest in wine if we know how to talk about wine, how to communicate wine. But there is, and there's no argument with it, there is a clear decline, a decrease in wine consumption across the board, and particularly in wine being bought in supermarkets. Do you want to answer the question about video games? No, you're right. It's the same people playing video games. That is your interest in the culture of youth culture does have really a knock-on impact into adulthood. And to go back to your first question, it's very difficult statistically to make a distinction between the product and the generational effect. But there is an age effect in play, and I think that there is a bit of the two at play here. I'm sure that that we're talking about the tannins in the wine. Perhaps that's because people who are not used to wine, that don't have a culture of wine, and they're perhaps surprised by the tannic nature of it, and perhaps young people that haven't had that cultural introduction yet. So you're right, there's always more nuance needed when reading these kind of results. But structurally speaking, there is a breakdown in the transmission of wine culture, and naturally there are going to be consequences of that, because the generation that is coming through into adulthood now, they are less prepared to engage with the culture of wine. But they may, of course, come around to it later. But to add to that, we have done previous studies with Credup, and we looked at consumers. That when you come into a new consumer category, Your consumption is when you will take it with you, as you move up in age groups and different country groups. Because if you become a regular consumer product, you're very likely to continue. So these days, if people start off drinking by drinking beer, then they may well continue drinking beer later, and they may be by themselves. And so it's really important the moment at which enter into the become consumers. So you're right, there is a question of culture here, because we have similar challenges in the cultural sector. So the idea of getting people into the cinema, getting people before the age of 12 will go to the cinema for the rest of their lives, and that's true in theatre and elsewhere. Also, there's a question up there. Yes, hello. My name is Sanjay from the Châteauneuf-du-Pape Wine Growers Syndicate. I'm very interested to see your presentation. The first part of the presentation, you talked about a lot of new ways of consuming, new consumer trends. There was a lot of information there, much of it coming from English-speaking world, I'd say from the UK and the US. My question would be, do you think you could create a similar story, a similar narrative in the context of France's restrictive Evan law on advertising? Yeah, that's an interesting. We know full well that we were talking a bit earlier about adapting to young people's consumption habits. It's a discussion that we had. You're right. The Evan law in France does prevent us from doing a lot of things and to presenting alcoholic drinks in a certain way. Anything which looks like advertising is very difficult to do for wine. But nonetheless, when you look at the universe in which we're operating, I think you're capable of drawing upon some of those imaginary aspects and the way that we build images. The idea that wine is associated with your best old uncle, that's not something in which the law Evan is responsible for. That's a generational change. Gen Y, for example, their grandparents were the kind of people that used to consume an awful lot, up to 120 liters a year in that average age. So yes, I will say the Evan law has certainly restricted the possibilities of advertising, but there are still options available. You could, for example, there's nothing against young winemakers appearing on social media, being creative and showcasing what they do out in their vineyards. Emile Conos has done it. He's got 1 million subscribers now. I'm not sure that I know not everyone's going to have 1 million subscribers on Instagram, but it's a way of engaging with people. And he says he has a lot of followers who don't know anything about wine. So the cultural dimension of wine can be very useful in communicating and saying, this is what I do. At this season, we do this in the vines, this in the. There are so many stories to be told. And so sorry to go back to this example again, but beer continues to gain market share in France. Wine's losing market share. The beer is subject to the Evan law just as we are. So I think there's plenty of possibilities to exploit it, and we believe it, and we want to continue trying new things. I've got a question. I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but in any case, thank you very much for the presentation. You mentioned that generational vertical transmission has broken down, the parents in the family sphere educating their children about wine. But you talked about the importance of horizontal transmission, so young people influencing each other. So my question then is, what about public policy? Should our cultural policies try to do something to stop this breakdown and that generational father to son, mother to daughter generational transmission, or conversely, can we do more to encourage the horizontal transmission of wine culture? What can we do to create systems, mechanisms which are conducive to these two different forms of cultural transmission? You have social media, for example, for horizontal. Should we be focusing on getting into young people's bubble, their social media bubble, where they do seem to live in a bubble? Everyone's kind of living in their own world. Should we be trying to burst into that bubble? It's an open question. I don't know if that's going to make the world any better. I guess it's getting quite philosophical there. Yeah, thanks. I suppose I'm in a bit of both. Why not? I mean, we shouldn't be ruling out anything. We know that for younger generations, they don't really like the authoritative image of generational transmission. But public policy, I'm not sure public policy has an awful lot to do here, unfortunately. But with institutions such as your own, you certainly have a role to play in sharing. This form of verticality is a kind of top-down experience and expertise which is being passed down, which is already a bit of a bit of an ask for younger for consumers. And that's certainly an opportunity to get in touch with young people, to get into the bubbles, if you will. But amongst peers, peer to peer, there's a lot being done already via social media. And I think the answer isn't one or the other. We need both. We need vertical and horizontal transmission. Yeah, I think it's worth emphasizing the potential, the power of horizontal transmission among pairs. That power has been amplified by social media, but the mimetic impact among young generations is very important. When I showed you the little bubbles, the cultural bubbles, you have to bear in mind that it's within those different cultural bubbles that these people are learning and engaging with these different projects. So those cultural bubbles, vectors for learning and for transmission of the wine culture. So I think the ideal future for the narrative of wine could be vertical. Why not that vertical generational transmission? But also horizontally, in multiple bubbles. There was the last question, I believe. No? Okay. In that case, thank you very much. Really, thank you very much for that presentation. Not only for the content, but also for the effort you made to propose the solutions. Always a challenge. We've got, well, I mean, it's getting towards the end of our time together. It's time to draw some conclusions. We'll have a few words from the Cité du Vin at the end, but before that, we're going to have a few words from a social and cultural anthropologist who's going to help us to pull together the disparate threads of today's discussions to answer those questions. It was my great pleasure to welcome Marie-Laure Demoussier, a professor of social and cultural anthropology at the University of Southampton and a member of the OIV, who's going to speak to us. You have the microphone here. Just waiting for my slides. And I've got a dual challenge in front of me to try to keep you awake. And also to try in a slightly provocative manner, because I'm an anthropologist. In anthropology, we do like to dig into things and ask the awkward questions. And in doing so, I'm going to try to offer some form of conclusion. I'd like to thank, of course, the Cité du Vin, particularly the organizers, for all the work that's gone into organizing today, and also the president for chairing today's proceedings. And I'd like to say just how much I found today's contributions, all of them, important in the ongoing debate and our efforts to generate new forms of knowledge. And as just been highlighted by the last question that was asked, I think it's extremely important today, these new forms of knowledge, because in the political and economic climate, social climate also in which we live, trying to come up with new ideas which go beyond wine, beyond the world of wine, is important. I think we need to think bigger, and that's what I'm going to try to do with my concluding. Right, here we are. I wrote about 4 pages, but I think I'll avoid reading it out for you. I'm just going to touch upon a certain number of points. I'd like to thank Christelle and Gaspar as well, because I think they really teed me up nicely. I think you've really made my task easier. Because I feel there's a theme which has run throughout all of the presentations we've heard today. It might not have always been obvious, but I think it underlies everything, and that it's the theme of plurality. And that's the first slightly provocative element of my presentation. I want to quote Thomas Eland Eriksson, who unfortunately passed away just a few months ago, professor of social anthropology at the University of Oslo, and describes modern society as a world which is overheated. The metaphor he uses to the acceleration since the 1990s, acceleration of changes driven by globalization. You've all talked about it in very different ways. You all talked about Europeanization. I heard globalization. What's interesting in Eriksson's Erickson's definition of overheating is that this acceleration of our society is getting faster. It's becoming more pronounced, it's becoming more intense, more unstable, and in some cases more violent. We could talk about climate change, but it goes beyond that. Think also about the crises racking contemporary capitalism, and also the Trumpist phenomenon, and the rise of the certain trends in our politics. So how does this intense globalization, this compression operate? Well, it feels that time is getting shorter and space is getting smaller. It's the effect of compression. But wine is something different in this context. Wine has a different relationship to space. There's a plurality of spaces, a plurality of experiences, and also in a relationship to time. Some of you have already mentioned religion, the religious overtones of wines. There is obviously a decline in religion in many of our Western societies. Younger generations are increasingly unlikely to go to church, but the rituals associated with consumption are very important. And anthropologists are very interested in this question of ritual, because it's the way that the ritualization of the different wines requiring different glasses, all the expertise you need to have. There is a ritual aspect to all that, which really contrasts with what Erickson's definition of overheating and everything being so fast these days. There's also another elephant in the room, if you will, and that's the question of the digital world, digital tools. You talked a lot about it in that consumer study we just heard of, but digital tools these days, maybe not for my generation, but for the generation of the students who I'm teaching now, digital is constantly with you. The digital world is with you forever. Even if they're in lectures, they've got the telephone next to them, it might be translating stuff automatically, it might be writing on it. Digital tools are never out of their hands. With very a certain amount of positive benefits of having the social media tools, for example, but bad things. I mean, in the UK, in England, in my university, we've never had so many students with mental health difficulties. And that's a byproduct of the modern world in which we live. So in this world of rupture, of discontinuity, described by Erickson, wine is an object which is fundamentally sensitive to the social context in which it exists. And wine is not immune to this instability. Maybe wine is also overheating. But the history of wine in relation to other food and drink products, wine remains a social force, for sociability, an opportunity to reflect upon the world in which we live. It's one of the rare categories where globalization has been challenged, questioned. France is a really interesting social laboratory in this respect. You have these different trends in wine, organic wines, natural wines, wines with all these different labels, different ways of it. And people from other countries find it difficult to understand what's going in sometimes. But I do think wine in France, and wine is a wonderful laboratory of new ideas. And what's interesting about all that is in all of the speeches that we've heard today, there are two things which I find a little bit difficult. Culture. As an anthropologist, the term culture, wine and culture and wine, for us, everything is culture. Wine is a social and cultural construct and a phenomenon. And I was wondering, was there not perhaps another way, a more useful way of looking at it? Ultimately, instead of saying that, is there a future for wine without culture? I mean, for an anthropologist, the answer, that's a contradiction in terms, because there is no wine without culture, therefore ultimately linked. Perhaps the better question is, what is wine today? What does wine mean in the worlds in which we live? There was a presentation this morning which got close to that sort of approach to looking at wine. So we as anthropologists, we're always a little bit cagey about using the term culture. I invite you to read Philippe Discola, and Bruno Latour also. Read Bruno Latour. You see that the cultures of culture versus nature, those are artificial divisions, and they're problematic concepts in modern anthropology. I'm sorry, we have our own jargon, like all sector, like all academic disciplines, but in modern anthropology, doing away with the artificial distinction between culture and nature helps us to more precisely, more accurately observe through closer immersion with a more of an ethnographic, sensorial approach, the complexity which lies beneath a term as such catch-all terms as culture. And I'm not going to give you a whole anthropology lecture today. That's not what I'm here for. But I do invite you to think more carefully about social relations, the concepts of agency. Who does what? Who drives consumption? How do consumers respond? For example, interiority. What are the internal worlds? How do consumers internalize the models which they're presented? The European model, the French model, is a very sophisticated model, a very sophisticated approach to wine in many other countries. That makes no sense. People find that very difficult to understand the codes. And finally, the idea of transcending the dichotomy between culture and nature is important because nature produces culture and culture produces nature. And I wanted to revisit these themes through the lens of the three big themes talked about there: wine as a globalized culture, not just in France, but wine as a facet and as a feature of culture, and the enormous continuous cultural exchange that's going on at a global level, and the role that wine occupies in that culture. I have a very positive impression of the role of wine in all that. And there's also the question of plurality, which, as I mentioned, is particularly important for me. There is standardization. UNESCO is a force of mission, quality labels. There are many other channels to which standardization, uniformism, opposite. We need to maintain the plurality of our societies because the more plural, the more multifarious, multifaceted we can be, then the more capable we are to adapt, to be resilient in the face of crises. So on the first subject, wine as a culture, social, of globalized social and cultural product, wine remains deeply rooted in the construction of the identity of our regional, national, and international spaces, and a certain understanding of what it means, of locality means, and how local identities are formed. That's very important. When I talk about the creation of the formation of local identities, this has been very well described in the most recent presentation. It's about the identification with things, with the imaginary side of things, but also in forms of praxis, drinking, eating, talking, concrete things, visiting places, seeing landscapes, visiting the architecture of wine regions. There's a whole constellation of practices at work there. Historically, it's worth bearing in mind that the nation states in Europe have chosen wine as a territorial marker, an emblem of their civilization, as a means of consolidating their diplomatic relations. That was highlighted this morning. But of course, we should not forget that many critics of the terroir model have demonstrated that the people's wine interest for objects and consumer goods which are rooted in places born of the increasingly intense and globalized circulation of people and foods since the 19th century, with emigration from Europe, and of course in the 20th century. So I would cite Rebecca Feinberg, for example, who's done a lot of work on Italian sparkling wines, particularly Prosecco, saying that the development of the raw materials such as wine with unique flavors, that's not the only driving force. So the development of wine is also largely driven by the development and the spread of humans and the continued processes by which our tastes are reshaped constantly. Second point, with wine as a social, cultural, globalized product, I think there's really important to move beyond existing image of wine, to reach people through a form relationship which is commensurate with and compatible with the world in which they live, defining a new world, new worlds of wines, where wine exists. You can't always predict precisely where exactly the future is going to take wine, but the more models we offer, the more varied and diverse the offering, the greater the possibility for wine to occupy different spaces, different worlds. That requires a multiplicity of stories, of narratives, of moments, and I think that is particularly every bit as important as the image as the question of image. So there's been a democratization, and wine is more accessible and open, and the transformation of wine culture, powered and accompanied by the digital revolution, in difficulty in the UK, for example. Some of the big stars of wine culture, I won't name them, but they're very well represented internationally, they're really fallen out of favor on social media. People say, who cares about this and wine? This, what these influencers, that model is starting to seem obsolete for new, younger consumers. However, as this process of democratic opening up has gone through, powered by digital technologies, we've also seen, and this is particularly evident since COVID. I mean, we haven't talked much about COVID, but COVID was really a massive shift and really upended a lot of assumptions. And particularly in the UK, there's been a boom of small social networks which who have encouraged young people, and this is there were tasting groups, students, 5, 10, and they get together to taste wine, talk about it. These kind of phenomena, which are really unexpected, which is just to go to show that there are things happening which were unpredictable, but they're happening. It's also important to highlight the fact that wine remains a foodstuff, and there is a hierarchy to foodstuffs. We live in a world where the hierarchies are constantly being challenged, attempting to resist, in some cases, the impact of these new hierarchies. But at the same time, wine provides a forum, a space of reflection on those forms of traditional hierarchies and these new and emerging hierarchies. Wine is not a neutral space. It is very often a mirror to the society in which it exists more broadly. And I think that's a positive factor. Third point, very briefly, because we've actually heard quite a lot about this already today. So since the 1970s, there's been a very strong environmental movement, a strong movement in favor of increasing quality. And we know that we're living in a world which is at a turning point for many reasons, and which requires us, demands that we rethink our understanding of wine as a product and the contribution it has to make to the environmental turn in our society. I could cite an example of the Scandinavian markets. I'm thinking particularly, Scandinavia in general, where wine consumption is on the up. Wines cost quite a lot of money in many Scandinavian countries, or in Japan also. Japan has adopted wine as part of its national identity, and also in the UK, it's interesting. There's been quite a strong change, a strong trend in the UK in favor of regenerative viticulture, and that's caused me to rethink wine tourism, which is also part of an effort to remodel a culture of alcoholic consumption, which is excessive. And this is also interesting because for many students, they associate wine with a bottle of rosé, an Echo Falls bottle of rosé, which doesn't cost very much, it's crap wine, and they knock it back really quickly before they go out to get themselves drunk before they go out. They might even be taking drugs to get messed up, to make it easier to talk to people, and might even go further than that. All the things that students, how students construct their sociability, to put it mildly. Second major theme, and I will be quick with this, to leave a little, to try and stick to the time that's been allotted to me. The idea of wine, so it's culture, it's representative of culture and of place. And here I want to take my argument a little bit further. In parallel to this territorialization of wine culture, the rooting of wine in the place, AOCs, geographical origin, etc. At the same time, there's been a deterritorialization which is taking root. And that's of its crucial importance, particularly in the way that people consume, or the way that people think about products like wine. For anthropologists, the spatial dimension, which is specific to wine and vines, is constitutive of social identity. This is Depardieu, not Depardieu. On one hand, there was a localization, a territorialization of production and consumption of wine, but on the other hand, we're witnessing a real deterritorialization, a delocalization, which chimes with a broader change in the balance between rural and urban. Thank you very much, Miriam, for your question about the contrast between rural and urban areas. By 2050, more than 70% of the world's population will live in towns and cities. You need to bear that in mind. And also, we know in cities, there's a strong percentage now of people living alone, singles. And so with new forms of digital communication, relations between people have been being constantly buffed and affected. I regularly take the train. You go up in the wagon, even in France, you get in the train. People don't talk anymore. Everybody's staring down at their little screen. Their life seems to take place through that little screen. They forget to look where they're going. They just forget to look up and look around them and engage with the other people around them. So I'd really like in this social imaginaries they were talking about, we need to think about creating spaces which protect and preserve our humanity, what's left of it. The other point, I want to talk about the anthropologists working on wine seem to go beyond this idea of permanence, which the landscape and the architecture and winemaker, they like to share this image of permanence. It's more interesting to think at the dynamics, the social cultural dynamics of reshaping the world of wine. Crystal and Gaspard highlighted this very neatly. This idea of experience, also the sharing, the winemaking. There are many people all over the world who are leaving their jobs at in banks or whatever to become wine growers, winemakers. That is an important phenomenon. So there are some quite interesting work being done on this. Cultural reification, the process of reification, and how it attaches certain characteristics of local winemaking to protect it, ring fence it against change. If you say UNESCO has played a role in that process, but if we continue to just protect and ring fence and showcase these UNESCO sites, then the economic dimension, it becomes completely forgotten. And because rarity is an important commodity, the rarer something is, then the more desirable it is. So you need to be careful about that. You think about the importance of protecting heritage, but that heritage must have a collective, must be beneficial in the greater interest of the collective at a bigger level. There's some great examples this afternoon of the initiative to rethink approaches to wine, to do things collectively together and open up new horizons. I mean, it's really, really interesting examples. So differential values associated with wines express multiple ontologies, diverse views of the world, and diverse cultural practices which have grown up around a drink which is broadly spread and enjoyed around the world. We need to continue to nurture the plurality of those gestures. And there's another example which is given by you're talking about grape varieties. I think that's one way of putting into this, because nature, our relationship to plants, the relationship to humans and non-humans. We haven't talked a lot about the animals, the bees and all the other beings that come into play, and we can perhaps rethink about wine as a force of life, of the imaginary of life, and an opportunity to live, to breathe, not to die too young. So I think there are some really fundamental elements, and I will conclude. I don't know if I've gone over my allocated time. No one's sleeping, I don't think. Anyway, the new images and imaginaries of wine. I will insist once again on this idea of plurality, which I must admit I've borrowed from a wonderful book by Mariani, the anthropological use of Paris. It's becoming heteronormative, on the plurality of the world, which I really found very inspirational. The Mariani, this name was, and he talks a lot about the wine growing heritage of the world, and talks about the possibility of opening up to natural wines and raw wines. But reading through that a little bit, I thought heteronormative. Well, yeah, I mean that's completely applicable to wine. We need to protect and defend the plurality of the worlds of wine. So you have we have the Cité du Vin, and the iconography of this place is an excellent example of what can be done of wine, of championing wine as a foodstuff, as a source of calories. For a long time, wine was synonymous with Judeo-Christian history. But don't forget that some of the finest poems of Sufi Islam and the Sunnite Islam are inspired by wine also. It's not just Judeo-Christian things, but consumer habits since the antiquity of the long history have radically changed. of course. And our cultures are much more transnational. In 2010, I wrote a book on the history of wine in France, and I had a lot of trouble finding wine drinkers. So I decided to use the term in English, to sum it up in English. Wandering drinker is the term we came with. The idea of a drinker who's goes from here to there. This was me at the time. I was sort of wandering at the time. I was born in a winemaking family community, but I thought it was interesting to think about consumer practices, consumer habits, and consumer experiences reflect the preoccupations and the debates of contemporary societies. Today, of course, things have changed and exploded and beyond the recognition, but digital technologies back then were really in their early days, particularly social media. I think I still didn't have the internet on my telephone back then. I've already forgotten the idea of having a phone without internet, but unfortunately, that's how it is. So wine has now become a drink which is widely consumed all around the world, and wines are produced far beyond the confines of Europe and its old empires, America, Australia, South America. And there's a real buzz from new wine consuming nations. You go to New Zealand, which is a fantastic country, the gastronomy and wine constantly being elevated and celebrated. There really is a positive buzz around the social connections that are around. And there's a young audience, a young public, a lot of young people interested in wine and gastronomy, and young women, notably. So it's not a model which is completely bound for extinction. Right? Transmission is important, but its transmission hasn't disappeared, hasn't broken down, it's changing. The way that we pass these things on, the way that young people identify with and engage with doing this transmission, their behaviors are changed, they're more difficult to grasp. But I have two daughters. I've got one who's 28 and one's 18, and I can say that at home they're fed up with me talking about wine. Neither of my daughters drinks wine, ultimately. Well, the elder drank a bit of that cheap rosé while she was a student, but the idea of their gastronomic and enological culture, despite all of the work that we've done at home trying to pass that on, very difficult to really get into these young people's bubbles these days. So yeah, there is a certain tribalness to it. A new form of subjectivation. It's also reshaping consumers with the emergence of women as new consumers and also the visibility of those new consumers in the professional sector. It's wonderful to see more and more women now in the wine industry playing important roles and acting as the spokespeople for wine consuming. I remember very well when I started working researching wine, there's some of my colleagues even now say to me, "You drink a lot, don't you?" I said, "Well, no, I drink less and less, actually. It's not that, I'm not studying wine because I want to drink more wine. What I'm interested in what goes with it, all the world around it." But there are a certain number of obstacles to our improving our understanding, to understanding the fundamental role that wine can play in France. If you imagine what the landscape would look like without a winemaking village, what on earth would the country look like? And in certain regards, it's hard to imagine for wine, it's hard to imagine wine without all the cultural trappings and forms that are associated with it. I would like to finish on a positive note by saying that the French, the European model of wine, is true also of Spain and Italy. They play an important role in this. It's been copied all over the world. It's a source of inspiration. There is perhaps a certain amount of jealousy even. But I think there's a lot of admiration worldwide for this culture, this model of wine. I recently visited the Carlsberg Brewery. They've got a big problem with declining beer consumption, actually. They're losing a lot of market share, Carlsberg. Particularly the person I was working with just been fired. He got sacked from one day to the next. He was the marketing director of Carlsberg. They just sacked him pretty abruptly. But last year when I was visiting the Carlsberg brewery with him, we had a great tasting session. He tasted their wine range. I felt like I was in Burgundy tasting all these wines. All the protocol was there, all the format, and the brewer, there's a slightly truculent fellow, was there telling us about how to taste beer and saying all the work that he did with his Alchemist. They have a restaurant called the Alchemist, about 600 euros for dinner, by the way. That's in Copenhagen. It's hard to get a table, but 600 euros dinner. They have a beer/wine A beer wine is 350 euros a bottle. So it's very interesting. Things are changing. There are complex phenomena emerging, taking shape, and transforming our idea of what wine can be. So I think we can say that wine these days is becoming a significant, an interesting object for studying the form, the propagation, the emergence, and the spread of new social configurations. At a time of major historical changes, obviously there are tensions between the idea of wine as an alcohol, of course, and we've talked a lot about wine as alcohol, but there's a contrast there of wine as a cultural object or phenomenon. Never forget that Donald Trump only drinks Coca-Cola. That gives you perhaps some, well, what does that tell you about him anyway? And of course, it's the subject of continuous debate, but I think wine has really advantages. Certainly aces up its sleeve. Wine is not any old alcohol. It's not an alcohol like any other. Obviously, it contains alcohol, but there is a long history behind wine. And it offers a certain number of horizons, historic and social, and all the other associations that we have with wine. I think I should probably finish now. I'm sure that you're probably thirsty. So, in conclusion, the overheating conceptualized by Erickson, as I mentioned in my introduction, can help us to rethink what wine is, what it's becoming, and what it means, what it signifies in our contemporary society. Wine has been with us for more than 8,000 years. The accidental discovery of fermentation has become an industry, an art, a science influenced by human history. And obviously, Europe has played a central role in that process. The creativity, the innovation of wine. Wine does not exist in isolation. It exists because it is intimately connected to humanity, to humans and non-humans, but also structured by new practices, new experiences, new narratives, new commitments. Ultimately, whatever the future, I'm very optimistic about the future of wine. Wine will always remain deeply rooted into the history of humanity, and I will continue. I'll conclude now with this idea of wine as a relationship, something that accompanies us, that we meet, that we evolve together in parallel. Wine is a way of better understanding what it means to be human today in the 21st century, and that's the end. Thank you very much for your patience.
So, thank you for all of that. Perhaps a final word from the Cité du Vin, who have hosted us for this incredible day. I won't take long. It was just to thank you, remind you the conference was made possible by the patronage of the International Organization of Vine and Wine, the OIV, and Itervitis Europe, Itervitis France, for enabling us to organize the conference, and also the National Association of Elected Officials of Wine Regions, the European Assembly of Vine and Wine Regions. Also, thank you for moderating the day so brilliantly. I think it has given us all the cultural operators, it's provided us with plenty of food for thought. And I think for Véronique Lemoine is going to be most inspired by everything that was said here today. So I wanted to thank you all, thank the team, also who organized the conference in record time, Melanie Paris, Adèle Denechou, and Loïc Niboudou. Thank you to all of you.